LoveLore Library. Chapter 371. What is this thing? Is he really a human? Looking at Ryudo's figure actually climbing and jumping from the outside of the vertical building, the group of Saito Guildhall's warriors below were all stunned. Especially Saito Takahiro, who proposed this tower climbing challenge. His mouth was wide open, like a fish out of water. It was quite a comical sight. No, I did ask you to climb the tower, but I didn't ask you to climb the tower like this. Originally, Saito Takahiro had expected the Ryujin duel to be like a challenge in a game, going up to the top floor of the Saito Guildhall. Every floor they passed, they would encounter a powerful opponent. Although he might not be able to defeat the son-in-law of the Saito family after 9 matches, at least he would be able to create momentum, and the whole process would benefit the martial artists a lot. But who would have thought that Ryudo didn't want to fight with them at all? Instead, he chose to climb the tower. They asked him to climb up from the inside floor by floor, but he climbed up from the outside floor by floor. But it has to be said that Ryudo's climbing movements were really cool. His body was like a flexible flea flying on the outside of the stairs. From time to time, he would grab the windowsill to jump up, or he would step on the outside of the air conditioner to rush up more than 10 meters. He was actually climbing crazily on the outside of the completely vertical building. This scene really stunned everyone around, but they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle from his nimble movements. No, if he goes up like this, won't it mean that our Saito Guild headquarters will lose a lot? Thinking of this, Takahiro took a deep breath and shouted to the surrounding students, "Go! This is Ryudo-kun's challenge to us, we can't fall behind. Hurry up and catch up with him." Hearing the president's words, a deputy director couldn't help but ask, catch up with him? From here. As he said, he pointed to the outside of the vertical Saito Guild headquarters building, as if wondering if the president was joking. Just from here. This is a real man's challenge. I'll go first. Takahiro also nodded, then quickly turned his head and jumped up. He jumped to the beam next to the main entrance of the first floor and began to climb up with difficulty. The dignified president of the Saito Guildhall actually began to play unprotected barehanded climbing outside his own building. This scene seemed quite ridiculous. However, since President Saito had stepped forward, the other students naturally couldn't fall behind. Charge! If you're a man, then follow me. Damn it! Wasn't it just climbing a wall? Isn't it just a 9-story building? What's so great about that? Is this what a real man is like? Ah! I want to stand at the top of the world. The next moment, the crowd began to rush toward the doorposts, windowsills, and beams outside the building. He imitated the male assessment conducted by his own president. Are you kidding me? Was there something wrong with their brains? Suddenly, Yima, who was standing at the back, couldn't help but be dumbstruck, as if he didn't know what to say for a moment. That day, the headquarters of the Saito Guildhall was very lively. Led by President Saito Takahiro, a group of students climbed up the outside of the building barehanded. The outside of the building was densely packed with people, so it attracted a large number of people to watch from afar, and it also attracted the police and the fire department. After countless students climbed to the height of the 2nd and 3rd floor, they couldn't climb any higher, and they kept falling down on the cushions prepared in advance. This assessment that no one could pass finally came to an end under the mandatory prohibition of the police. Of course, although the students of the Saito Guildhall didn't become real men that day, this unique male assessment was passed down in the sect and became a tradition. From that day onwards, on this day every year, countless students from all over the country would flock to this place, attempting to climb the 9-story Saito Guildhall headquarters with their bare hands. They would be proud of the height they climbed. The first man who climbed to the top barehanded, Ryudo Kiryu, had already become a legendary figure in the Saitu Guild Hall, and he was called the God of Barehanded Climbing. Although Ryuto didn't want this title at all. However, the popularity of this male assessment was a matter of the future. At this time, Ryuto was quickly jumping on the roof, climbing to the top of the building in the shortest time. Going up to the top of the 9-story building, the first thing that caught Ryuto's eyes was a huge open-air square, and in the center of the square was a huge ring. Yes, the ring was made of simple stone bricks, about 1 meter high, about 200 meters in length and width, and there were flags that symbolized the Saitu clan around the ring. There was no doubt that the meaning of the ring was for people to fight. However, the person sitting in the center of the ring wasn't the group of burly men in training clothes from the 9 floors below, but a petite young girl. This young girl had silver hair that was as pure and kind as the Milky Way. Her fair and translucent skin, coupled with her slightly tender appearance and delicate hands and feet, made her look like a large doll that made people want to love her tenderly. However, just when Ryuto stepped over there, the doll-like girl, Saitu Dunya, slowly opened her eyes. "You came. I have been waiting for you for a long time." She slowly opened her mouth, but her tone was full of fighting spirit that Ryuto didn't expect. Fighting spirit. Why does Dunya have such an aura? Logically speaking, Ryuto came here today to propose marriage, and Dunya of course knew about it, so why did she have such an attitude? But now Ryuto wasn't stupid, especially when he knew Dunya very well. He understood her meaning. So that's how it is. Is this the final test for me to propose this marriage? It's not the Saitu clan's test, but your test, Ryuto said as he walked toward the large ring on the top of the 9-floor building, and he casually took off the tie around his neck to prevent it from being a hindrance during the fight. This was a test, or rather, a challenge. This was Dunya's test for her future husband, and also a challenge for her future husband. Whoosh! Boom! The moment Ryuto walked onto the ring, Dunya's petite body suddenly floated into the air, and a pair of slender legs landed on the ring, and actually cracked the thick stone floor of the ring. Yes, this is my test, and also my challenge. I really want to know if the gap in our strength is as big as I imagined, so, please allow me to be willful one last time. Dunya moved her front legs forward, squatted slightly, and raised her arms, and assumed a common fighting posture of the Saitu school of paleo martial arts. For Dunya, as a martial artist, there were not many opponents in this world that she could find, and Ryuto was the target that she had been chasing ever since she started practicing martial arts. From the Emperor Hotel kidnapping case, to the 12 hours late-night pursuit, to the Tianmu Manor chaotic battle not long ago, Dunya had always been looking at Ryuto's back. Speaking of which, Dunya's martial arts were basically taught by Saitu Takahiro and Furamaki Sotaro. Ryuto did not teach her much, but Dunya had always treated him as her life mentor. After this short period of time, Dunya's strength could be said to have taken a qualitative leap, and had reached the true inhuman level. But every time she saw Ryuto, she would think, if she and Ryuto were to go all out, who would win in the end? Therefore, taking advantage of the time when the other party came to propose marriage, before the two of them became husband and wife, Dunya decisively challenged her future husband. She wanted to be sure that her future husband's strength was above hers. Only by fulfilling this wish, Dunya could completely accept her new identity as Ryuto's wife. These things, Dunya did not need to explain. When Ryuto saw her eyes, he already had a rough idea, so his response was very straightforward. "Come, let's fight to our heart's content." At this time, Ryuto also got into a serious stance, and adjusted his emotions to the peak of the battle. For a moment, on the stage, the two of them just stood there without moving, their eyes fixed on each other, but the surrounding atmosphere had a qualitative change in an instant. Do-chi, the aura of the two of them seemed to have turned into an invisible do-chi, and the first wave of fierce confrontation in the air had already begun. The Battle of Aura was a very important part of the battle between experts. Whoever's aura was at a disadvantage, then the next move would be firmly suppressed by the other, and fall into an initial disadvantage. At this time, Ryudo and Dunya, who were fighting, both of them were at the top of the world's martial artists, the peak of human physical fitness. This was a battle between two LV5 physique, extreme superhuman, a battle between the peak of human beings. Moreover, the two of them were proficient in different schools. If they really fought, there would be a lot of variables. Ryudo was best at Ancient 8 Extreme Fist and Bone-Twisting Dragon Hand. Dunya was best at Saito-style Paleo martial arts and Furamaki-style martial arts. But because Ryudo was also proficient in Furamaki-style martial arts, if they really fought, he would definitely have the absolute advantage. She had to disrupt his rhythm, or she would lose without a doubt. In the next moment, when the two of them were evenly matched, Dunya's figure finally moved first. The girl's upper body did not move, but with an extremely gentle and graceful movement, she quickly slid forward on the ground. Her posture was like a swan playing in water, so light that it made people think that she was a fairy from the lake. Chapter 372. This kind of movement, ballet. Although Dunya's movement speed did not seem that fast. She appeared in front of Ryudo in an instant, and then instantly pierced through at a 90-degree angle to the left. Then, from a strange angle, she lightly struck out with her palm. This palm seemed light, but the huge force that erupted from the palm was enough to shatter gold and iron. Moreover, the position she struck was Ryudo's temple. The reason why she attacked the vital part was not because Dunya wanted to kill Ryudo, but because she believed that this level of move could not kill him, so she could fight without worry. You really think highly of me. In a flash, Ryudo raised his elbow to block, directly blocking the palm that was aimed at his head. But before he could counterattack, Dunya's body had already slipped to the other side as light as a feather. This kind of movement should be a combination of the foot movement of ballet and the cat's foot movement of Saito-ryu Paleo martial arts, combined with Dunya's super balance. What a powerful movement! At this moment, in Ryudo's eyes, Dunya was like a ghost, circling around him, dazzling him. Her body was clearly moving at high speed, but the upper half of her body did not seem to have any changes, maintaining a state of almost horizontal movement. Generally speaking, when anyone moved in any direction, their body would naturally lean forward in that direction, and at the same time, the movement of the feet would be accompanied by the movement of the waist, shoulders, and other body parts. After all, a person was a whole body, and there was no such thing as moving with the feet and not moving with the other body parts. But Dunya's current movement method completely broke this understanding. She was like a ghost, constantly moving horizontally, and constantly launching sneak attacks at Ryudo from various blind spots. The amazing thing about this kind of movement method was that it was ridiculously hidden, making it impossible to predict where she would go next. Coupled with her petite body, if one was not careful, it was possible to lose sight of her in a one-on-one situation. Even for Ryudo, who had experienced hundreds of battles, this was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a strange movement technique. Unknowingly, his back, shoulders, abdomen, and other parts of his body had already been hit many times. Although Dunya's every attack was light as if there was no strength behind it. But in reality, if she hit a body of flesh and blood, even a bull's skin and flesh would be split open, and its bones would be shattered. That was the power of her attacks. On the other hand, although Long Do had 100% Chi opening rate, Bronze Skin Supreme, and Iron Bone Ultimate to protect himself, he was still suffering a dull pain where he was hit, and the pain lingered. Good fellow. Soft body, hard fist. Combining both hard and soft. You've really figured out the path of the martial way. For the first time, Ryudo felt a real threat, and also felt Dunya's strength for the first time. Just as Ryudo knew, Dunya was a natural-born martial artist, and also a natural-born dancer. She inherited the strength of a martial artist from her father and mother respectively, and the flexibility of a ballet dancer. Now that she had combined both strength and flexibility into one, she had completely opened up a new kind of martial arts path. Her extremely nimble body movements coupled with her strength that could destroy gold and stones made people feel as if a ghost was holding a chainsaw in her hand, or a polar bear with wings on its back. He couldn't hit her, but he couldn't stand being hit. It was quite uncomfortable. But fortunately, Ryudo's eyes and consciousness had more or less adapted to it. This kind of mysterious martial arts system could destroy most opponents in a short time, but it could not destroy Ryudo, who had a body of copper skin and iron bones. At this time, Dunya, who had been attacking, also felt that her momentum was gradually declining. Although Ryudo had been taking a lot of hits since the beginning of the battle, from Dunya's point of view, it was as if she was hitting a small mountain of reinforced concrete compressed to the limit, and the outside of the small mountain was covered with thick iron sheets. It was useless. Unless she hit a vital point, or before the opponent could react, she would not be able to defeat Ryudo in this way for the rest of her life. There was no other way. She had to change her attack pattern. Seeing that Ryudo was gradually starting to react to her ghostly movement technique, Dunya did not hesitate. She directly moved forward and used her signature move. Saitoryu Palea martial art, lightning baron hand. The next moment, the slender palm accumulated strength, and suddenly grabbed Ryudo's chin from below. The human body's chin was a super vital point. Once it was hit, the force would be transmitted through the jaw to the brain, causing an extremely serious concussion. Dunya's attack was strong and overbearing, and its speed was also extremely fast. However, Ryudo was not unable to react in time. Ancient Bejiquin, Overlord's reigns. In an instant Ryudo did not dodge, but instead, he straightened his elbow. An elbow strike that was enough to split a mountain and shatter a metal came down from above towards Dunya's palm. One came from below. The other came from above. The momentum of both sides was different, and Ryudo was using his elbow. His elbow was used for short distance, and its power was naturally stronger than a fist. The result of this collision was self-evident. Under normal circumstances, the result of this head-on collision would most likely be Dunya's palm being directly shattered. Although Ryudo had held back a certain amount of strength, he did not go all out. Boom! When both sides' elbows collided, the air at the collision point was like a balloon filled with air bursting. The surging airflow was squeezed and made an explosive sound. The scene was very terrifying. But what made Ryudo very surprised was that Dunya's palm was not shattered by his elbow. On the contrary, his elbow was actually bounced back by this palm. What? This is. At the moment when both sides collided, Ryudo only felt that Dunya's palm was like a spring full of inner strength. The slender palm was like a twisted rope that was released all of a sudden. The strong spring force suddenly blasted Ryudo's elbow away. This feeling was like taking the initiative to attack a spring that was ready to be released, and the feeling of being bounced back suddenly. Ryudo had let many people experience it before. Because this extremely hardcore move was something that Ryudo had already mastered. Furamaki-style martial arts, profound meaning of the body, hard shock. Among the three great profoundness of Furamaki, hard shock was a special technique that allowed one to contract a part of the muscles at the moment of the enemy's attack, turning the point of impact into a shield to destroy the opponent's fist. So that's how it is. Is that how it is? Just when his elbow was bounced back, a trace of craftiness flashed across Dunya's eyes. Only then did Ryudo understand what this little girl was planning. From the beginning, the Saito-style Palea martial arts, wild lightning hand that Dunya used was a feint. She had already predicted that Ryudo would counterattack, so she used Profound Meaning of the Body, Hard Shock, on her palm as a follow-up move. As a counterattack move, Profound Meaning of the Body, Hard Shock, did not have any lethality when initiating an attack. It could only display its unique effect when taking a hit. In other words, even if the palm hit Ryudo's chin, the result would be like scratching an itch. After all, it was not a move that initiates an attack. However, Dunya had never thought of hitting Ryudo's chin. She was aiming to use Hard Shock to force Ryudo's elbow or palm away. And after she successfully achieved her goal, the next attack was the real killing move. Sorry. Don't get killed by me. I don't want to be a widow at such a young age. Seeing Ryudo's elbow being knocked back and his whole body temporarily losing balance, Dunya finally used her lifetime's worth of power on his body. She took a step forward. The ground that was stepped on by her small foot was like tofu, leaving a clear footprint on it. At this moment, Dunya's 5 fingers were clenched together and her palms were slightly upturned. Her slender fingers and palms emitted the sound of blood and chi boiling. Even her snow-white skin had a hint of golden scarlet. Blood. Extremely powerful blood and chi power gathered on her palm, making it as hard as iron. It looked like the palm of a Buddha, full of majesty and weight. In the next second, the girl's palm carried the force of wind and thunder as it struck Ryudo's chest. Because the attack was too fast, the force was too heavy, and it was condensed with the power of blood and chi. Shockwaves suddenly surged out from both sides of her seemingly skinny arms. Behind her, a figure that Ryudo once fought against appeared faintly. This is... Before Dunya's palm landed on his chest, Ryudo's mind suddenly recalled a battle in the past. It was a battle to the death between him and the scum of the Saito family, the devil child Saito. And now, Dunya was actually using the ancient-style Qigong, Vajra palm of the Vajra sect. In fact, after Sati's death, Wuhong's people searched his residence and secret base and found a series of secret martial arts manuals that included the Vajra finger of the Vajra sect and Vajra palm of the Vajra sect. Although Dunya was not interested in the Vajra finger of the Vajra sect, which leaned towards the grappling system, the Vajra palm of the Vajra sect was very much to her taste. Therefore, she had been secretly practicing this move, hoping to give Ryudo a surprise. And now, it seemed like it was indeed a big surprise. Unfortunately, someone was not lucky enough to enjoy it. Boom! When this earth-shattering palm landed on Long Do's chest, the air was hit with a wave of sharp explosion. It could be seen how exaggerated the power of this attack was. But why was there an explosion in the air? Because when her palm landed, Ryudo's body slid down like a loach. He quickly twisted his body to the side and avoided the Vajra palm of the Vajra sect and appeared behind Dunya. Bone dislocation entangling dragon hands, rising dragon bind. Before Dunya could react, 2 hands reached out from behind her and bound her arms tightly in a strange position. Her legs were also tightly locked by the person behind her. In the blink of an eye, Dunya went from being the one who attacked to being completely bound by a grappling technique. She could not move at all and could only be a fish on the chopping board. Chapter 373. At this moment, the two's bodies were stuck together with one in front and one behind. Ryudo was like a scoundrel who was about to commit violence. He single-handedly locked both of Dunya's arms behind her back. His right leg was like a python coiling around her straight and delicate legs. Then he pressed his chin against the girl's neck, directly locking down every part of her body. Such an exquisite grappling and locking technique was simply far beyond Dunya's expectations. For a moment, she felt like she was tightly coiled by a python. Her entire body could not move at all. What is going on? In an instant, the offense and defense were reversed. Dunya suddenly became the one who was on the receiving end. Her petite body was already at a disadvantage in close combat. That was why Dunya deliberately did not practice any grappling techniques. After all, she knew that even if she practiced it, it would be useless. With her short arms and legs, it would be very difficult for her to grasp other people's joints. Of course, when normal people fought with Dunya, they simply did not have the qualifications to use grappling techniques on her. They would probably be directly sent flying with a punch. But who would have thought that Ryudo's grappling techniques could be said to be the world's #1 expert? Moreover, his body was even stronger than Dunya's. This wave was called Heaven's Bane. With 100% proficiency in Dragon Bone Dislocation Hand, Dunya, who was not good at close-range combat in the first place, was immediately subdued. The battle was over in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Dunya was still trying to struggle in his embrace, Ryudo giggled and kissed her milky white little face. He laughed beside her ear and said, "Don't struggle. We're all martial artists. Don't be shy." As Ryudo said this, he was still blowing warm air beside Dunya's ear. Dunya's body trembled slightly as waves of heat rushed into her small and cute ears. Her originally serious face was suddenly covered with a layer of red, and the murderous air around her instantly disappeared. Don't mess around. Damn it. Was that the profound meaning of the heart acceptance just now? I still can't outsmart you, you sly fox. Humph. Although Dunya's face was slightly red from the breath beside her ear, she thought for a moment and understood why she was so unlucky just now. In fact, before Dunya launched her Vidra palm, Ryudo had already planned to use receive flow to dodge to the extreme. Also, the impact of hard hit shouldn't have been as big as it looked. Dunya schemed against Ryudo. She tried to shake off his arm and hit hard shock so that her big move could land on him. Ryudo also schemed against Dunya. He purposely exaggerated the impact of the hard shock to dodge the big move and circled behind her. Schemed against and got schemed against. It could only be said that although Dunya's ability to scheme in battle was very commendable, it was a pity that Ryudo was an expert in this field. How could Dunya's brain be as smart as a LVL5 wisdom monster? After hearing Dunya's somewhat unconvinced moan, Ryudo laughed and said, "You're already small in stature. Every time you encounter an expert in grappling, you'll be in trouble. I don't want you to be hugged by others like this. Other people won't be as gentle as me." When he said the word gentle, Ryudo's free hand started to fly around like an agile airplane. From time to time, he would stop at the airport to tidy up the runway. At the same time, the curve of his mouth became wider and wider. Actually, recently Ryudo was more or less in a state of loneliness. Especially yesterday when he was in Yunyan's room with her for a while. However, because it was a special period, he was unable to explore it. This caused him to have a stomach full of strange things. At this moment, Dunya delivered herself to his doorstep. Moreover, she was defeated by him. Therefore, she had to accept the punishment. Puff puff puff, if there was no soft and juicy peach to eat, the crisp and sweet plum was also good. Compared to the ripe peach, it was another flavor. Ryudo liked to eat fruits very much, especially peach, apple, and plum. Every time he ate it, he would never get tired of it. The unique fragrance and soft and crisp texture were really satisfying. After feeling the wonderful atmosphere, Dunya's pretty face changed, and she quickly said, "Wait. This is the roof of my house. Don't do it here." Speaking of which, Dunya didn't have any opinion about Ryudo's behavior of eating plum. She even liked it. The problem was that the timing here was not right. The two were now in the Saito Guild Hall headquarters. Although it was a quiet top floor with no people, this place was open air. It was like using the sky as a blanket and fighting in the wild. Moreover, the bottom floor of this building was crowded with people. Thousands of Guildhall students were also training hard on each floor. Below, there were also people like Wuhong and Kazuma who were rushing up. They could arrive here at any time. In this situation, Ryuto was actually interested. This made Dunya's face redder. Moreover, she also began to struggle violently, trying to twist this guy's rising dragon bind. Of course, Dunya's movements didn't help the situation at all. On the contrary, it made Ryuto's appetite even more. He wanted to taste the crisp and sweet plum that he hadn't tasted for a long time. However, just as Dunya thought, she and Ryuto had been fighting on this roof for a while. Below, including Wuhong and Kazuma, people should have reacted and went upstairs. Therefore, just when Ryuto was pulling Dunya step by step into the abyss of hell and was preparing to eat, there was a burst of urgent footsteps from the stairs not far away. Woo! Woo! They're here. Let me tidy up, don't. Just when Dunya wanted to hurriedly stand up from the ground to tidy up and run, Ryuto hugged her and rushed with lightning speed to the side of a storeroom at the corner of the roof. This storeroom was a place that Ryuto already had his eyes on. The door here was locked from the outside with a simple lock. First, he stuffed Dunya into the storeroom through the small ventilation window. Then, he slid in like a loach. The advantage of doing this was that when the two entered the storeroom, from the outside, it still looked like the storeroom was locked from the outside. No one would expect that there would be two busy people hiding inside. Busy, they were really busy. They were so busy that their mouths were watering, their chests were stuffy, and their bodies were sweating. Just when the two people in the storeroom were busy with their survival plan and had no time to care about others, the door to the 9th floor of the building was pushed open from the outside. Wuhong and Ikima brought a group of people and rushed up. Looking carefully, Wuhong's body was covered in dust and injuries. It was obvious that the man's trial just now really made the current president suffer a lot. But after announcing his failure, Wuhong hurriedly rushed to the roof. After all, he knew that his daughter Dunya was going to challenge his future son-in-law Ryuto. Such a big show, how could Wuhong miss it? Of course, he had to see how exaggerated his son-in-law's strength was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to brag in the future. But when Wuhong brought a group of people to see how his daughter and son-in-law were going to compete, they were greeted with an empty arena and some faint traces of battle on the arena. Whoosh! A cold wind blew, making people shiver. Where is everyone? That's it. Don't tell me it's over so soon. Seeing that there was no one on the arena, Wuhong couldn't help but frown. But even if the two people over there had already competed, where were they now? Wuhong looked around. The spacious Saito Guild Hall headquarters rooftop area didn't have the two familiar figures. The few warehouses, living rooms, and temporary rooms that could hide people were all locked from the outside. The locks were still hanging properly. It seems that they have left. After finding that there was no sign of his son and daughter-in-law, Ikima came to his old friend and patted him on the shoulder. Sigh. Suddenly, Wuhong had to sigh and said, "It's really a mistake. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done that man's trial. I missed a great battle." Wuhong was also a top martial artist. From the residual momentum and traces on the arena, it was not difficult for him to imagine how fierce the fight between his daughter and son-in-law was not long ago. Such a fierce battle, as a martial artist, he naturally wanted to see it with his own eyes. After watching it, he would benefit a lot. But since Dunya and Ryuto had already finished, Wuhong and Ikima had to go downstairs to the living room to discuss the details of the two children's marriage. As for the storeroom that was locked from the outside, no one thought that someone had entered it. What kind of great battle happened in it? Only heaven, earth, Ryuto, and Dunya knew. 2 hours later, the sun had completely risen, and the roof of the Saito Guild Hall headquarters was illuminated. Gotcha! The lock outside the storeroom was shaken by a hand in the room, and it directly shook into two halves and fell to the ground. The door opened, and Ryuto walked out with a satisfied expression. Beside him was Dunya, who was wearing an exquisite rose gold ring inlaid with diamonds. Her face was flushed, and there were faint sweat stains on her forehead. Within 2 hours, it was unknown what kind of competition the two of them had in the room. Perhaps it was a competition of inner strength, or perhaps it was a competition of physical strength, or perhaps it was a competition of speed, or perhaps it was a competition of tenacity. In short, this fight was much more difficult than the previous fight in the ring. But although it was hard, Ryuto was a martial artist, and Dunya was also a martial artist. Everyone was a martial artist, so naturally, they were not afraid of this hard work. Even Ryuto wanted to stay in the storeroom longer. Before leaving, Dunya looked at the person next to her who was reluctant to leave the storeroom and always looked back. She couldn't help but laugh. Is it comfortable to stay in there? Ryuto smacked his lips and said, "Hiss, it's comfortable, it's really comfortable. I don't want to come out after going in." As this person said, his face was full of aftertaste, like a pig that had just eaten cabbage. Dunya asked in confusion, "Hey. Is the storeroom so good? Don't you think it's narrow? It's not good to turn around, the air is also very stuffy, and the walls are also strange." Ryuto also asked in confusion, "Storeroom? You're asking about the storeroom? Go away. Go to hell." The moment she reacted, Dunya couldn't help but pounce on Ryuto and beat him fiercely. She was like a cute kitten that was angry but rushed to its owner with a red face. Chapter 374. That night, when Ryuto and Kazuma returned home in the starry night, it was almost early in the morning. How should they put it? In short, discussing the details of this wedding was much more tiring than they had imagined. According to Saito Takahiro and other members of the hall, the wedding should be carried out according to the traditional Japanese wedding. After all, the Saito family was an ancient family with a long tradition. It was not strange for them to make such a request. But the problem was that Dunya suddenly appeared after knowing about it. She directly rejected the family's proposal and asked Ryuto to marry her in a Russian wedding. In Dunya's words, when she went to Moscow with her mother, Ovila, to attend other people's wedding, Ovila looked at the Russian wedding dress on the bride and said with a smile that she wanted to see her daughter wearing such a dress. Although Ovila was no longer around, Dunya still had to fulfill her mother's last wish, which was to hold a wedding where she could wear a Russian wedding dress. Of course, Dunya's proposal, in the traditional and old-fashioned Saito family, was naturally impossible to pass. How could the ancient Saito family allow their eldest daughter to marry in the northern Russian wedding ceremony? Therefore, the family members who heard this broke out violent resistance, until they were suppressed by Dunya alone. It was too scary. The scene at that time was really scary. At that time, Ryuto and Kazuma were sitting in the VIP seats, watching the eldest daughter of the Saito family go crazy in public, and beat up the relatives who did not agree to hold a Russian wedding one by one. Most of the relatives of the Saito family were martial artists, and they were all famous in the martial arts world. They were very powerful martial artists. But such a group of martial artists were like paper in front of Dunya, and no one could even block her punch. Amidst the noisy crowd, Dunya was like an elephant that had rushed into a crowd of people. A casual punch from her could send people flying more than 10 meters away, and she even knocked down several people in the air. It was like watching an action movie. But it was also a matter of course. Although Ryuto suffered a lot of punches from Dunya when he fought with her, this silver violent bear's punch was not something that ordinary creatures could take. It was easy to break bones with one punch. At least 50 or 60 people were beaten until their limbs were broken, and even the ambulance was called. Dunya stood on the podium and shouted to the crowd below, "You guys. If you don't agree, this young lady will break all your legs. Then I will sever the relationship with you. Do you agree or not?" "Yes. Agree. Strongly agree." Suddenly, the relatives with bruises on their faces under the stage nodded quickly. They raised their hands faster than anyone else, which was the essence of France. What a joke, don't agree. If they didn't agree, wouldn't they be courting death? She really had the heart to break their legs, and it would be considered as her loss if they lost even 1 point. So when everyone saw the power of their young lady, no one dared to say a word to her at this time. They could only helplessly agree to Dunya's proposal of a Russian-style wedding. This was also something that couldn't be helped. After all, the Saitu Guild had always respected strength. In the past, Saitu was so arrogant and overbearing, but he could have such a high status in the family because his fist was big enough and his strength was strong enough. Now that Dunya's strength had surpassed Saitu's, coupled with her violent personality, even Wuhong didn't dare to say anything to his daughter, lest he be punched to the ceiling and never come back down. However, after seeing today's scene where the marriage proposal scene turned into a gang fight scene, Itsuma couldn't help but remind on the way back, Dunya's personality is more or less. You have to be careful in the future. Itsuma was also considering his son's face. He didn't say the words, more or less violent, but his meaning was more or less like that. After all, no matter who it was, after seeing such a daughter-in-law who beat up 50 to 60 relatives on the spot, they couldn't help but feel secretly frightened. Fortunately, Itsuma was used to seeing the world, otherwise, he might have fainted on the spot. But Ryudo shook his head, smiled, and said, "It's okay, she's only fierce to outsiders, but she's very kind to me. That's the best." Although Ryudo didn't have any special reaction to Dunya's fierceness, Itsuma still had some lingering fear in his heart. It had to be said that among the 3 daughters-in-law, the one that Itsuma didn't have to worry about the most was still the little girl from Kamiyoshi, Colored Glaze. After all, Colored Glaze was born in the strict Kamiyoshi clan since young. Not only was she well educated, she was also meticulous in her thinking, and she was also quite outstanding in terms of etiquette, so she wouldn't do something like beating up relatives in public. So, compared to Yunyen who loved excitement and was rebellious, and Dunya who was like a panda turned into a spirit, Itsuma still valued Colored Glaze more as his daughter-in-law. In the future, when Ryudo's side settled down, he would definitely let Colored Glaze take care of things, while Yunyen and Dunya would still be in charge of taking care of the children, and the other would be in charge of fighting. Before resting that night, Itsuma couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of relief. The past 2 days of going to Tsukuminari Villa and Saitu Guild Hall headquarters were simply too tiring. But fortunately, tomorrow's Kamishiro Imperial Garden would be the last stop. As long as he settled the matters with the Kamiyoshi clan, Itsuma would be able to free himself. Besides, compared to the Tsukuminari family and the Saitu family, which were 2 strange families with 1 scholar and 1 warrior, the Kamiyoshi clan should be easier to deal with, right? Itsuma couldn't help but let out a relieved smile when he thought of Lady Ruehue and Lady Colored Glaze's dignified and elegant appearances. However, what Itsuma didn't expect was that tomorrow's marriage proposal ceremony in Kamishiro Imperial Garden would be the most troublesome, because the in-law on the other side suddenly disappeared. That's right, disappeared. And the name of the in-law who disappeared was Lady Ruehue Kaneshiro. No one could have predicted that the head of the Kamiyoshi clan would suddenly disappear. Itsuma and Ryudo only received this piece of information when they arrived at the dignified and elegant Kamishiro Imperial Garden the next day. You. What did you say? Lady Ruehue disappeared. Did she go to the washroom? After hearing the old butler's words, Ryudo couldn't help but scratch the back of his head, as if he didn't understand the severity of the problem. Bang! Instantly, Luli, who was beside him, couldn't help but knock on his head. She said angrily, "Go to hell. Mother has disappeared for a few hours already. We just found out." Because of Ruehue's sudden disappearance, the Kamiyoshi clan was more or less anxious, and everyone was anxiously looking for the head of the clan. However, Ruehue's disappearance seemed to have been premeditated. She actually built a tunnel in her room that led to the outside world and secretly slipped away. Coincidentally, it was the same day that Ryuto and his son came to propose marriage. Now that the in-law's mother suddenly ran away, the father and son who came to propose marriage were stunned. It was also thanks to a gentle-looking woman who looked similar to Ruehue and colored glaze that the father and son didn't continue to stay in front of the Kamishiro Imperial Garden like statues. "Sorry, the family is in chaos right now, please forgive me for not being a good host." After the father and son were welcomed in, the woman who looked slightly younger than Ruehue and slightly older than colored glaze, the current head of the Kamiyoshi clan, Jingyan Kaneshiro, said to the two with a bitter smile. Speaking of which, this was Ryuto's first time meeting the head of the Kamiyoshi clan, who was also the last, Zaiwang, of the Kamiyoshi clan. Jingyan Kaneshiro was Ruehue Kaneshiro's younger sister, colored glaze's aunt. She was also the one who was imprisoned in the Tenzai Shrine as a Zaiwang not long ago and was also the one who was imprisoned as a living sacrifice. Normally, Jingyan Kaneshiro still had about half a year before she could be released from the Tenzai Shrine, until colored glaze turned 18 and went to the Tenzai Shrine to take over her position. The reason why Jingyan had been released half a year earlier was because her position as the House King had been completely abolished some time ago. The shackles on the women of the Kanzai family had finally been broken in the generation of the two sisters. The project to abolish the Zaiwang system started after Ruehue took over the position of Golden Heron and replaced the Ise Shrine High Priest, Takehara Shrine. In terms of the basic purpose, the Zaiwang system was actually beneficial for the Shinto religion to continue to establish its dominance. It was definitely beneficial for the upper class, but it was unfair to the women who were Zaiwang. Ruehui herself was one of the victims of the Fast King system. After she ascended to the throne, she naturally used forceful means to abolish this rubbish system. She also killed a group of religious priests who came to protest. That was why Jingyan Kaneshiro was able to be released from prison early and live a normal life. By the way, I was able to be released early and colored glaze didn't have to go to prison anymore because of everyone's help. Thank you very much. Jingyan was well aware of how the Zaiwang system was abolished and how Ruehui became the Golden Heron. That was why she bowed slightly to Ryuto to express her gratitude. Jingyan was an elder after all. Ryuto hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. This is what I should do. But no matter how you look at it, it did shorten my term of office a little. Although this situation is not fair to my sister. Unfair to sister. Lady Ruehue. Yeah. Sister is the last Zaiwang of the Kamiyoshi clan to complete her term. I'm sure she had mixed feelings when she saw colored glaze preparing to get married." Jingyan couldn't help but sigh when she mentioned her sister. Chapter 375. Although Ruehui and Jingyan were sisters, Jingyan didn't really understand her sister. After all, there was a huge age gap between the two sisters, and they had only lived together for a short period of time. In the past few years, either Ruehui or Jingyan had been locked up in the Tenzai Shrine. It was like the two sisters took turns to be locked up, with one going in and the other coming out. But since a few days ago, when Ruehui learned that Longdo and Longdo were coming to propose marriage, her attitude became somewhat incomprehensible. Logically speaking, when a daughter was about to get married, a mother's feelings would be complicated. She would be reluctant to let her daughter leave her side, but she would also hope for her daughter's happiness. But Rui Hui's situation wasn't like that. At least, from Jingyan's point of view, her sister seemed to be jealous. It was a bit laughable. A mother jealous of her daughter. Jealous of what? Jealous that her daughter could get married. Needless to say, there was really such a possibility. It wasn't that Jingyan didn't understand this feeling. After all, it was extremely difficult for a Kanzai family's daughter to get married in a normal way. It could be said that it was basically impossible. In the past few years, there weren't many women in the family who got married properly. Most of them would just find a random man to mate with and give birth to a few more daughters. Only women could inherit the position of Tenzai Shrine. Only by inheriting the position would the family have status. These rules were so strict that even a capable woman like Rui Hui could not escape this fate. She could only be locked up alive for 20 years before being released. Furthermore, after being released, she was ordered to immediately find someone to breed with. Looking at it from this perspective, Jing Yan could understand her older sister's feelings. It truly wasn't easy to marry someone you liked, especially in a trash family like the Kanzaki family. Of course, being jealous of her own daughter was a bit too much. So when Ryuto asked, where might Madame Rui Hui have run off to? Jingyan was also too embarrassed to say that her sister might have run away because she was jealous that her daughter had married well. She felt that it would bring shame to the Kamiyoshi family and even make their ancestors crawl out of their graves in anger. However, since he couldn't get an answer from Jingyan and Colored Glaze was also confused, Ryuto could only think of a way to find it himself. After all, if Ruehue wasn't there, then the marriage proposal ceremony wouldn't be able to proceed. So, Kazuma and Ryuto could only sit and wait in the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, which was quite awkward. But where would Ruehue go? In Ryuto's opinion, if it was a place that was easy to guess, then the group of guardian ninjas would have found it long ago, and Ryuto wouldn't have to look for it himself. In other words, Rui Hui's current location was definitely a place that no one could easily guess. A place where Madame Rui Hui could be. Generally speaking, a beauty like her would not wander around the streets, otherwise, she would have been discovered long ago. But if she wasn't on the streets, could it be? Suddenly, Ryuto seemed to have thought of two places where Rui Hui might be. In the past few days after the battle with the Heavenly Eye group, Ryuto and Rui Hui had talked about Iam in private, including the time when Rui Hui and Iam stayed by the lakeside with a golden osmanthus tree. If Rui Hui ran away from home, would she go to the lakeside to reminisce about the past? Thinking of this, Ryuto told Kazuma and Jingyan, and he quickly piloted the Wallace in the direction of the lakeside that Rui Hui mentioned. Unfortunately, Ryuto flew around the lakeside for a while, but he still couldn't find any trace of Rui Hui. She obviously wasn't here. If she wasn't here, then there was only one last place left. It shouldn't be, right? For Ryuto, there were only two special places he knew related to Rui Hui. One was the lakeside where he spent some time with Iam, and the other was the prison where Rui Hui had the deepest resentment. Tenzai Shrine. Tenzai Shrine, this place was a nightmare for all Kamiyoshi women, and it was a nightmare that would last for at least 20 years. This place should also be a place that left a deep impression on Rui Hui. After all, she had stayed there for 20 years. However, because the Zaiwang system had recently been abolished, the famous shrine was facing the fate of being demolished or changed into a tourist destination. But it shouldn't be implemented so soon. Thinking of this, Long Do quickly got on the Wallace and flew toward the divine palace that he had never been to before, but he had a rough idea of where it was. Tenzai Shrine wasn't located near Yodo City where Kanzai Imperial Garden was located, but far to the west in Kyoto. Strictly speaking, Tenzai Shrine didn't exist on its own. It was located at the northwest corner of Kyoto Imperial Garden, in the Shangjin district of Kyoto City. It was part of the entire Kyoto Imperial Garden and was equivalent to a single room in a building. Kyoto was the administrative center during the Heian era. In the past 1,000 years, this place had been the residence of the emperors of the past. However, after the emperors moved to the new capital of Tokyo, Kyoto became a huge tourist attraction. Although Kyoto Imperial Garden had become a tourist attraction, there were still some important areas that were not open to the public, including Tensai Shrine, where the previous Saiwang served. However, although this place was called a shrine, it was actually just a small religious building with stone walls on the outside and white sand on the inside. It looked like it had gone through a long history and was covered with years of wind and frost. If Ryuto didn't know that this was the famous shrine, he might not have paid too much attention to it when he passed by. Anyway, it looked short and small, and it didn't have the grandeur that a shrine should have. At this time, there was no one around Kyoto Imperial Garden. The interior of Tensai Shrine was a little messy because the staff inside had been driven away, resulting in no one to take care of it. In the quiet and dim space, there was no sign of life. There was only a familiar figure kneeling in front of a statue in the depths of the shrine. It was a statue made of white jade. The size of the statue was similar to a real person, and it was doing something similar to a dance. Tensai Shrine. Although it wasn't the one in Kansai Courtyard, the workmanship was almost the same as that one. Speaking of which, Ryuto more or less had some fate with this goddess. He would always remember how pitiful he looked when he was polishing the statue in front of colored glaze. However, the person who was looking up at the Tensai Shrine statue wasn't colored glaze. Instead, it was the main culprit who had caused the Kamiyoshi clan to run away, Kansai Ruehue. Actually, to Ruehue, why she came back here, and what she intended to do after coming back, she didn't even think about it. Right now, she was just staring blankly at the jade statue that she had seen so many times during her 20 years in prison that she wanted to vomit. She didn't think about anything, and she didn't do anything. It was as if every day and night had passed in this place. This feeling of emptiness was really annoying. After who knew how much time had passed, Ruehue couldn't help but sigh slightly. There was also a faint hint of anger on her face. Of course, Ruehue's anger wasn't directed at anything else, but at herself. Ruehue, the fool who suddenly abandoned everything and chose to run away without saying a word. She even turned off her phone. Ruehue's anger was directed at Ruehue. How could I do such a thing? Aren't I too shameless? Perhaps even Ruehue herself didn't know the reason why she did it. Before Ryuto and his son came to ask for her hand in marriage, Ruehue mysteriously got up from her bed. She felt as if there was a voice in her heart crying for her to run away. Ever since she was born, Ruehue had only followed her heart's voice twice. The first time was after she was abandoned by Im. She followed her heart's voice and specially went overseas to have a test tube baby. The second time was before Colored Glaze and Ryuto got married. She followed her heart's voice and ran away from Kansai Imperial Garden without looking back. She came to this Tensai Shrine. However, the former could be understood as a clear goal to fill the emptiness in her heart. However, the latter was more or less capricious. Ruehue never dreamed that this word would be used on her one day. Ever since she was in her 50s, she had never been capricious. After all, Ruehue was not capricious. As Kamiyoshi's daughter, as the Tensai Shrine's Tensai Shrine Empress, as the leader of the ruling family, she didn't have the right to be capricious. But how should she put it? When she clearly sensed that Colored Glaze was about to get married, Ruehue felt as if her heart was suddenly missing a corner. Her mind was also confused. When she came back to her senses, she was already here. She appeared in this prison where she had sat for 20 years. She sat there like an idiot, not knowing what to do. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Ruehue was thinking about what to do next, how to explain to her sister, daughter, in-laws, and son-in-law why she did such a thing, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside. Is it the staff here who came back to get something? Because she knew that the Tensai shrine had been abolished, Ruehue didn't think too much about it. Instead, she said without turning her head, if there's anything you want to take, then do it. Just don't bother me. Suddenly, a young voice full of ridicule laughed and said, Is that so? Then let's break this jade statue and take it away. It's a waste to leave it here anyway. We can even turn it into a bracelet and sell it for some money. The moment she heard this, Ruehue raised her eyebrows. She thought to herself, this staff member is so shameless. He even wants to take away the statue in the Divine Palace. Why don't we call the police and take him away? But then, her slightly turbid pupils suddenly widened. Obviously, she recognized the identity of this shameless fellow from this familiar voice. Thus, Ruehue hurriedly turned her head to take a look and saw Longdo's familiar figure walking over with a strange smile. This caused the former Tensai king to be stunned. After all, although Ruehue didn't expect someone to find her, she didn't expect this person to be Ryudo. Chapter 376. After entering the depths of the palace, he saw Ruehue's surprised face. Longdo, on the other hand, unceremoniously sat down beside her and also raised his head to look at the statue of Heavenly Charms. I'm guessing you didn't come here because you missed the past, right? After looking at it for a second, Ryudo asked in a relaxed tone. Although he didn't know why Ruehue came here, Ryudo didn't need to look to know that she didn't like this kind of place. What Tianjai Divine Palace? What Tianjai King? To put it bluntly, it was just a small shabby room with a small shabby idol inside. Staying in this damned place for 20 years was no different from going to jail. In fact, it might be worse than going to jail. Therefore, Ruehue must have come here for some other reason. When she saw Ryudo, she was silent for a while, and then whispered, Ryudo-kun. In your eyes, what kind of person am I? Ruehue's voice was low and hollow, as if she was going to fly to heaven in the next second. If he didn't know that her body was stronger than a cow, Ryudo would think that she had some kind of terminal illness. So facing this strange question, Ryudo said honestly, a very respectable elder, a very trustworthy ally, and a very charming woman. The last sentence, with Ryudo's identity, shouldn't be said, but he couldn't help but say it. After all, from the first time he saw Ruehue, Ryudo knew that he was mesmerized by this woman. In terms of identity, it shouldn't be, but people's hearts were like this. It didn't mean that they wouldn't think about things that they shouldn't think about. Especially after so many things happened later, including the knee pillow in the Kamashiro villa and the accidental coma and hug in the Kamashiro Imperial Garden, Ryudo sometimes found it even harder to treat Ruehue as a simple elder. There wasn't a single wrinkle on her face, and her appearance and temperament were more mature than Lu Li's. Especially after taking the pill, her skin had become tender, firm, and elastic. No matter how one looked at it, she didn't look like an old woman of her age. For such a world-class beauty, if there was any man who didn't think she was charming, then there was probably something wrong with that man. So Ryudo's words were very honest, and it was obvious that it came from the bottom of his heart. When Ruehue heard this, she smiled and said, You can see it clearly. Unfortunately, I'm confused now. Confused? What do you mean? In other words, I've lost my way on the road of life. No, I should say that I have never found my own direction. Ruehue couldn't help but sigh when she said this. In Ruehue's eyes, her life was a complete failure, a farce, because this stupid woman had never lived for herself for a single day. Ever since she was young, her mother had taught her that as the eldest daughter of the Kamiyoshi family, she had to give up everything for the family. Alright, Rue Hui gave it up. She gave up all of her youth and gave up all of the rights that young people should have. She openly carried out her role as the eldest daughter of the Kamishiro family. When the curtains finally fell on Rue Hui's identity as the eldest daughter of the Kamishiro family, she quickly received new roles: mother of the colored glaze, and head of the Kamiyoshi family. As a mother, Rue Hui felt that she did her best for the colored glaze. She didn't dare to slack off for over 10 years. Similarly, as a head of the family, Rue Hui was even more dedicated. Even when she knew that she was about to die from a terminal illness, she still didn't forget to arrange things for her after death. By now, anyone would be satisfied with the 3 roles that Rue Hui played. She was a perfect daughter of the Kamiyoshi family that they were proud of. She was a perfect mother that her daughter was proud of. She was a perfect head of the family that everyone praised. However, even though Rue Hui had played so many roles, the only role that she hadn't played was the role of Rue Hui Kamishiro. I can play any role that people praise, but I can't be myself, nor can I be myself. As time passed, Rue Hui forgot who she was. It was as if she was locked in these roles. Especially since her daughter was about to get married, and the Kamiyoshi family was about to come to an end. Time was about to return to normal, and she didn't know what she should do. She didn't need to worry about her family's matters anymore. She also didn't need to worry about her daughter's matters anymore. Then what else could Rue Hui worry about in the future? What else did she want to do? Nothing at all. Rue Hui was going to live a boring life of eating and waiting for death. Only now did Rue Hui realize that she was just like a Kamiyoshi puppet. She seemed to be well-dressed, but she didn't have a soul of her own. Rue Hui couldn't help but smile wryly at this point. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Rue Hui Kamishiro, who usually acts so wise and calm, actually has such strange thoughts. Although Rue Hui said that, Ryuto didn't think that it was ridiculous at all. Instead, he felt that this woman in front of him was rather pitiful. Indeed, it wasn't just Rue Hui who had forgotten who she was. Even Ryuto and Colored Glaze didn't think about probing into her inner thoughts. After all, in the eyes of Colored Glaze and Ryuto, Rue Hui was a perfect mother and elder. As for other things, they didn't need to, and they wouldn't. But if even her closest daughter and son-in-law didn't want to probe into her inner thoughts, then who else in the world would? Who else would care about what this woman was thinking? Instantly, after sensing Rue Hui's helplessness and confusion, Ryuto stood up and said, "Since you've realized it now, then leave the rest of your time for yourself and live for yourself again. It's a good thing. Live for myself again." Hearing this, Rue Hui also stood up and said, "How? Live for myself again?" In fact, from a physical point of view, Rue Hui had already been reborn. After all, the pill she had taken before had the ability to change her body and cleanse her marrow. It directly pulled her body back to the age of a teenager. But rebirth didn't just depend on physical age. It also had to be changed psychologically. So Ryuto reached out and touched his chin, and asked, "Actually, you've stayed in this broken god palace for so long. Didn't you think of anything fun?" "I just wanted to leave as soon as possible. How could I care about whether it was fun or not?" "Is that so? Then try it now. The fun of life is everywhere. It just depends on whether you know how to find it or not." Speaking of this, Ryuto looked at the heavenly concubine statue in front of him, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. He then went to the side, found a sharp sacrificial instrument from the messy sacrificial altar, and pulled Rue Hui's wrist to the front of the jade statue. Hiss! The moment Ryuto casually pulled her hand, Rue Hui couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. Although he only pulled her wrist and didn't hold hands like a couple, this degree of contact was enough to make her feel confused. This was nothing. It was just a gesture of intimacy between a junior and an elder. There was nothing special about it. Seeing that Ryuto didn't have any special expression, Rue Hui could only comfort herself like this in her heart. But in the next moment, Ryuto put the sharp sacrificial instrument in Rue Hui's hand, held her wrist, and raised it to the face of the heavenly concubine statue. He smiled and said, "Come, try to draw a little turtle on this thing's face." Ha! After understanding the reason why Ryuto took the sharp sacrificial instrument, Rue Hui was stunned at first, then she couldn't help but smile and said, "That. Ryuto-kun. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Scribbling in places that shouldn't be scribbled, and even scratching the face of the statue, Rue Hui had never done this kind of thing since she was young. After all, if she did it, she would inevitably be scolded and grounded by her mother. You see, you can't let go, right? Since you want to live for yourself again, then you have to find the mentality of when you were young. When you were young, did you never have the thought of breaking the rules and doing something that shouldn't be done?" At this time, Ryuto was like a demon that wanted to drag people into hell, and he guided Rue Hui's ears. Breaking the rules. Doing something that shouldn't be done. The moment she heard this sentence, Rue Hui seemed to understand a little. To put it bluntly, humans were this kind of strange creatures. The more they shouldn't do something, the more they would feel happy doing it. As the eldest daughter of Kamiyoshi, Rue Hui was naturally taught to follow the rules since she was young. Not to mention drawing a little turtle on the statue, she didn't even have the experience of scribbling on the wall. After growing up, Rue Hui of course could scribble on the wall. As the ruler, she had the power to do anything. But just like a bird that had been locked in a cage for too long, even if the physical cage had been removed, the cage in its heart still existed. Regarding this principle, with Rue Hui's intelligence, she naturally understood. Ryuto-kun's meaning is to let me break the shackles, and find myself again. Then let's give it a try. After understanding, Rue Hui took a deep breath, and with Ryuto's help, she slashed the sharp sacrificial instrument in her hand on the heavenly staff statue. Zap! Accompanied by a sharp noise, a long scratch appeared on the face of the jade statue, and it looked like it was disfigured. This feeling is so good. Rue Hui looked at the statue that should have been spotless, should have been treated with respect, and had been passed down in this heavenly staff temple for hundreds of years, and condensed the entire history of her family, being destroyed by her own hands, but she felt a strong sense of pleasure in her heart. This was a very special kind of pleasure, the pleasure of breaking the taboo. When Rue Hui chose to break free from the shackles of her family, the shackles of the Shinto religion, and the shackles of the secular world, and did these things, the pressure that had accumulated in her heart for who knew how many years was released at the same time. And the pleasure of breaking free from the shackles of morality and doing something against the rules actually had a special term, and that was moral betrayal. Chapter 377. When the word moral sense was mentioned, most people would immediately think of something very bad. But in fact, the scope of this word was quite large. Any situation that violated the rules or morals, and could obtain pleasure from it could be described as moral sense. Speaking of which, Rue Hui actually did some very evil things in the eyes of ordinary people. For example, recently, she used the identity of a golden heron to wash the religious world with blood, killing almost all the diehards in the shrines and palaces, and so on. But these actions were only based on the consideration of interests and standpoints. It had nothing to do with Rue Hui's personal preferences, and she didn't obtain any pleasure from it. Otherwise, she would become a murderous maniac, and she wasn't such a person. So, no matter how many things Rue Hui did before, how many things she did that violated the rules or morals, it had nothing to do with moral sense. It was just a conflict of standpoints. And the scene of Rui Hui using a sharp sacrificial tool to draw a little turtle on the jade statue was purely for fun, and it didn't involve any interests or standpoints. Was this action more serious than killing people? Definitely not. Was it moral? It was definitely immoral. After all, in Rui Hui's understanding, the statue was very sacred and inviolable, so how could it be used for such boring entertainment? But in the process of Rui Hui doing this, she seemed to find that her mood seemed to be a lot better, and the depression that seemed to be surrounding her dissipated a lot. After casually drawing a little turtle on the face of the heavenly demon statue, Rui Hui turned around and asked, "Ryuto-kun, I drew." Rui Hui originally wanted to ask, "How did I draw?" But who knew that the moment she turned her head, she found that Ryuto's face was actually very close to her face. Thinking about it, now that Ryuto was standing beside Rui Hui, and his hand was holding her wrist, the two's bodies were naturally very close. In this situation, when Rui Hui turned her head, her face was only a fist away from Ryuto's face, and it was almost the distance that she could breathe on each other's face. The moment they noticed this, the two were stunned at the same time, and they stared at each other's face in close proximity. What a beautiful face. Speaking of which, it seemed to be the first time Ryuto stared at Rui Hui's face at such a close distance, especially after she ate the elixir and returned to her youth. Even at this distance, the skin on Rui Hui's face was still delicate and flawless, tender and beautiful like a blooming flower. Coupled with her perfect facial features and her feminine charm, it was hard to imagine that she was a woman in her 50s. At the same time, Rui Hui also sensed the strong masculine scent on Ryuto at close range. This familiar smell and feeling reminded her of the unprecedented detoxification incident in the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. In fact, after the detoxification incident, Rui Hui had cursed herself countless times for being such a shameless woman. Speaking of which, although Ryuto's situation was critical at that time, it wasn't to the point that Rui Hui had to do it personally. It was actually just that she had a need in this area, so she waited for the opportunity to act, and she acted happily. After all, Rui Hui was also a normal woman of the right age, and it was normal to have a need in that area, but the situation at that time was so ridiculous that she couldn't help but feel dizzy every time she thought about it. Now, the two suddenly came into close contact, and Rui Hui smelled the familiar scent again, and felt the touch of his solid body, causing this Kamiyoshi, who hadn't touched a man for a long time, to be unable to hold it in. Ugh! Back then, I was so embarrassed. When she thought of the scene at that time, Rui Hui felt a bang in her head, as if 100,000 fireworks exploded at the same time, and her brain was almost fried. Because she was too shocked, Rui Hui couldn't help but blush slightly, and she threw the sacrificial tool in her hand on the ground and said, "I'm tired of this. Is there anything else to play with? Is that so? Then try to break this whole jade statue. Breaking this kind of thing can relieve a lot of stress." Ryuto also felt that the atmosphere became a bit awkward, so he quickly changed the topic, and took out a huge hammer from nowhere. He should have hurriedly bought it from the Krypton Gold store. Smashing it seems like a good idea. For such an interesting suggestion, Rui Hui naturally wouldn't refuse, so she picked up the hammer and with the help of Ryuto, hammered at the jade statue. Because the whole body of the statue was made of jade, its hardness was actually not that good. Rui Hui hammered a few times, and Ryuto's 80, 80, 80 cheering, and quickly hammered down a hand. "What do you mean by 80? It's a custom. When my hometown moves the hammer, they will shout 80. What a strange custom." Although Rui Hui secretly complained, she still silently recited this strange number in her heart. Bang! 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 Rip! Crack! As Ruehui and Ryudo played more and more in the Tianjai Divine Palace, unknowingly, they broke the precious statue, tore the ancient scriptures, and broke the sacrificial tools that had been passed down for many years. In less than half an hour, the Divine Palace was already a mess. At first glance, it looked like a garbage dump, showing how much fun the two of them had. Phew! Ha, ha 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 ha. When Ruehui finally came back to her senses, she couldn't help but let out a happy laugh, as if she had obtained great satisfaction from the happy activity of the brat tearing down the house. At this time, Ryudo, who had poured a pile of kerosene inside the Divine Palace, walked over with a lighter, and smiled at Ruehui. Okay, the last step, directly send him to the sky with a fire. In the future, this damned place has nothing to do with you. But this Divine Palace is connected to the Kyoto Imperial Garden next to it. If this is burned, this damned place is not your home. Burning it won't do you any harm. What are you afraid of? Seeing that Ruehui was still a little hesitant, Ryudo forced the lighter into her hand, and showed a forthright smile. This close smile moved Ruehui. She looked at the lighter in her hand, then looked at Ryudo's face, and for a moment, she couldn't tell which side of the fire was more ferocious. Therefore, under Ryudo's support, enticement, Ruehui lit the lighter and burned the entire Tianjai Divine Palace to the ground. The flames, along with the kerosene that Ryudo had scattered, burned fiercely, illuminating the dark interior of the Divine Palace. Ruehui stood at the door, watching the Divine Palace that had restrained her youth slowly being engulfed by the red lotus fire, and her eyes began to flicker slightly. In the rising air, she seemed to have returned to a few decades ago, to the countless torturous nights she had spent in this damned place. As the flames sublimated, Ruehui also felt her already cold body and heart gradually become hot, as if her youth that had been buried here was burned away by the flames and returned to where it should be. Let's go. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, Ryudo pulled Ruehui's wrist, wanting to take her away from here. But Ruehui shook her head, smiled, and said, "Wait, Ryudo-kun, I still have something to do." "What is it?" Just close your eyes first. This kind of thing is a little embarrassing." Looking at the smiling woman in front of him, although Ryudo didn't know what she was planning, he could only obediently close his eyes. "What does Madame Ruehui want to do?" "Since he couldn't let me see it, it must be something very obscene. For example, doing something indecent in the burning Divine Palace. Doing a striptease or something." Thinking of this, Ryudo's face unconsciously blushed. Because it was hard for him to imagine that the usually dignified and elegant Madame Ruehui would do something strange in this sacred place. But in reality, after Ryudo closed his eyes, he only felt a noble fragrance slowly approaching, and there was a strange feeling on his mouth. It was quite comfortable, like something smooth like jelly was gently pressed against his mouth, and then quickly retreated. This feeling is... Ryudo wasn't a virgin, so he naturally knew what this strange feeling meant. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Ruehui looking at him with a smile, squinting her eyes. "There's something on your mouth. I helped you wipe it, now it looks much better." After saying that, she hummed a song and walked out with light steps. It was as if the raging fire behind her had become frivolous and playful. "Aw. My mouth. Oh, okay, thank you very much. So she just helped me wipe it." Looking at Ruehui's leisurely back, Ryudo first unconsciously thanked her, and then quickly followed. But thinking about it carefully, was it really the touch of fingers or handkerchief? That soft jelly feeling, and the breath that was close to the limit. Aren't they all a little familiar? Ryudo didn't dare to think about it, and he didn't dare to ask. He could only drive the Wallace and bring Ruehui, who seemed to be in a good mood, back to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. "Mother! Where did you go? You scared us to death." Seeing Rue Hui appear in the main hall, Colored Glaze, who was scared half to death by her sudden disappearance, couldn't help but run over and hug the woman who just did something big. Okay. You're about to get married, but you're still like a child, crying when you don't see anyone. After patting her daughter's back and smiling, Rue Hui looked at Ryuto, who was explaining to Jingyan and Yima. Slurp. Rue Hui couldn't help but lick her lips, and a sly look appeared in her eyes. So this is the legendary feeling of carrying someone. It feels pretty good, I should try it more in the future. Hee, but I have to carry Colored Glaze. Holding her beloved daughter in her arms, and looking at her daughter's future husband, Rue Hui couldn't help but think. At the same time, she felt like she suddenly became a lot younger, in all aspects. Chapter 378. After Rue Hui returned, the rest of the matters were easily resolved. She quickly and easily discussed with her in-law Kazuma about the situation of the two children's weddings. She also easily helped Kazuma solve many problems in the blink of an eye. For example, the Kamiyoshi family requested a Japanese wedding, the Saito family requested a Russian wedding, and the Tsukujiri family requested a Western wedding. These three families each had their own groups of guests, and each had their own needs. Since this was the first mass wedding after the law was changed, it was 3 times more difficult to organize than a normal wedding. Especially when it came to preparation, it was practically hellish. It could be a complete mess at any moment. Regarding this, Rue Hui's solution was the mixed wedding method. The core idea was that after being together for a long time, they would separate for a long time, and after being separated for a long time, they would reunite. Although it sounded complicated, the core of this solution was that the Kanzaki, Tsukujiri, and Saito families would prepare their own Japanese, Western, and Russian weddings in 3 different locations. Normally speaking, no matter what kind of wedding it was, there would be a few common processes. For example, welcoming the bride, welcoming the guests, giving a speech, exchanging rings, cutting the cake, toasting each table, and so on. Because the 3 families chose different wedding methods, they couldn't hold them together. In that case, they could have Ryuto appear at all 3 weddings at different times. For example, our Kamiyoshi family's wedding will be at 11:40 a.m. Then, the Tsukujiri family's wedding will be at 12:20 a.m., and the Saito family's wedding will be at 12:20 a.m. Ryuto-kun can go to the first and then the second. After all 3 families' ceremonies are over, they can all gather and have a final group photo together. I see. That's a good idea. After hearing Rue Hui's words, Kazuma couldn't help but nod. Speaking of which, Kazuma was already having a hard time thinking about how to prepare for these 3 weddings. After all, he was an extreme gangster. He had never prepared a wedding before, especially when it came to the weddings of 3 rich families. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Now, with Rue Hui's suggestion, things were much simpler. Next, she would be in charge of negotiating with Tsukimi and Seito's family about the wedding day schedule. She would see how to make Ryuto appear at various locations. Therefore, today's marriage proposal trip was actually the easiest one for Ima. He didn't even have to say anything, and Rue Hui had already made all the necessary arrangements. It was completely different from the chaotic situation when Tsukimori and Saito were having their discussions. And so, before leaving, Kazuma couldn't help but say to Ryuto, as expected of Madame Kanzaki, "You truly are a heroine. Your work ability truly makes me feel ashamed of my inferiority." "Is that so?" "That's great." Ryuto replied absent-mindedly after hearing his father's words. For some reason, Ryuto always had a strange look on his face during the marriage proposal ceremony. It was as if he had a lot on his mind, and it seemed that he didn't dare to look at Colored Glaze's face. And after the car had already driven for some distance, Ryuto realized that he forgot one thing. He actually forgot to give the new wedding ring to Colored Glaze. Before this, Ryudo personally put the wedding ring on Yunyen and Dunya's hands. Although he still had to return the ring on the wedding day and wear it again during the ceremony, he couldn't only owe the Colored Glaze. "Pops, I'm going back, you go home first." Thinking of this, Long Do quickly opened the car window, threw out a sentence, and flew out of the car window, leaving Ima staring at the car window in a daze with an expression of, "You're crazy." At the same time, with the return of Ruehue and the departure of Kazuma and Ryudo, the Kanzaki Imperial Garden returned to its usual tranquility. He la 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 la. After the guests left, Ruehue leisurely brewed tea in her small tea room. However, her younger sister, Jingyan, who was sitting opposite her, couldn't help but feel that something was wrong with her. Sis. Did something good happen today?" Because she was too curious, Jingyan couldn't help but ask. According to what Jingyan knew, her sister should have been in a very complicated mood recently. Perhaps it was even a little bad, which was why she left early in the morning without saying goodbye. But when she was brought back by Ryudo, those complicated feelings were gone forever. She even felt like she had returned to her youth. Although it was a little strange, in Jingyan's opinion, her sister had indeed become much younger, especially in terms of temperament. Previously, Ruehue Kanzaki always gave people a feeling of magnanimity, calmness, elegance, and strictness. She was a woman who perfectly fit the role of Kanzaki Imperial Garden Master. She had a dignified aura without being angry. But now, the current leader of the Kamikaze clan was humming a song as she brewed tea. The corners of her mouth were curled up into an adorable smile, and her facial features had become much gentler. She was like a completely different person from the previous Ruehue. About this, it's probably because I've thought it through. I was too foolish before. After pouring tea for her sister, Ruehue couldn't help but shake her head. That's great. Can I ask what's the turning point that you've thought it through? I can't tell you that, even if it's you. He. When she saw the devilish smile on her elder sister's face and sensed the lust of a young girl, Jing Yan immediately understood what the opportunity was. It was a man. It was definitely related to men. Gulp. Thinking of this, Jing Yan couldn't help but gulp. Speaking of which, how long has it been since my sister's husband passed away? No, speaking of which, do I really have a brother-in-law? Actually, Jingyan had been confused about who Ruehue's husband was for many years. But even so, she was happy that her sister was able to open her heart and find true love again. However, while the two sisters were drinking tea and chatting in the tea room, a rapist suddenly appeared in Colored Glaze's room. "Hey, I'm back." Not long after, Ryudo, who had sneaked back, opened Colored Glaze's window and jumped in. Colored Glaze was removing her makeup when she suddenly saw a figure push open the window and appear in front of her. She almost sprayed makeup remover all over her face. After barely managing to steady the liquid in her hand, Colored Glaze didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you crazy? You scared me. I hope you can call this a pleasant surprise." Instantly, Ryudo revealed a joyful smile at his fiancée. It seemed that seeing Colored Glaze's panicked appearance was very interesting to him. After that, he walked up to Colored Glaze and said with a smile, "Actually, I came back because there's something else I want to do." "What is it?" "Aha. Just close your eyes first. It's a bit embarrassing." "What are you doing? We're already an old married couple." Although Luli said this on the surface, she still obediently closed her eyes. At the same time, she pouted her lips slightly, with a "come and kiss me" gesture. Obviously, she roughly knew what Long Do wanted to do. Colored Glaze said that she didn't want to play this kind of game to increase the mood, but she was very honest in her heart. It was also because of her personality that Ryudo especially liked to tease her. But what Colored Glaze didn't expect was that in the next second, what welcomed her was not a passionate kiss, but the feeling of a warm and slightly rough object brushing across her lips. Without a doubt, this wasn't the feeling of lips, but of fingers. After opening her eyes, Colored Glaze looked at Ryuto, who was staring at her. She asked in annoyance and amusement, "Can you explain what you're doing? Can you feel what just happened?" "Nonsense, can't you tell the difference between lips and fingers?" At this point, Colored Glaze stretched out her slender white finger and brushed it across Ryuto's lips. Then, she leaned over and kissed him on the lips. She smiled and said, "Can you tell now? It's not the same feeling at all, it's far from the same." "Okay, I completely understand." Gulp. As Ryuto spoke, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the expression on his face became more and more strange. However, he didn't tell Colored Glaze exactly what was strange about it. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be said even if he died. Otherwise, Colored Glaze might chop him into pieces on the spot. Perhaps wanting to change the topic, Ryuto immediately took out the wedding ring that he had prepared beforehand and put it on Colored Glaze's finger. But because he was a little uneasy, he put it on her middle finger. "Did you come back to make fun of me?" Looking at the ring on her middle finger, Colored Glaze couldn't help but extend her finger vertically to show her fiancé how luxurious this wedding ring was. Seeing Ryuto awkwardly put the ring on her finger again, Colored Glaze sighed and said, Forget it, let's talk about something serious." "Something serious? Is there anything more important than our wedding?" Immediately, Ryuto put his arm around his fiancé's shoulder and said in a flattering tone, as if he was trying to cover up his ugly behavior. "Of course there is. Ahem, yesterday Aunt Jingyan said that there are more women than men in the Kansai Imperial Garden, and the yang energy is thin, so it's better to have more people." Speaking of this, Colored Glaze's pretty face blushed slightly, obviously understanding what her aunt was hinting at. Of course, Jingyan's hint wasn't as simple as the Kamiyoshi family having fewer people. Now that the situation of Colored Glaze, Yunyen, and Dunya coexisting together was unavoidable, and seeing that Tsukiheim family's eldest daughter was pregnant, the Kamiyoshi and Saito families naturally didn't want their daughters to fall behind. From a certain point of view, this was a different kind of harem fight. Although this kind of harem fight was Ryuto's favorite. Therefore, he immediately understood and carried Luli up from the chair. As he walked toward the bed, he smiled and said, "I can do something to help. Why don't we start now?" Wait. At least wait until nighttime, it's still big white. MMH. Clang. The originally open window was now locked from the inside. The curtains on the future of the Kansai family's flourishing family were slowly being drawn from today onwards. Chapter 379. After Ryuto discussed the details of the wedding with the three major families, the only thing left was to prepare and invite the guests. Due to the fact that the four major organizers of this wedding, namely the Black Hand Alliance, Kamiyoshi Clan, Tsukujiri Group, and Saito Club, had a very high status, the wedding venue was naturally as grand as possible, and there were as many guests as they wanted. In addition, because this was the first mass wedding after the marriage law was changed, the new family, including Ryuto and the three young misses, also received a lot of attention. Of course, it was mainly on the internet. People liked to talk about all kinds of romantic affairs, so they were naturally quite happy to hear that Ryuto Kiryu was going to marry three beauties at once. Of course, only a few people sincerely congratulated Ryuto and the three beauties. Most of the netizens had always regarded Ryuto as the biggest scourge of the century because he ruined three national goddesses at once. Especially when people posted photos of the three young misses on the internet, it triggered a monstrous wave of crusades against the evil dragon. In just a few days, products such as Ryuto Kiryu Curse Doll, Ryuto Kiryu Death T-shirt, Ryuto Kiryu stepping on the carpet, and other venting products were flying everywhere on the internet, and the sales were skyrocketing. Someone even developed a game that Ryuto Kiryu's head explodes with a click of the mouse and put it on the website. According to statistics, the total number of hits exceeded 1,000 trillion in 3 days, which showed how deep the resentment of the public was. However, while the anti-Ryuto wave was in full swing on the internet, Dragon products had already made a lot of money. At this time, Takahara Masato, who led the development of a series of Ryuto Kiryu venting products, was happily counting the money as he watched the company's sales soar. He laughed and scolded the group of idiots on the internet. Those guys are idiots. The boss's portrait rights are in our hands. Other than our company, who else would develop this kind of venting product? They hate the boss and give him money at the same time. They are so stupid. Gao Yuan shook his head and then went back to urge the toy development team to continue to develop more Ryuto venting products. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make more money. Just like this, the wedding of the century was about to begin. The night before the wedding, Ryuto received a special phone call. At this time, he was busy choosing a dress for the whole day, and he felt more tired than fighting a few fights. However, the voice that came from the phone made Long Do perk up all of a sudden. Hello. You are Ryuto-kun, it's been a while. A familiar voice that sounded somewhat cold came out of the phone. Ryuto only knew one woman with such a special voice, and there might not be a second one in the world. Rihanna. Are you okay? Recently. Sorry, I don't think I should ask about your whereabouts. When he received the call from the former Tenma Group Guard Department, Rihanna Tajima, Ryuto was stunned and asked a question out of curiosity, but he quickly took back his words. From a personal point of view, Ryuto and Rihanna didn't have any personal grudges, and the relationship between the two was more or less subtle. But from a collective point of view, Ryuto and Rihanna were still in a hostile state, or Rihanna was still in a state of being hunted by them. When Ryuto's wedding was ready and was about to begin tomorrow, many people didn't notice that the Tenma Group, a monster that was once powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand, had quietly come to an end. With Iam's disappearance, Huan An's death, Nikolai's betrayal, and the civil war with Rihanna and Yomi, the Tenma Group was now torn apart, and most of them hid in the dark and migrated to other countries. But even so, the group of higher-ups who had done all kinds of evil in the group in the past couldn't escape punishment. For example, Rihanna and Yomi, who were still alive among the 4 department heads, became wanted criminals and were marked with a huge bounty. Of course, Ryuto didn't think that Rihanna would be caught or killed because of this. She wasn't that weak. It could only be said that Rihanna might have to change her identity in the future to appear in this world. Naturally, she couldn't attend Ryuto's wedding openly. It's okay. Rihanna smiled and said, I heard that you and Yunyan are getting married. I can't be there in person, but I'll still send a congratulatory gift. How about I give you a complete set of whip, candle, and wooden horse? Are you kidding? Do you think Yunyan will? Ryuto wanted to say, do you think Yunyan will be that kind of person? Who knew that he stopped halfway because he knew that Yunyan might really be that kind of person. For Yunyan, who had always been a thrill seeker, if she discovered a new way to play, she would definitely happily try it out on Dragon Fight. Ryuto didn't want his cute wife to become an S or M, so he righteously rejected Rihanna's gift. TSK, what an unromantic man. Rihanna, who was rejected by Ryuto, seemed to feel that it was a pity, but she also changed the topic to a very special place. Speaking of which, after that, you still couldn't find Lady Iam, right? When Lady Iam was mentioned, even Rihanna couldn't help but sigh, so much so that she didn't even want to say the word corpse. Most of the members of the Heavenly Eye group were pulled into the group because of I.M.'s personal charm. Rihanna was one of the best among them, and she even had a special relationship with I.M., which was not something that outsiders would know. Yes. Ryuto also sighed and said, "That woman is really amazing. I don't know how she did it without leaving a corpse. Not even a strand of hair could be found." This was also a question that had troubled Ryuto for a long time. He really couldn't understand what had happened at that time. If I.M. was still alive, she would definitely reorganize the Heavenly Eye group and continue to fight for her ideals, but she didn't. Judging from the situation of the Heavenly Eye group being torn apart to such an extent, she was definitely no longer in this world. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to watch her years of painstaking effort being wasted. But if that woman was already dead, where was her corpse? Where did the corpse go? Because he was at the scene at that time, Ryuto was 100% sure that no one could take away I.M.'s corpse from the buildings that were about to collapse and were surrounded by raging flames. That woman seemed to have turned into a butterfly in the raging flames and flew silently to hell. It was unbelievable. But at this moment, Rihanna asked a question that made Ryuto's scalp tingle. "Ryuto-kun, do you believe that the time tunnel or time travel really exists?" "Huh?" The moment he heard this question, Ryuto trembled and almost dropped the phone in his hand. From a certain point of view, Rihanna really asked the right person. After all, Ryuto himself had experienced time travel and was a transmigrator from another plane. How could he not believe that thing existed? But even so, Ryuto still replied with a dry smile, "How is that possible? Do you want to say that I.M. didn't land on the ground when she fell down, but through some kind of time tunnel to another place?" As he spoke, Ryuto unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. Impossible, this kind of thing was impossible. Although he said so, he felt a little scared in his heart. He had to admit that I.M.'s situation was really too strange. Her body was installed with the most advanced semi-permanent biochip made by the Heavenly Eye group. No matter where she went in the world, it would send back information. But even after Rihanna used the Heavenly Eye group tracking system, he couldn't track I.M.'s whereabouts. It was as if this person had directly turned into a phantom and disappeared from this world. Ryuto had personally experienced this kind of strange disappearance. In his previous life, he was inexplicably lying in bed reading a novel. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in the dilapidated warehouse with the sea breeze blowing. Logically speaking, since Ryuto was likely to transmigrate, then other people might also encounter the same situation. It can't be. Could it be? I am that guy. Just as Ryuto was thinking about this with cold sweat, Rihanna on the other end of the phone sighed, "That's right, it's the age of science now. Transmigrating to another time and space, or even having some kind of system after transmigrating, can only appear in those novels that don't talk about science." Ha. Ha 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 ha, that's really quite unscientific. Okay, in short, I will think about the gift again. I wish you and Yunyen a happy marriage. That's it, I will come back to play with you when I have time. Beep, beep, beep. When Rihanna on the other end said that he would come back to play with Ryuto next time and hung up the phone, Ryuto held the phone in his hand that seemed to have become heavy and couldn't calm down for a long time. The woman who disappeared, Tenmo I.M., what's the situation now? Ryuto didn't dare to think about it. It was useless to think about it. In short, he only knew that he was about to have a grand wedding with the 3 female protagonists in the game Red Album 2, No Survivors, and from then on, he would live a shameless life. As for other things, it had nothing to do with him, unless that woman appeared in front of Ryuto again. Just like this, Ryuto put down the phone and returned to his room, waiting for the day that would make him the happiest man in the world. However, he didn't know if it was a coincidence or the will of the heavens, but when Ryuto closed the door of his room, a bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds in the distance, and coincidentally, it struck the almost abandoned, unrestrained sky tower. Chaos. As night fell, the dark chaos shrouded the world. In another area of chaos that was even darker, a woman lying on a chair slowly opened her Devil King's eyes. Chapter 380. In Buddhism, the sixth heaven was also known as the Parinirvana heaven. Seizing what he has transformed into to amuse himself, hence the saying, he has transformed into freedom. There was no doubt that the act of plundering others for one's own entertainment was quite vile, whether it was plundering material, emotional, or life. But to a certain woman, the desire to plunder was so strong that she couldn't control it. It was something that had long been integrated into her blood. Nighttime, Tokyo port. Looking at the distant sea from the port, the first thing that came into view was naturally a huge bay. However, in the middle of the Gulf of Tokyo, on an artificial island several kilometers away from the coast, there was an incomparably huge tower standing tall. Those with a little insight would know very well that this was the headquarters of the multinational giant, Heavenly Eye Group, that spanned across many fields such as arms, medicine, and so on. And the name of the tower was Unfettered Sky Tower. The design of the Unfettered Sky Tower was quite strange and abstract. The 6 parts of the building were gradually connected to form the main body, and the spiral shape that kept extending upward was even more straight to the sky. Together with the height of 666 meters, it looked like some kind of strange religious base, not the headquarters of a company. Of course, no serious international company would go to the vast Gulf of Tokyo to artificially reclaim the sea to create an artificial island, and then move their company headquarters there. The only way to go or leave this unfettered sky tower was by helicopter. From the helipad on the top floor of the tower all the way to the inside, after walking through a few long corridors, one would come to a spacious study. The study was extremely spacious, and the decoration style inside was very chaotic. The cute and childish girls' white walls were hung with rich watercolors of famous masters, and the solemn and elegant European-style white lacquer bookshelf was filled with all kinds of broken figurines. The floor of the study was covered with a saffywood carpet made of silk, wool, and gold thread that was worth millions of dollars. And on this valuable carpet, there were traces of someone's spray paint. The style was chaotic, and the furnishings were overcrowded. It could be said that the desk was not matched with the bookcase was not matched with the carpet was not matched with the wall, and the wall was not matched with the desk. However, there was a benefit to this strange study. Anyone who stepped into this study would realize that they were definitely not dealing with a normal house owner. Of course, the owner of this place was the lady who was currently sitting on the large recliner with her eyes closed as if she was in a trance. Although her brain wasn't normal, her appearance was definitely first class. She was wearing a very luxurious red dress. She did not wear any jewelry, and her face was not painted with any makeup. No matter how precious the jewels were, they couldn't match her temperament of looking down on the world. No matter how good the cosmetics were, they could only add to her unparalleled beauty. In short, the owner of the Unfettered Sky Tower, Heavenly Eye, was indeed a beauty that could drive any man crazy. However, this great beauty seemed to be sleeping soundly. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed outside the window not far away. Kaboom! The lightning coincidentally struck the Unfettered Sky Tower. The loud noise startled the sleeping beauty, and she slowly opened her eyes that seemed to be connected to the abyss. The moment she woke up, Ayam narrowed her eyes slightly before closing them again. Am I dreaming? Or, am I already dead? When she saw the familiar ceiling of the study, Ayam's first reaction was that she was dreaming, or perhaps this place was hell. Speaking of which, it was strange because in Ayam's mind, she should be a dead person. At the last moment of her life, what appeared in her Devil King eyes was a burning manor, a sweeping wind, a collapsing building, and a stinky man who reached his hand out to her. Humph, 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 humph. Such an ending is quite suitable for me, the last descendant of the Heaven Eye clan. Back then, the demon king of the sixth heaven had died in Hanoji. He had also died in the flames and collapsed buildings. Yongji had also died in the same way as her ancestor. It could be considered a kind of reincarnation. But just as I was thinking about this, the phone on the desk in front of her suddenly rang, interrupting her thoughts. Phone. Wait a minute. There are phones in hell. The moment the phone rang, I was stunned for a moment. Then, she casually picked up the phone, wanting to hear which demon wanted to spar with her. If you have something to say, spit it out quickly. Lord it's Yamamoto. I have something to report. A voice that didn't have much of a presence came from the phone, and reported a name that didn't have much of a presence. Yamamoto. Something to report. Hearing this, finally realized that something was wrong. This phone was undoubtedly real. The man's voice on the other side of the phone was also real. The familiar office around her was also real. Including herself. What's going on? I'm not dead. And who's this guy on the phone? Why does it sound so familiar? Speaking of which, Iam's memory was actually very good. She could easily remember almost everyone she had met since she was born, so she should be able to remember who the person on the other side of the phone was. But as far as she knew, the guy called Yamamoto, who seemed to be kid every day, should be an unlucky guy who had been dead for almost 2 years. His body should have turned into ashes. Why would he call her? Although she was somewhat confused, Iam hurriedly went into her daily work mode and said in a light tone, "What's the matter? Just say it." Lord Iam, that brat Ryuto Kiryu seems to be getting restless. He seems to have noticed the existence of our Heavenly Eye group, and is planning to put on a show for Miss Kanzaki, blabber blabber blabber. As for what Yamamoto said on the other end of the phone, Yongji didn't pay attention to half of it. Her mind was filled with a bunch of what the C case mud horses galloping past. What was this? Was this the legendary transmigration? At this moment, Iam finally regained her senses. It seemed that she hadn't died. Instead, she had mysteriously returned to nearly 2 years ago, to the time when she had schemed against Ryuto and the colored glaze. Iam remembered clearly that tonight, the undercover agent she had arranged for in the Kamiyoshi clan finally managed to kidnap Miss Colored Glaze, and then stuffed her into the Rulon Group's young master, Ryuto Kiryu. She was going to have Ryuto and Miss Colored Glaze develop some sort of relationship that went beyond friendship. Logically speaking, this was a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On one hand, it could give the Kamiyoshi clan a huge blow. On the other hand, it could also kill Ryuto with a borrowed knife and completely control the Rulon group under the Heavenly Eye group. But what Iam also knew was that this plan had failed in the end. Ryuto, the young master she had always thought of as trash, just happened to become powerful from that night. Through a series of methods, he saved her and the Colored Glaze's lives. He even counterattacked the next day and eliminated all the undercover agents arranged by the Heavenly Eye group. Today was the first day that Ryuto Kiryu's soul had transmigrated. It was also the first day that Iam was interested in Ryuto. And Iam actually transmigrated from the day she was prepared to die in the manner to the day Ryuto transmigrated. This situation was so messy that she didn't know what to say. After a while, Yamamoto, who had finished his report, asked, Sama, what should we do next? Inform advisor Sakata to find someone to kill him. Yes, then I won't disturb you. Beep. After hanging up, the woman on the other side of the phone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good heavens, did I become a transmigrator? In novels, there are soul transmigration and body transmigration. Am I transmigrating or soul transmigrating? Thinking of this, Yongji lowered her head to look at the long slender legs that were exposed from under the long dress. Her legs were now moving freely, unlike the miserable state where it was difficult to move when she was about to die in the manner. Forget it, transmigrating is such a ridiculous thing. Let's not delve into other things. There's no point. Right, speaking of which, is there any special benefit for me as a transmigrator? It's in many novels, right? But, just as Iam was about to stand up and move around to think about what to do next, a strange sound effect suddenly rang in her mind. Beep 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 beep, la 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 la. What's going on? Beep. Detected low-level transmigrators' low desire to have a pie in the sky. Pay-to-win fate changing system officially activated. Suddenly, Iam's mind rang with this strange sound, and it seemed to be full of sarcasm. After that, a huge electronic screen floated in mid-air and suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. On this translucent electronic screen was written the words, Pay-to-win fate changing system. These words made people speechless. Pay-to-win fate changing system, description. Give those who wish to have a new life after transmigrating but don't have the ability to do so a dreamlike opportunity. This system's motto is, use money to create happiness, play with your coins if you don't have money. If you don't have money, please don't. Caw. Caw-chaw. Before the system finished its description, Iam had already reached out and grabbed the translucent electronic screen. She pulled the screen closer to her face as if she was grabbing a piece of glass. Who do you think you are talking to? Who is the low-level transmigrator? Who is the scum of society without the ability to do so? Ha! As Iam spoke, she stuck her finger with red nail polish into the system screen. Her tone was full of threat, and her gaze was as if she was looking at a pile of trash. What is this thing? I am, the heavenly eye, the demon king of the sixth heaven in this world. You, a little system, dare to be impudent in front of me. Are you looking for death? Why don't you throw this thing down from a height of 666 meters? Or would it be better to find a pack of hungry wolfhounds and slowly eat them? Or just throw it into a meat grinder and grind it up? While grabbing the unknown system, Iam's mind was already rapidly thinking about how to punish the system. As if it felt Iam's killing intent, the system screen suddenly trembled, and the words on it immediately changed. Emergency adjustment. Emergency adjustment. This system is now officially renamed as, Iam Sama, I am your dog system. Description: this system will specially serve the great heavenly I am Sama, unparalleled in the world, I am Sama, eternal God, I am Sama. This system is your loyal dog, please order it as you wish, woof woof. That's more like it. Seeing that this I am Sama, I am your dog system was quite tactful, Iam forgave it, and opened the system interface to observe. At this time, Iam's personal interface looked like this: name, Heavenly I am age, 26 years old, attributes, Wisdom LV5, Physique LV4, Courage LV5, Insight LV5, Charm LV5, title, 6th Heavenly Demon, when equipped, can break through the attribute limit to LV6, equipment, none, total assets, US $666. 6 billion. Now Iam's basic interface was roughly like this. Under the attributes, there was a basic introduction. LV1, Human Scraps LV2, Excellent Passerby LV3, Professional Expert LV4, International Warrior LV5, Extreme Superman. LV6, Heavenly Demon Monarch. Chapter 381. What the hell is this? My stats are just too bad. After seeing her specific attributes, Iam couldn't help but squint, as if she was unhappy. So she asked the system, hey, these are all LV4 and LV5, are you looking down on me, bastard? They should be at least LV99. Sorry, Lord Iam, LV5 is already the strongest human. The strongest human. I'm not a human, what does the strongest human have to do with me? Iam silently cursed, but when she saw her LV4 physique, she more or less knew why she lost to Ryudo. So my physique is only at LV4, International Warrior. That's too weak. Although Iam didn't like to fight with people personally, it didn't mean that she didn't learn some martial arts, it was just that she didn't improve, and it wasn't even registered in the skill bar. But when she was forced to a dead end by Ryudo, she realized that this was wrong. No matter how strong the Heavenly Eye group was, as long as they met an unreasonable expert like Ryudo, they would be on the verge of death the moment the two sides got close. After all, Ryudo's strength was too strong in the later stage, he had reached the true limit of humans, he was no different from Superman, this left a deep impression on Iam. So since she was reborn, Iam had to make up for her weakness. At this time, she also saw a small plus beside her 5 attributes. Iam curiously pressed the plus, and the system popped up a, do you want to increase the attribute level? Increase the attribute level. So it can be increased directly. Originally, when she saw her Wisdom LV5, Physique LV4, Courage LV5, Insight LV5, Charm LV5 garbage attributes, Iam felt very unhappy. However, if he could level up through the system, it would be different. Unfortunately, he could only level it up to LV6. Why couldn't he level it up to LV99? What a pity. However, the moment Iam clicked yes, another message popped up from the system. Upgrading from LV4 Physique to LV5 Physique requires 5 billion renminbi. Confirm payment. The cost of increasing attributes was so cheap. Only 5 billion. It was practically a free gift. Although Iam had already guessed that all the services in the system would cost money, 5 billion for one upgrade was too cheap. Who was Iam? She was the boss of the Heavenly Eye group. The weapons department and pharmacy department under her were money printing machines. She had as much money as she wanted. Now, Iam had a total of 6 billion in her personal vault, and this was only the amount of money that Iam had put in her account for auspiciousness. If one were to talk about the true amount of money that Iam could move, it would be an astronomical figure. It was almost equivalent to the national budget. If it really only required 5 billion to increase attributes once, Iam could raise it to LV99. The prerequisite was that she was able to do so. Thinking to this point, Iam still clicked the confirm button. After clicking, Iam's total assets immediately decreased by 5 billion, but at the same time, her body underwent a huge change. She immediately felt as light as a swallow, as if every part of her body was within her control. At the same time, her body was filled with an unbelievable explosive power. This was the realm of LV5 Constitution. Extreme Superman. So that's how it was. I understand why I lost. It was because Ryudo, that bastard, also had this system. After feeling the benefits of the Constitution upgrade, Iam immediately understood how Ryudo defeated her. 2 years ago, Long Do was just a hooligan who was locked up in a warehouse and was on the verge of death. In just 2 years, he had already become a super monster who could dance on a mountain of blades and sea of fire. In such a short time, such a huge change. If it was said that Ryudo relied on his own training, then Iam would never believe it. But if it was bought by the system, then it could be explained. But since LV5 was already so strong, then what would LV6 be like? Thinking to this point, Iam continued to click on the plus next to LV5 Constitution. She wanted to see the situation after upgrading to LV6 Constitution. Demonic Monarch. From LV5 Constitution to LV6 Constitution requires Shattered Nation Jade. Suddenly, a strange message popped up in the system box. Shattered Nation Jade. What is this? Shattered Nation Jade, an item that can be obtained after destroying a country. It represents the end of a country. An item that can be obtained after destroying a country. It sounded interesting. If it was a normal person, this item that could easily destroy a country would be very difficult to obtain. But for IM, it might not be the case. Their Heavenly Eye clan's mission was to destroy the world. Destroying a country was just a necessary part of the process. It was nothing. But at least IM didn't have the Shattered Nation Jade, so she couldn't upgrade to LV6 for the time being. What a disappointment. Anyway, let's look at the shop. After knowing that her personal attributes couldn't be upgraded, IM opened the shop and looked at the messy, Hooligan series items, and skill books. Oh, this is not bad. This is not bad. I want them all. IM basically didn't look at the price when buying items. As long as she saw something she liked, she would buy it and happily play with it in her hands. Not long after, she spent tens of billions to buy all kinds of items and equipment. Then she turned to look at the skill books on the other side. There were so many skill books in the Krypton Gold shop that it felt like she had come to a museum of human skills. However, it was clear that Yongji wasn't interested in those ordinary skills. Instead, she turned her attention to the more bizarre items. What is this? Inner Force skill book. Maybe the system was too scared by IM, but the Krypton Gold shop was now fully open. It didn't have to slowly open the shop like Ryudo. Among all the skill books, the Inner Force skill book was actually separated to browse. And the variety was much more than expected. What were the ordinary Inner Force skills? Chinkuan Foundation skill, Body Strengthening skill, Youthful Rejuvenation skill, Heavenly Cycle skill, etc. What were the literary skills? Indian Secret Technique, Princess Divine Technique, Test of the 8 Extraordinary Meridians, Primitive Pills Subprescription Technique, etc. What were the stupid skills? Breathing Technique even monkeys can understand, Fasting Divine Technique for paupers, Death in situ for 10 seconds, Celestial Secret Oil Removal, etc. But although these Inner Force skill books looked very strange, to IM, they were still not enough. They didn't suit her taste. So she asked directly, they all look too ordinary. Is there anything that can release a death ray from one's eyes or shoot bullets from one's fingers after cultivation? Hearing this, the system was speechless. After being stunned for a while, it replied, recommended to purchase a Demonic Disintegration Technique, Omnidirectional 8 Desolation Technique, Daoist Heart Demonic Seed Technique, still too ordinary. Forget it. Anyway, these are the only things I can buy here. Although IM wanted to buy a skill book that could turn her into an alien, she couldn't find it. She could only follow the system's recommendation and buy a bunch of Inner Force skill books. Sky Demon Disintegration Technique has been purchased. Proficiency 20%. Omnidirectional 6 Desolation Skill has been purchased. Proficiency 20%. Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique has been purchased. Proficiency 20%. Sunflower Manual has been purchased. Proficiency 20%. Looking at the pile of skills that suddenly appeared in her skill bar, IM frowned and said, why is the proficiency only 20%? Buying a single skill book can only increase 20% proficiency. Please buy it again. But the books are gone after buying them. How can I buy them again? After death, the shop will refresh again. Please, slap. Without waiting for the system to finish, IM gave it a big slap. I'll give you a chance. Say it again. Shiver, shiver, shiver. Beep. The shop has added a refresh option. Click to refresh the shop. After feeling items, I'll tear you apart if you say another word, attitude. The system could only tremble and add a custom function for her. That's more like it. I am nodded. She seemed to be very satisfied with this retarded system. After that, it was another round of crazy shopping. I did not have anything else, but she had a lot of money. After a frenzied shopping spree, Youngji directly bought all the 20 over inner force skills that she had bought to the max level, and the chi opening rate column had already reached the limit of 999%. Tisk, it's only 999% and it can't continue to increase. How boring. Lord the 999% chi opening rate is unprecedented. Your potential has now been developed to the point where it exceeds the limit. Is that so? Then I'm very strong now. Actually, even without the system's notification, could feel the chi flowing in her body. In the end, the light force, dark force, and Dan force that martial artists cultivated were all within the 100% chi opening rate system. Youngji, on the other hand, now possessed an unprecedented 999% chi opening. The power of her blood chi had already reached the peak. If she went any further, she would be able to break through the void and become a saint. Yes, Lord you are now invincible. You can hit anyone with a punch, unless, bang. Before the system's voice died away, punched its display screen. With one punch, the system's display panel was directly punched through. It looked quite miserable. No. It doesn't feel good to hit this thing. Let's find a living person to try. It's not a bad idea to find him. After shaking her head, turned off, Lord I'm your dog system. She picked up the phone and said to the assistant on the other side, go and inform Nicholas. Tell him to come back in 3 hours. I have something urgent to discuss. Chapter 382. For what she needed now was a human punching bag. And she had already decided on the identity of the human punching bag. That would be the head of the Heavenly Eye Group's weapons department, Nikolai. Don't misunderstand, didn't mind Nikolai betraying her before, and even wanted to throw a bunch of bombs down to blow her up. Actually liked it when her subordinates betrayed her. What made her unhappy was that Nikolai's betrayal had no sense of beauty at all, and was simply disgusting. In mind, what was the scene of betrayal like? It was definitely her fighting in the front while Nikolai stabbed her in the back. After the stab, he would laugh and say, "You didn't expect this, did you? I'm a traitor. I've wanted to kill you for a long time." But what did Nikolai do when he threw a bomb down to kill He didn't say anything, and just threw a bomb down to carry out a carpet bombing. What was the point of that? At least when he threw the bomb down, he should have used the loudspeaker to shout at who was in the manor below, right? He would be considered qualified if he shouted a few words. Such a betrayal with no sense of beauty made who was very strict in this aspect, very unhappy. So she decided to let Nikolai know what a real betrayal was. Just like that, after Youngji made this call, Nicholas, who was far away in a foreign country at this time, hurriedly rushed over here. As the head of the Heavenly Eye Group's weapons department, Nikolai's daily tasks were very busy, and he often had to discuss arms deals with various organizations overseas. But was the head of the Heavenly Eye Group after all, and after this call, Nikolai rushed over to the unrestrained Sky Tower as fast as he could, even if he was far away in a foreign country. Really? I don't know what urgent matter Lady is looking for me for, but at least let me know in advance. After flying back in the supersonic plane at the fastest speed, it was already the morning of the second day. Even though he was tired from the journey, Nikolai still hurried to IM's study after getting off the plane, afraid that he would exceed the 3-hour time limit. No problem. Only 2 hours and 50 minutes had passed since the call ended. There were still 10 minutes left. When he knocked on the door of Madame IM's study, Nikolai thought with relief. Come in. Yes. Nikolai pushed open the door after getting permission, and walked in with a straight step, and asked, Lord Yongji, you, before he finished speaking, a fishing net suddenly fell from the sky. It directly covered Nicholas, who had just entered the door. What? The fishing net seemed to have a strong stickiness. When it wrapped around Nicholas's body, it was still tightly wrapped around his body. The Minister of Arms could not even lift his arms. He could only be tied up like a dumpling and fall to the ground. Lady. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Looking at the figure slowly walking towards him, Nicholas asked in a puzzled tone. From Nikolai's point of view, he was truly innocent. Not long ago, I was still running around everywhere for you, and one phone call from you made me fly all the way back. In the end, when I came back, I was directly served with a fishing net. What did I do to offend you? However, after IM walked over with a smile, she pulled up the fishing net and hung Nikolai's body in the air. She smiled and said, You didn't offend me, at least not now. Then why did you? No reason. I just want you to know what betrayal is. What? What does that mean? Betrayal? Just when Nicholas was racking his brains but still couldn't figure out the meaning of this sentence, Yongji elegantly stretched out a finger and directly tapped on his wrist shoulder. How much power could a single finger have? At most, it would just be a scratch. But the moment IM's finger touched him, Nikolai felt as if his shoulder was directly pierced by an iron nail. And the puncture point went straight into his bone marrow. Ugh! Ah! The intense pain rushed into his brain, and Nikolai could not help but roar loudly. But this miserable scream did not arouse IM's pity at all. She did not have such a thing as pity. So that's how it is. IM casually pulled out her blood-stained finger, smiled and said, Is this the power of Qi? Not bad, not bad. With 999% Qi, IM's internal strength was comparable to those mythical masters in novels. At her level, the flesh and blood of an ordinary person was as fragile as a wet tissue in front of her. Even if she didn't count her LV5 constitution, which had already reached the limit, she could still pierce through steel with just her Qi. IM had never experienced this feeling before, so she curiously did various experiments on Nikolai's body. For Nikolai, the next half an hour felt like he was being dismembered. The pair of white jade-like slender hands seemed to have become two sharp blades, tearing his flesh, cutting his nerves, and crushing his bones. When IM finally had enough, Nikolai was already half dead, and his body looked like a tattered rag. Kill me. Although he did not understand what IM was doing, Nikolai was too lazy to ask the reason, he just wanted to die quickly. But would IM be so kind to kill him? Of course not. This was the world's most evil person. So at this time, she shouted outside, Lin Hua, is the thing ready? Yes, Master IM, the thing is ready. After hearing the boss's call, Lin Hua, the head of the guard department, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, also came in. Nikolai, this guy. What did he do? Looking at Nikolai, who was trapped in a special fishing net and had been tortured beyond recognition, Lin Hua sighed slightly and arranged for people to carry this guy out. Where are they going to take me? In a daze, Nikolai only felt that he was carried into a helicopter, and there were medical staff giving him first aid injections and doing some emergency rescue work. After an unknown amount of time, when Nikolai opened his eyes, he was already tied up and fixed to a large cross. It was early in the morning, and the sea breeze with a slightly fishy smell was blowing around. Coupled with the endless sea level not far away, it was easy to see that this was definitely not within the scope of Tokyo. Just at the moment when Nikolai felt inexplicable, a huge dark cloud suddenly floated in the sky, as if it was going to cover the surrounding sky and quickly floated over here. That is, the sixth sky devil. Nikolai looked up, and his eyes almost popped out. Isn't this the war-killing machine that I participated in the design and production of? This huge machine was at least 5 times the length and width of an ordinary plane, and it was as amazing as a huge aircraft carrier sailing in the sea of clouds. The most terrifying thing was that Nikolai could clearly see that the bomb hatch below was slowly opening. The bomb hatch opening was the precursor to a fixed-point bombing. Nikolai had seen this scene many times, but he didn't expect that the bomb hatch would open in front of him. The next moment, a large number of unguided bombs fell from the sky, almost covering the entire beach in the bombing zone. Tenmu. I am. When did I offend you? And in the center of the explosion zone, Nikolai, who was tied up, could only let out a weak cry, and then buried in the violent explosion that he had designed. Until he was blown to ashes, Nikolai still didn't understand what all this was for. But for Ayam, who was sitting in the bridge of the sixth sky devil, she clearly knew that it was better to get rid of this rebellious man as soon as possible, so that he wouldn't bite back at her in the future. At the same time, looking at Nikolai, who was blown to ashes below, Lin Hua carefully asked, Madam Ayam? Now that Nikolai is dead, what should we do with the weapon department? Let the vice minister take care of it first. I have a very good candidate to replace Nikolai's job later. A very good candidate. That's right, go and contact the nesting duck prison, and find a name to release the leader of the Rulon group. Rulon group's leader. Tongxing Yuma. The moment he heard this name, Lin Hua really didn't understand. Speaking of which, the reason why Yuma was imprisoned was actually arranged by Lin Hua according to Madame Ayam's instructions, in order to control the Rulon group, this extreme organization, in his hands, and when he needed to be used, he would be thrown out to die. But Madame Ayam wanted him to release Yuma. What's going on? Although he didn't know what Madame Ayam was thinking, Lin Hua could only do as she asked and didn't dare to ask any more. What's going on? He felt that Madame Ayam was strange today, as if she was possessed by something strange. While Lin Hua asked someone to negotiate with the nesting duck prison, he couldn't help but think to himself. And what Lin Hua didn't expect was that after Ayam settled Nikolai's matter and arranged for Yuma's release, she actually picked up her phone and dialed a special number. Beep. 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 Hello, who is this? After the call was connected, a mature woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, but at the same time, it had the unique aura of a person in a high position. It's me, long time no see, how have you been? Faced with Ayam's scam-like response, the woman on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then she asked, Did you call to make fun of me? Tenmo Ayam. Ha ha ha, don't say that, who would dare to make fun of you, the leader of Kamiyoshi? After hearing the voice of the woman on the other end of the phone, who was important to him, Ayam couldn't help but smile happily. Chapter 383. In Ayam's eyes, Rue Hui was a very special person, and she was also the person who she misjudged very seriously at the beginning. That's right, Ayam seriously misjudged Rue Hui. This was actually a very serious mistake. From the beginning, this woman had always given her a very righteous feeling, so she judged her as a mortal enemy in her life. Because good and evil could not coexist, gods and demons could not coexist. But from the situation 1 or 2 years later, Rue Hui did not seem to be so righteous, and even the way she did things had begun to become a little evil. According to Iam's knowledge, this woman colluded with Ryuto to kill many people in Yatsuki Crow, pushed herself to the highest Golden Heron seat, and also intended to abolish the Zaiwang system. Most of these methods were not honorable at all, and many were even bloody. To put it bluntly, it was no different from what the Heavenly Eye group did. But how to put it, Rue Hui who would do such things by hook or by crook. Iam liked it very much. There was no doubt that Rue Hui was not a righteous person. She also hid very deep desires and obsessions in her heart, but she usually hid them very well. In addition, she originally thought that she was about to die. Many times, she felt a little lonely when she did things, so she seemed particularly tragic and selfless. It was not until Rue Hui met Ryuto and solved her terminal illness that she gradually exposed her hidden true side. She became more selfish, more daring, and more ruthless than before. If I knew that she was such a woman, I would have joined forces with her. Why did I have to go through so much trouble? After that, Iam had thought so, but unfortunately, everything was too late. When she was reborn and knew this in advance, Iam called Rue Hui and tried to ask her out for a talk. However, although Iam thought so, Rue Hui's attitude was also very firm. Don't joke around. Why did you call me? You might as well tell me directly. Although the voice that came from the other end sounded very elegant, it was more or less cold and carried a sense of distance. This was a matter of course. After all, Rue Hui knew how vicious the woman on the other end of the phone was. She could be called a female demon. However, Iam smiled and said, "Don't be so vigilant. Actually, I just want to ask you out for tea and chat, and talk about national affairs or something." You? Ask me out. Come out for tea and chat. When Rue Hui heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. She laughed and said, "I'm afraid you're planning to use the cup as a signal and prepare a bunch of executioners to chop my head off. So that's what you're afraid of. How about this, you prepare tea in the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, and I won't bring anyone with me. I'll go find you myself. Is that okay?" "Sure, if you dare to come." With a sneer, Rue Hui hung up the phone with the crazy woman. Seriously, that guy is really bored. He called me so early in the morning to make fun of me. After hanging up the phone with Iam, Rue Hui sighed slightly and felt speechless. What a joke, Tenmo Iam actually said that she wanted to come and chat with me. How is that possible? This is the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. It would be strange if she dared to come here alone. With this thought, Rue Hui continued to sit in the office and deal with official business, until a strange sound came from the door. Plop. With a flash of a figure outside the door, a sound like something falling to the ground came into Rue Hui's ears. At that moment, Rabbit Ball, who was in charge of guarding the master of the cat house, suddenly appeared in front of the desk and said to Rue Hui in a serious tone, "Master Rue Hui, there seems to be a master outside. Please leave quickly." Great master." Rue Hui frowned. After all, there should be no more than 5 people in the world who could be called a great master by Bunny Ball. In the middle of the day, there is a peerless master who wants to kill me. Wasn't this a little too, Walla? But in the next moment, when the door of the study was opened from the outside, the figure that appeared in front of her gave Rue Hui a fright. "Good morning, I came to have tea with you as promised, but it seems that the tea isn't ready yet." The person who pushed the door in was a woman with peerless beauty and peerless elegance. She looked at the tense situation inside and said in a frivolous tone, "Tian. Tenmo Iam. How is that possible?" The moment they saw the woman, Rue Hui and Bunny Ball couldn't help but widen their eyes because this situation was really too difficult to understand. First of all, this crazy person really came. She just finished the phone call, and not long after, she really appeared in the Kamiyoshi's base camp. And she really did come alone. Secondly, her strength. How can she be so strong? Rue Hui had fought with Iam for so many years, so she naturally knew about Iam's situation. Although this woman was talented and caused her body to be on a different level from ordinary people, she didn't like to personally fight, so her personal strength wasn't very shocking. But now Iam. Even Bunny Ball couldn't help but secretly tremble when he saw her. Too strong, she was really too strong. Bunny Ball couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After all, he had never seen such a strong monster. At this moment, Tenmo Iam was flawless in the eyes of this old guardian ninja, as if her body was one with the environment. That feeling of being one with the heavens, one with one, was a special phenomenon that would only happen to peerless masters who cultivated Nigong. Even Bunny Ball was far from this realm. But Iam did it. Her cultivation in this aspect had silently surpassed Bunny Ball. How is this possible? Damn it, what's wrong with this fellow? Did she eat the wrong medicine? No, the key point is that she could actually silently approach Rue Hui's study. This is too dangerous, I have to kill her quickly. Thinking of this, Bunny Ball's eyes couldn't help but emit a killing intent. But Iam waved her hand and laughed. Don't you want to fight? I advise you not to do anything rash, because it's very dangerous. Before Iam could finish her words, Bunny Ball's figure turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared behind her. Guardian Inner Technique, Sacrificial Blade. 3 fingers formed a triangle and like a sharp whip, he whipped towards Iam's slender neck, as if he wanted to punch a hole in there. Bunny Ball's speed could be said to be unparalleled in the world today. The sacrificial blade at such a high speed could even pierce through a steel plate. It could be said to be instant death. Aya. There's no other way. But seeing that the ancient ninja's killing move was about to hit her, Iam only smirked and casually grabbed towards that side. Grab. Using your hand to grab my sacrificial blade. In a flash, Bunny Ball was first startled, but his gaze turned to shock in the next moment. The other slender arm actually grabbed Bunny Ball's wrist at an even faster speed. She grabbed his wrist that was swinging at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound, and grabbed it right on the spot. Gotcha! Immediately after, Bunny Ball's sleeve exploded as if it had been blown apart. And his wrist, elbow, shoulder and other joints also emitted a strong explosive sound. At the same time he swung his arm to use sacrificial blade, his wrist was suddenly grabbed, causing Bunny Ball's strength to return to his body. His arm was crippled. I told you not to mess around. Seeing Bunny Ball holding his almost crippled wrist and retreating a few meters back with cold sweat flowing down his forehead, Iam couldn't help but laugh. You are not my opponent, besides, I don't have any ill intentions. Without a doubt, Iam's words came from the bottom of her heart. Bunny Ball being able to stand straight like this was the most direct reflection of her lack of ill intentions. Now that her key openness had reached at 999%, how strong is this monstrous Iam? Coupled with her LV5 physique, she has already reached a realm that no one has ever reached before. Even Bunny Ball was unable to withstand a single blow from her. Seeing that Iam's strength far exceeded his imagination, Bunny Ball took a deep breath and took out a few long needles, intending to try and fight her to the death. As long as the long needles were inserted into a few special parts, they would be able to activate their guardian ninja's ultimate skill, Death Meridian. Through this special acupuncture, Bunny Ball could release all the potential in his body, bringing about a huge increase in strength. Although the outcome would definitely be death, at the very least, he would have to bring Iam down to hell with him. Bunny Ball, stop, she indeed has no ill intentions. But just as Bunny Ball was preparing to fight Iam to the death, a stern voice interrupted his actions. It was Rue Hui. Rue Hui slowly stood up, walked out from behind the desk, and walked towards Iam's direction. Seeing this scene, Bunny Ball hurriedly turned pale with fright and blocked in front of her. Ruehui-sama. Don't get close to her, it's dangerous. It's okay, if she wanted to kill me, she would have already done so. You can't stop her. This. Hearing Ruehui-sama's words, Bunny Ball was speechless. Indeed, with the strength that I am displayed in that instant, if she really wanted to kill Ruehui, even if Bunny Ball activated ultimate skill, Death Meridian, he still wouldn't be able to stop her. Now that Ruehui was still alive, it meant that I really didn't come to fight. Not to mention that she didn't even kill the guardian ninja outside the door, she only knocked him out and made him fall to the ground. From these signs, I really didn't mean to start a massacre here, she really wanted to talk to Ruehui. Just like this, Ruehui came in front of and looked at this woman that she hadn't seen for a long time. In Ruehui's view, seemed to have changed a lot. Although she was still the monster that killed without blinking, she seemed to have matured a lot. Compared to the feeling of showing off before, she seemed to be more restrained. Without a doubt, this was more terrifying than before. But Ruehui liked her even more. Didn't you come to drink tea with me? Let's go to the tea room to talk. That's right, lead the way. Seeing that Ruehui finally understood her meaning, also smiled and followed behind her. The two women walked side by side to the small tea room not far away. After arriving at the small tea room, Ruehui knelt in front of the tea table in a dignified manner, reached out her slender white hand to pick up the tea set, and started to make tea for from boiling water. Ruehui was well versed in the art of tea ceremony. Her every move looked quite elegant. Her hands swept across the tea table, teapot, and other places in a continuous manner, as if she was performing a graceful and agile performance. In this leisurely morning, seeing such a nemesis sitting in front of her making tea, for was quite a wonderful experience. At the same time, it made her feel quite relaxed. After a while, the small tea room was filled with a faint tea fragrance. A faint mist rose from the table, with a familiar fragrance. This smell is. It seems a bit familiar. When she smelled this familiar tea fragrance, who was sitting cross-legged without any manners, couldn't help but sniff. This is Gold Osmanthus King tea, made from the flower stalk of the Gold Osmanthus tree. Gold Osmanthus tree. Speaking of which, there were many gold osmanthus trees by the lake we stayed at before. So you still remember. After hearing mention this matter, Ruehui poured tea for her and sighed slightly. What happened by the lake back then could be said to be one of Ruehui's greatest regrets. Ruehui was partly responsible for not being able to lead back to the right path, and watching this child walk step by step until today. But that was already in the past, and people couldn't always be immersed in memories. So Ruehui took a sip of tea and asked lightly, "Speak, what are you here for?" "Well, if I say that I'm here to cooperate with you, would you believe me?" "Yes, but whether I'll agree or not is another matter." From Ruehui's perspective, she was still the leader of the Kamiyoshi tribe. If she were to wallow in the mire with it would be too. Don't be in a hurry to reject, how about you listen to my conditions first? Conditions? It's nothing more than helping my Kamiyoshi tribe rise to the top. What other conditions can you give me? That's hard to say. For example, I can cure your terminal illness, and I can also let your daughter live, so that she doesn't have to be the vegetarian king anymore, and can live as a free person. In the small tea room filled with mist, said in a joking tone, but every word fell into Ruehui's heart. "WH. What?" At this moment, Ruehui couldn't help but take a deep breath. After all, conditions were really too targeted. It was aimed at Ruehui's greatest weakness. To put it bluntly, what was Ruehui most concerned about? The first was her daughter, and the second was herself. As for other things, they could be put aside. especially the future of the Kamiyoshi tribe, it had nothing to do with her. And Ayam's conditions were to save her life first, and then save her daughter's future. Who wouldn't be moved by this? After a moment, Rue Hui still shook her head and said, "It sounds very tempting, but you have to be able to do it." Before Rue Hui's voice fell, Ayam took out a translucent pearl from nowhere, and it emitted a rich medicinal fragrance, and handed it to Rue Hui. Chapter 384. What? What is this? A pill? When she saw the small pill, Rue Hui couldn't help laughing out of anger. She sneered, "Are you a fool, or do you think I'm a fool? Just this thing. Can it cure my disease?" Naturally, Rue Hui was well aware of just how severe her own Kanzaki family's hereditary disease was. Something that could not be treated by modern medicine could be cured by a small pill. That would be a miracle. What's more, this medicine was given by her enemy. Rue Hui couldn't even take it directly. Who knew what messy ingredients were in the medicine given by Ayam? After seeing the expression on Rue Hui's face, Ayam naturally knew what she was thinking. However, Yongji wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she smiled and said, "Believe it or not, I'll leave the medicine here. If you want to eat it, then eat it. If you don't want to eat it, then throw it away." After that, Ayam stood up and walked out without hesitation. First of all, the Hooligan 100 Immortals pill that Ayam gave to Rue Hui could indeed cure her disease. There was no doubt about that. But of course, Rue Hui wouldn't believe her at the moment, and Ayam didn't mean to force her to believe. She just left the small tea room silently and left the Kamiyoshi Imperial Garden with the roar of a helicopter, leaving Rue Hui sitting alone. Left? She just left. After receiving the message from the guardian ninja Ruki, who was guarding outside, Rue Hui couldn't believe her eyes. Originally, Rue Hui thought that Ayam first put forward the conditions and then took out the pill. After that, she must have some other means to deceive her. However, Yongji did the opposite. She actually left behind the Rogue's 100 Immortal pill and left. She had no intention of explaining it all. After Ayam left, Rue Hui looked at the small round pill in her hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Something was wrong, something was wrong, something was wrong at all. In Rue Hui's opinion, this situation was completely wrong. It could be said that she didn't even know from which angle to start thinking about it. Did Ayam really come here to cooperate with her? It should be. After all, Ayam's most well-known partner was Ruehue Kanzaki, not the Kamiyoshi clan. Basically, she only valued Ruehue and wasn't interested in anyone else. As for Ayam's conditions, it was impossible for them not to be tempted. Ruehue's terminal illness and colored glazes future. The mother and daughter's biggest pain point at the moment was to kill two birds with one stone, and even hit the bullseye. To put it bluntly, the rest of Ruehue's life was to fight for the future of colored glaze. She had given up on everything else. However, Ayam's conditions gave Rue Hui a glimmer of hope. It gave her a glimmer of hope that she couldn't believe. Speaking of which, this pill smells so good. Thinking of this, Rue Hui carefully extended her delicate nose and took a whiff of the pill's fragrance. All of a sudden, she felt a strange fragrance enter her nostrils. It was as if her whole body became extremely comfortable, and her originally tired body became much more relaxed. Expensive medicine. Without a doubt, this was the most expensive medicine that Rue Hui had ever seen in her life. However, such an expensive medicine was something that Tenmo Ayam sent over. No matter how curious Rue Hui was, she couldn't just eat this thing directly. That would be too stupid. Ru Yuki. Yes. Following Rue Hui's order, the female ninja who was responsible for guarding her quickly knelt down on one knee in front of her master. Take this thing to the research institute and analyze its composition. But don't damage it too much. After handing the Hooligan's 100 Immortal Pill to Ryuki, Ruehui couldn't help but add such a reminder. Although Ruehui didn't quite believe that the medicine that Yongji sent over was really the elixir that could cure her terminal illness, she still subconsciously held a glimmer of hope. If the test showed that there was really no poison in the medicine, Ruehui might give it a try. Just take it as a gamble. I'm crazy. I can't believe I have such an idea. Looking at the direction where Ryuki left, Ruehui couldn't help but sigh slightly. It was fine if a person was always pure of heart and few desires, but as long as there was desire and greed, then the heart would be like a torn rag that could never be closed. The current Ruehui was in such a state of desire and greed. Previously, she only knew that she would die soon, so she had no desire. But after having a chat with Iam and leaving the pill, Ruehui's heart that was as calm as stagnant water was suddenly stirred up again. Of course, this change was also completely within Iam's expectations. He, ha ha ha. When she was flying in the air on the subjugation of the world at helicopter, the big boss of the Heavenly Eye group couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because she clearly knew that the dignified goddess-like Lord of Kamikaze had already been torn open by her attack. Not long after, when Ruehui tested that the pill was full of ingredients that modern science couldn't identify, this hole would instantly become a huge crack and swallow her whole. Ruehui. You can't run away, we are destined to work together to turn this world upside down, hee. Just as Iam was thinking this, the pilot in front turned around and asked cautiously, Master Iam, are we returning to the unrestrained Sky Tower now? Well, although there are still some things to do, let's wait until night. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, Iam realized that she didn't sleep for almost the whole night. So what she needed to do now was to go home and get some beauty sleep, and when she was full of energy, she would visit another target. Yes, another target, another unlucky person who became Iam's target after her rebirth, or rather, a lucky person. Not long after, Iam returned to the unrestrained Sky Tower and fell asleep on the bed. On the other side, in the Kamishiro courtyard, a young plumber who was sweating all over, as if he had just finished fixing the pipes, cursed and swore as he left the door. Really? Isn't it just a broken statue? Why do you have to polish it so neatly? This young plumber who left the Kamishiro courtyard was naturally the evil main character who had just entered the game not long ago, Ryuto Kiryu. Now he was still in the period where he had just made an oath with the colored glaze, then picked up a stone and drew a cross on the statue of Heavenly Enchantress, and then polished it. After that, Ryuto drove to Kamishiro, in the car of Kawasaki and Kawasaki. On the way, he was thinking about how to deal with the traitor Sakata. But now that old man Bunkumaru owes me a favor, if I use this favor well, I should be able to solve this mess. Well, no problem, I'm the main character, this is nothing. Thinking of this, Ryuto's mouth raised a smug smile, and it looked quite like the descending of the Dragon King. The situation continued to develop as smoothly as the previous time. Ryuto returned to the Rulon Group headquarters, met consultant Fujiki, and then sneaked out of the headquarters to find Sakata. He also pulled Bunkumaru and Yamamoto to sneak into Sakata's mansion. On the surface, Ryuto's plan seemed to be fine. However, what he never expected was that just as he slipped out of the headquarters, an unexpected figure appeared at the gate of the Rulon Group headquarters. I'll stop here, Mr. Akima, please help yourself. After ordering his subordinates to open the door, the head of the search department, Lin Hua, said to the man next to him while smoking. Thank you. After getting out of the car, the man who had just left the nesting duck prison took a deep breath and walked toward the mansion in front of him. For everyone, the return of the leader of the Rulon Group was an unexpected event. So when Akima led Fujiki and a group of brothers into Sakata's base, Ryuto, who was about to throw Sakata down from the second floor, was stunned. What's going on? Am I seeing things? When they saw Ikima appear, everyone's eyes almost popped out. What's going on? Isn't the leader of the Rulon group in the nesting duck prison? There are still 30 years left in the sentence. How did he get out? But no matter what, Ikima appeared in front of everyone alive. The moment Sakata saw his boss, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants on the spot. If it weren't for Ryuto's quick hands that quickly threw him down, Ryuto's clothes would be gone. Sakata, it seems that I was wrong about you. Ikima looked at the traitor of the Rulon group on the ground, shook his head slightly, and said in a heavy tone. In this way, a storm that should have had a huge impact came to an end with Ryuto's sneak attack and Ikima's sudden return. After that, Ryuto learned that the reason why Ikima was able to get out of prison early was that the search department found strong evidence to prove Ikima's innocence, so he was quickly paroled. In Ima's words, he only needed to go to the court a few more times to go through the procedures, and he would be a free man. In the future, he would no longer need to sit in prison every day. He could go to the KTV and sing to his heart's content. Ryuto was naturally very happy about his physics dad's release from prison, but he also felt extremely confused at the same time. What the? Is this really the game I'm familiar with? That night, when Ryuto, his dad, Fujiki, and others drank some wine to celebrate, and then walked toward his room, he kept thinking about this serious problem in his mind. In the red photo album too, no survivors that Long Do knew of, it was impossible for such a scene to appear. In fact, until the end of the game, Kiryu Ikima was still in prison and didn't appear at all. If Ryuto did something that affected the development of history, then this impact was a bit too fast. Besides, he didn't do anything special, right? I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. Voila! But even if he couldn't figure it out, Ryuto still opened the door and returned to his room, ready to rest on the bed. You're back, quickly close the door and sit down. However, when Ryuto entered the room, the peerless beauty sitting on the bed said to him with a smile. Oh, I'm going. Before he finished speaking, Ryuto's body suddenly trembled, and at the same time, his whole body was fixed on the spot like a mouse being stared at by a cat. First of all, this was Ryuto Kiryo's room, so naturally, there would be no woman in it. Secondly, this woman sitting on Ryuto's bed with peerless beauty and the temperament of a witch was a character that should never appear here. This is not Tian. Tenmo I am. Ryuto played the game before, and he remembered the appearance of every character in the game very clearly. But even if he didn't remember it very clearly, it wasn't difficult to see that the woman sitting on his bed was the final demon king in the game. Am I crazy? Or is there something wrong with this world? If there was something more difficult to understand than Ikima's sudden release from prison, it was the scene of the great demon king suddenly appearing in his room. Are you kidding me? The game just started, and as soon as I returned to my room to prepare for the next day, I found the final demon king in my room waiting for me. This is simply impossible. It doesn't conform to the script, nor does it conform to logic. If this strange situation happened in the game, the only explanation would be that there was a huge bug, and it was a huge bug that was enough to kill the programmer. Thinking of this, Ryuto's expression suddenly became very interesting. He stood at the door of his room, as if he was ready to turn and run at any time, but he didn't dare to run, because Ryuto knew how powerful I was. Since this woman suddenly appeared in his room, it was absolutely impossible for her to leave him room to escape. At this time, the uneasy expression on Ryuto's face obviously made I very happy. So she hooked her finger at the boy, smiled and said, "What are you waiting for? Come here and talk." Yes. Yes, yes. Although he didn't know why I appeared here, Ryuto could only follow her instructions. After all, for the current Ryuto, he simply didn't have the capital to fight against I am, the great demon king, so he could only choose to obey for the time being. This girl called me over, she won't directly kill me, right? But fortunately, I still have some money, if I die, I can revive and run. Ryudo thought in his heart as he walked towards the bed. However, what Ryudo didn't expect was that the moment he approached the bed, a slender jade arm quickly stretched out and hooked his body onto the bed like a fallen leaf. Chirp! Before Ryudo could react to what happened, a delicate lip fell on his lips. That feeling was really exhilarating. Chapter 385. For Ryudo, who was a transmigrator, it was normal for him to know all the character traits and relevant information in the game. But I am's move was something he never expected. Feeling the seductive touch from the cherry lips, smelling the deadly sweetness like poppy in his nose, his eyes were also looking at the pair of eyes of the abyss that was close at hand. This feeling, for Ryudo, who was still a little virgin, was simply too fucking exciting. It can't be. The great demon in the game, Tenmo I am is, kissing me. Just as he realized what was happening, Ryudo almost fainted on the spot. Something's wrong, I must be dreaming or something's wrong with this world. Although he thought so in his heart, the soft touch on his body repeatedly reminded him that this was reality. After I am kissed for a few minutes, she finally let go of Ryudo. Looking at the young man's blushing face on the bed, she revealed a joyful smile. He, ha 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 ha. For a moment, I am's heart was overjoyed. After all, compared to the Ryudo in the last timeline, the current Ryudo was as weak as a newborn baby. But this is how it should be, I am likes this Ryudo. Because the Ryudo in this timeline was still in the beginner stage, it was also the best opportunity for I am to take him under her command. Without a doubt, I am likes Ryudo, this kind of like is a woman's love for a man. What's more, this young man that the Demon King likes is still in the beginning stage of growth, whether it is physically or mentally, there is still a lot of room for growth. In other words, the current I am can freely cultivate him into her ideal state. This plan is called Ryudo Kiryo Cultivation Plan, or Ryudo Kiryo Sky Demon Plan. At this time, the name of the plan appeared in I am's mind, and her gaze towards Ryudo became more direct. At this time, a very strange scene formed on the bed in Ryudo's room. Ryudo was lying on the bed like a little girl with a red face, and I am was lying on her side beside him, smiling as she reached out to touch the young man's cheek. If only looking at the appearance, lying on the bed with such a great beauty, it was a scene that could instantly kill all men, the kind that almost made people vomit blood on the spot. But after Ryudo came back to his senses, his eyes became more and more panicked. Something's not right. I didn't accidentally stumble into the game's hidden line, did I? Just because I messed up the course of history. According to Ryudo's knowledge, the game Red Album 2, No Survivors, originally had two lines, the open line and the hidden line, or called the justice line and the evil line. The justice line was easy to understand, the protagonist basically chose a female protagonist to develop a relationship with her. In the end, he either killed I am or reconciled with his family, and then lived a shameless life with the female protagonist of this line, and then the whole story would be over. This line was complicated, but the core was similar, it was just divided into three parts, Colored Glaze, Yunyen, and Dunya. In the end, it couldn't be separated from the justice line. However, the evil line in the game was a hidden route. The prerequisites were to clear each of the three female leads' routes once before it could be unlocked. There were many complicated options to follow, and many players would not even be able to clear it without looking up the strategy guide. In the evil line, the female protagonist position was occupied by the final boss of the justice line, I am, and together with the bed-warming winter flower, they formed the evil female protagonist duo. With such a female protagonist, the evil line's content was naturally particularly evil. It was more or less about the protagonist and I am destroying the world, and in the end, the two of them became the Adam and Eve of the new world. How to describe it? Although the evil line's content wasn't particularly bad in Ryudo's eyes, he still couldn't understand why he inexplicably entered this line. Why? I clearly didn't clear the colored glaze, Yun-Yen, and Dunya's lines. How did I directly enter the hidden line? Forget it, since I'm already here, I'll just take it as it comes. But now, I.M seems to have taken a liking to me, then what should I do? Gulp, what should I do? Thinking of this, Ryudo turned his head to look at the delicate body lying on the bed. Especially when he happened to see I.M's seductive and broad chest, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In this world, there was no man who could resist the charm of this woman, unless the man had some kind of biological defect. Especially when lying on the same bed with her, even Lu Xiaohui couldn't help but turn into Shimanqing, and Shimanqing would directly turn into a chihuahua. How is it? Are you infatuated with me? Just when Ryudo was immersed in the beauty of the great demon queen, I.M even moved closer to him and reached out to hug the young man in her arms. At this moment, Ryudo suddenly remembered a very ordinary bottle of something, facial cleanser. Facial cleanser was an essential daily product for every man. It was white, soft, and smooth, and it felt great when applied on the face. It could make the skin full of vitality and make the person soar into the sky. But even so, Ryudo still struggled to raise his head and asked in confusion, "That, I am Sama. Why did you come to find me today? I have taken a liking to you, and I want to make you my man, it's that simple." In response to Ryudo's very straightforward question, I.M also used very straightforward words to reply. You actually took a liking to me so quickly, could this be the so-called protagonist aura? Suddenly, Ryudo smiled stiffly, but he immediately recovered and asked again, I.M Sama, you mean, you want me to follow you in the future? Don't make it sound so bad. Hearing this, Yongji shook her head and said with a smile, since I've taken a fancy to you, then you're the male owner of the Heavenly Eye group. How can you say that you're following me? This woman, sure enough, her brain circuit was completely different from ordinary people. Speaking of which, today was actually the first time Ryudo and I.M met, but this woman directly said that she wanted him to be her male owner. No matter how much they liked each other, this progress was too fast. If it was another woman, Ryudo might have thought that she was joking. But I.M was serious, she was undoubtedly serious. Ryudo only thought that her brain circuit was special, and the way she thought was different from others, but he would never have thought that I.M was also a transmigrator and had had many interactions with him in the later timeline. In the previous timeline, I.M was one step behind and did not get what she wanted. So in this timeline, she wanted to get what she wanted no matter what. But because he knew that this woman's brain was not very normal, Ryudo could not help but ask, I.M Sama, what do you want me to do with you? Rule the world. Rule the world. That's not bad, but before that, the first task is to destroy this rotten old world. When mentioning her goal, I.M's tone became particularly proud, as if she was introducing something amazing. Why destroy the world? This question was actually very simple, it was nothing more than a game. In I.M's mind, she saw this world as an amusement park. And tearing down the old amusement park and building a new one according to her preferences. Wasn't this a very normal thing? Of course, Ryudo did not have any objections to this extremely special game. After all, he was not from this world. Whether most of the residents died or not, whether Japan perished or not, it had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, he was happy to see it. But Ryudo still had a few people he cared about, such as the three heroines. Although Ryudo was now walking the evil line and it was estimated that it would be difficult to have any intersection with the three heroines, he still didn't want to see Colored Glaze and others die in the hands of Ayam. He still hoped to save them. So Ryudo tentatively asked, Ayam-sama, in the process of destroying the world, if I want to protect a few people? Okay, whatever, as long as it doesn't affect the overall situation, you can protect tens of thousands of people if you want. Ayam naturally wouldn't care about these trivial matters, but she casually agreed to Ryudo's request. Phew, great, now it's much easier. When he thought that he could save the lives of Colored Glaze and others, Ryudo also felt a lot more relaxed. He no longer had to worry about dragging the three heroines into the water when he followed Ayam. Now that he was relaxed, he also began to think about the benefits of walking the evil line. Compared to the justice line, where one's hands were tied and one had to think about this and that, the evil line was basically killing all the way, and the degree of hatred was maxed out. It was simple and violent. Therefore, if only from the perspective of a player, playing the evil line was actually much more enjoyable. After all, the great demon king had become someone to sleep with, and she even gave him such a big dowry as the Heavenly Eye group. It was simply a king at the start of the game, and he was invincible when he went out. Most importantly, he could have many children with Ayam in the future. Pft, pft, pft. At the thought of this, Ryudo couldn't help but feel a little itchy. It couldn't be helped, who asked Ayam to be so beautiful? That kind of beauty and temperament were completely on the level of a witch, and people were willing to fall for her. I've decided. I'm going to walk the evil line, and I'm going to become a great demon king. Of course, it was useless for Ryudo to not make the decision, since the decision was not up to him anyway. At this time, Ryudo could be said to have no room to resist in front of Ayam. If he didn't agree, Ayam could easily kill him and leave him with nothing. Why torture himself like this? Couldn't he just agree obediently? Just like that, Ryudo, who had accepted his fate, held Ayam's delicate white hand and gently kissed the back of it. As you wish, my queen, from today onwards, we are on the same side. In the young master's room of the Rulon Group's headquarters, the curtains of a show of collusion slowly opened. Ayam was obviously very satisfied with Ryudo's understanding of the situation, so she smiled and said, since you've agreed, then come back with me tonight. Ah. Go back. Go back where? Back to our home, the unrestrained Sky Tower. This is too fast. Although he had agreed to collude with Ayam, Ryudo did not expect this woman to want to pack him up and go home tonight. Judging from Yongji's actions just now, Longdo didn't even need to think to know what would happen if she brought him back tonight. It would definitely be, cough cough, cough cough cough, cough 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 cough. What a joke, Ryudo Kiryu, am not such a casual person. However, just as Ryudo was about to find an excuse to refuse, Ayam smiled and kissed him on the cheek, and whispered in his ear, don't you want to be with me? Big sister can teach you a lot of things, the kind that can last until morning. Amiba, good, good. If Longdo could still speak at this moment, he would probably say, witch, eat this old sun stick. But unfortunately, this inexperienced evil protagonist could not resist the temptation of Bronze Skin Supreme and Iron Bone Supreme. In the end, he was defeated and was brought back to the unrestrained Sky Tower by Ayam. That night, Ryudo's state of mind changed like this, Your Majesty, you are amazing. Your Majesty, this is an unforgettable night. Your Majesty, don't you feel tired? Your Majesty, I think I can't take it anymore. Your Majesty the Queen, please spare me. Your Majesty, yen percent hashtag percent asterisk asterisk. Percent yen hashtag at. Dash. When Ayam finally fell asleep at dawn, Ryudo felt that he was about to become a dry corpse. If he did not quickly buy a bunch of medicine from the Krypton Gold shop to save his life, he might have died on the bed on the spot. And this result was even after Ryuto bought the physique attribute in advance. Before doing the last step, IM specially gave Ryuto 1 billion as a maintenance fee, raising Ryuto's physique to LV5 physique, Extreme Superman. If it was not for this superhuman level of physique, IM might have really taken this little virgin's life. So this kind of thing is so scary. Looking at the woman who was using his arm as a pillow, lying on top of it and sleeping soundly, Ryuto could not help but have a great fear of her peerless beauty. But it was useless to say anything now. The sword was already back in the scabbard, and the blade was almost ground into a needle by the iron pestle of the scabbard. Following this, Ryuto could only work hard to improve his self-cultivation, so as to avoid dying on the bed one day. That would be too embarrassing. However, just as the two people in the unrestrained Sky Tower were happily enjoying the genuine friendship of life and death, on the other side of the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, a figure was scratching her ears and scratching her cheeks as she pondered. This woman, who was wearing a dignified kimono and sitting in front of a desk, was the leader of the Kamiyoshi clan that IM had greeted during the day, Kamishiro Ruehue. At this moment, there was a piece of paper in front of Ruehue, but there were a few big words written on the paper. My daughter, colored glaze. However, after she finished writing the first line, Ruehue didn't know how to write the rest of the content. After all, she did not know how to explain to her daughter that she was going to eat the medicine sent by IM. If that was the case, colored glaze would definitely think that her mother's brain was fried. Chapter 386. This morning, Ruehue received the Hooligan 100 Immortals pill from IM and immediately sent it for testing. The Kamiyoshi network in Tokyo was complicated, and there were many professional testing agencies that knew about it. There was almost no possibility that they couldn't detect the composition of the medicine. However, this situation really happened. After the analysis of 3 world-class testing agencies, they came to a unified conclusion that this small pill probably came from Mars. When she saw the 3 almost identical reports, Ruehue was speechless and even couldn't believe her eyes. But this was to be expected. After all, the medicine sent by the system was indeed no different from Mars. It was pure alien technology. How could modern technology detect the composition? But the most professional testing agency couldn't detect the composition of the medicine. From a certain point of view, this was a great thing. Because at least one thing was known: the effect of this pill was beyond the scope of modern pharmacology. A medicine beyond the scope of modern pharmacology. There were only 2 results after eating this kind of thing. The first was to die inexplicably, and the second was to recover inexplicably. Ruehue herself was terminally ill. Her terminal illness was also beyond the scope of modern medicine. In the present, it could be described as magic or mystery. To fight against magic, you could only use magic. To kill mystery, you also had to rely on mystery. So after finding out that the medicine given by IM couldn't detect the composition, Ruehue felt that the probability of this medicine being able to cure her increased a lot. In this case, Ruehue couldn't help but seriously consider whether to take this strange pill. There was no doubt that this was a very risky move. After all, the person who sent this medicine was the boss of the Tenma Group, the most vicious and evil woman in the world. If someone told Ruehue before that she would consider whether to take the medicine sent by IM, she would definitely think that person was crazy. But after today's contact, Ruehue found that IM seemed to have changed. The woman's temperament was still chaotic, still full of malice. But in the chaos and malice, she actually exuded a sweet aura unique to a girl in love. This made Ruehue feel very confused. Tenmo IM, that woman, actually gave off the feeling of a young girl in love. Is there something wrong with me, or is there something wrong with this world? Rue Hui didn't know, and she didn't want to know for now. The only thing she wanted to know now was what to write in her suicide note. That's right, the Kansai Imperial Garden was currently shrouded in darkness. Rue Hui sat alone in front of the desk, thinking about how to write a suicide note to her daughter. The reason why she wrote a suicide note was because Rue Hui felt that she might die. The reason why she felt that she would die was because Rue Hui intended to take the pill. The reason why Rue Hui took the pill was because she wanted to continue living in this world. The above few sentences sounded somewhat funny, but the reality was as such. If Rue Hui continues like this, she will definitely die of a terminal illness. If she didn't want to die, only IM's medicine could save her. However, taking the medicine might also kill her. Therefore, this was a gamble with a 50% chance of success. If he won the bet, he would be able to survive. If he lost the bet, he would immediately die. Phew. Forget it. It's not my style to be hesitant. I'll just eat it. After casually writing her suicide note and telling her what to do after her death, Rue Hui picked up the glass of water on the desk next to her, and swallowed the special-looking pill with a gulp of water. Almost at the instant she took the pill, the master of Kamiyoshi's body suddenly trembled, and her entire body fell backward. Ugh! Ugh! What's going on? Why is my body so hot? It's like there's a fire burning in my stomach. The moment she fell to the ground, Rue Hui felt that her body was shockingly hot. The terrifying heat caused her body to be unable to move, as if she was a lamb being roasted over a charcoal fire. Because Rue Hui intended to gamble with her life this time, she had already ordered everyone to leave the study, including Ruki and the other guardian ninjas who were her personal bodyguards. So when Rue Hui fell to the ground with her body burning hot, no one could save her. She could only lie on the floor with resignation, holding the suicide note that she left for her daughter in her hand. I'm going to die. Am I going to die? In a daze, Rue Hui couldn't help but think so. Legend has it that before a person died, the trajectory of their past life would flash through their eyes. This was the so-called carousel lamp. And Rue Hui also seemed to vaguely see her past, seeing her life from the Kanagi family's young mistress to the house king, and then to the Kanagi family's master. Ah! What a boring life. After reviewing her life, Rue Hui couldn't help but think so. If there's a next life, I must live more easily, more freely, and at least live for myself, not for others. Rue Hui couldn't help but have such a thought before she finally fainted. However, by the time she realized that she wasn't dead, it was already the morning of the next day. Chirp chirp chirp. The morning air was particularly clear, and the crisp sound of birds could be heard from outside. Rue Hui opened her eyes on the floor, and felt that her body had never felt so relaxed before. Speaking of which, the high temperature after taking the pill yesterday actually only lasted for a short period of time, and Rue Hui just happened to faint. After the torment last night, Rue Hui, who woke up, felt that her entire body had become much lighter. Am I dreaming? When Rue Hui stood in front of the mirror and saw that she looked as if she had suddenly become 10 or 20 years younger, she couldn't believe her eyes. The woman in the mirror had smooth and supple skin, and her eyes were bright and spirited. Even her hair had become darker and silkier. If it weren't for the fact that there were still traces of time in the woman's eyes, Rue Hui would have thought that she had gone back in time and returned to the time when she was still a young mistress. Etsuna Mamaheim. That guy was actually serious. Where did she get such a miraculous medicine? After understanding that her body had indeed undergone a tremendous change, Rue Hui couldn't help but recall Iam's words from yesterday. If I say that I'm here to cooperate with you, would you believe me? Don't be in a hurry to reject me, how about you listen to my conditions first? For example, I can cure your incurable disease, and I can even let your daughter live, so that she doesn't have to be that damned house king anymore. If it was before today, Rue Hui would definitely think that I was fooling her and treating her as a fool. But after personally experiencing the miraculous effects of the pill, she realized that I wasn't lying. She was actually sincerely looking for her to cooperate. Now that Rue Hui's body was extremely relaxed, her incurable disease was obviously almost cured, which fully proved sincerity. Rue. At this time, after Rue Hui finished washing up, she shouted towards the window. Before her voice died away, a graceful figure appeared in front of Lord Rue Hui, and knelt down. Yes, what are your orders? Go and prepare a helicopter, and call Rabbit Ball. I'm going to the unrestrained Sky Tower. Ah. Unrestrained. Unrestrained Sky Tower. Lord Rue Hui, are you serious? The moment she heard this name, Ryu's body trembled slightly, because she knew very well what this destination meant. What a joke, the head of Kamiyoshi was going to the headquarters of Tenma Group, wasn't this, sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth? Don't worry. Rue Hui nodded and smiled, nothing will happen, but this matter can't be known to others, you know what to do, right? Yes. Stealth was originally a ninja's specialty, so Ryu naturally wouldn't mess it up. But when she personally flew the helicopter to the center of Tokyo Bay, this guardian ninja still felt very nervous. After all, in the past so many years, the Kamiyoshi and the Tenmu clan were mortal enemies. But at this time, Lord Rue Hui seemed to have a new idea, which really surprised Ryu. However, just as Rue Hui was flying to the unrestrained Sky Tower, in the helicopter, in the master's room on the top floor of the tower, the new master slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong with me? When Ryudo woke up, the first thing he saw was a strange ceiling. The ceiling had a pink girl's color, but there were many inexplicable graffiti, which looked very uncoordinated. Coupled with the golden hair doll hanging from the ceiling, it was even more terrifying. Such a strange room, probably only Iam's bedroom in the world. At this time, Ryudo woke up from Iam's bed in her bedroom. And when the dragon head woke up, he also felt a light breath coming from his shoulder and the warmth hanging on half of his body. Is this the benefit of being a bad guy? Although it was dangerous, it was enjoyable. Looking at Iam sleeping on his shoulder, Ryudo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then felt a sense of relief. Although the battle last night made him a little worried about his future, compared to the sense of relief at this time, it was nothing. Yes, relief. When he was with Iam, Ryudo felt a real sense of relief, as if even if the sky fell, it would not fall on him. This was to be expected. After all, Iam was the biggest demon in the game, and should be Ryudo's main enemy. He needed to be constantly vigilant to not be killed by this demon. But after yesterday, the demon became the person sleeping next to him, and the biggest enemy became the biggest leg. It had to be said that when he had Iam as his leg, the feeling was not just a normal kind of good. It was good in all kinds of ways. Especially when the demon closed her eyes and lay next to him, the usual evil and chaos was replaced by a peaceful sleeping face. Ryudo really felt like he was the happiest man in the world. After all, Iam was really beautiful, and could even be said to be the most beautiful woman in the world. But it was a pity that she was usually too strong and fierce, to the point that it would make people unconsciously tense up and unable to relax and admire this great beauty's peerless appearance. But Iam was different after she fell asleep. At this time, she was like the world's most beautiful woman with a normal brain, and Ryudo could not help but stare at her flawless face for a long time. Do I look good? Just as Long Do was considering whether or not to wake her up, Yongji raised the corner of her mouth and asked without blinking. Well, it seemed like this girl was already awake. After being slightly shocked by Im, Ryuto replied sincerely, "You look good, really good, there is no one in the world more beautiful than you." Glib tongue, but it makes sense, I like it. After reaching out and pulling Ryuto's head, Im kissed him on the cheek, then stood up and put on her clothes and socks. A beauty changing clothes was a beautiful scene in the world, not to mention such a peerless beauty with a flawless appearance and figure. So when Im picked up a pair of black lace stockings and was about to put them on, Ryuto could not help but almost go crazy, and wanted to die again. No, no, no. I have to control myself, or I will die on top of her sooner or later. Long Do couldn't help but feel a lingering fear when he recalled the feeling of dying last night. After a while, Im changed into a relatively formal outfit. The elegant black dress she was wearing looked very solemn and serious, and her soft black hair fell to her waist, matched with the black lace stockings and high heels. Her every movement was dignified and elegant, as if she was an empress who was going to inspect the country. But according to what Ryuto knew, Im usually would not dress so formally, unless something special happened. After tidying up her appearance, Im reached out and patted Ryuto's chest, smiled, and said, "An old friend will come to find me in a while. You should also tidy up and come with me to see her, my dear Minister Toshiro." Just last night, Im had already arranged Ryuto's new identity. After joining the Heavenly Eye group, Ryuto gloriously changed from Young Master of the Rulon group to Heavenly Eye group Minister of Weapons, which meant he replaced the position of Nikolai, who had been blown to smithereens. But compared to his new identity, Ryuto cared more about the identity of the old friend he was going to meet later. "Lord Im, your old friend is, although you have not seen that woman, you should be quite familiar with her. After all, you just came out of her house yesterday and tried to seduce her daughter, hee." When she said, "seduce her daughter," Im's lips curled up, and she gave Ryuto a dangerous smile. "Me? Came out of her house? Seduced her daughter? Wait, could it be, that old friend is..." Just as Ryuto suddenly thought of that name, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 387. Lord Im, may I come in? With the knock on the door, the familiar voice of Tokushima Call Hana entered the ears of Im and Ryuto. Because when Ryuto succeeded as the head of the weapons department last night, Im summoned back the head of the guards department, Call Hana, the head of the pharmacy department, Yomi, and the head of the secret department, Heavy Fire. It had to be said that when he saw these three bosses in the game standing beside him and becoming his colleagues last night, Ryuto felt quite strange. Although Yomi and Heavy Fire were a little puzzled by the sudden appearance of this young man who replaced Nicola's position, these colleagues also expressed friendliness to Ryuto on the surface, except for Call Hana. Call Hana didn't rush back to the investigation department today to be her own undercover chief. Instead, she asked for leave and lived in the unrestrained Sky Tower. In Ryuto's view, the reason why Call Hana deliberately lived here was most likely because of him. During the inauguration ceremony last night, Call Hana had been staring at Ryuto with a vicious gaze. Her gaze was as if she wanted to poke a hole in him. Although it was the first time Call Hana saw the young master of the Rulon group, Ryuto could understand where Call Hana's resentment against him began. After all, from the situation he saw in Red Album 2, No One Survived, the head of the department had a special relationship with his boss. Ahem, it was the kind of relationship that was not known to outsiders. Call Hana was infatuated with and worshipped Im, while Im treated Call Hana as a pet and a toy. The relationship between the two master and servant showed a very twisted state. But there was no doubt that Call Hana's feelings for Im were quite firm. She could even fight against the whole world for Im. Therefore, it was not difficult to imagine what Call Hana was thinking when she found out that her master, lover, brought back a stinky man last night. Kill, 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 kill. Blow his head off with a gun, dismember him with a knife, send him flying with a car, flatten him with a tank, crush him with an airplane, and blast him into ashes with a missile. Especially after knowing that Ayam had brought Ryudo to her room to rest last night, Lin Hana had not slept for the entire night. She had been making Ryudo Kiryo's cursed dolls, and she had made 70 to 80 of them in one night. Lin Hua's anger and jealousy were visible to the naked eye. Ayam naturally understood, but she obviously didn't care at all. After all, Ayam had always been an absolutely self-centered woman. She was too lazy to care about what Lin Hua thought of Ryudo. After hearing Lin Hua knocking on the door, Ayam said indifferently, "Come in." "Yes." Before she finished speaking, Lin Hua pushed the door open and walked in. However, when she saw the young man sitting on Ayam's bed, who had just changed into a uniform but looked tired, as if he had overworked himself last night, she immediately felt her blood pressure rise. Motherf asterisk cur. If Ayam Sama was not nearby, Lin Hua would have spat on Ryudo's face. This stinky bastard, how dare he do that with Ayam Sama? Woo. Although she really wanted to cut Ryudo into 1,000 pieces, Lin Hua suppressed her anger and reporting to Ayam Sama, the Kamiyoshi clan's helicopter has landed at the helipad. That woman, Kaneshiro Ruehue, is heading to the living room. This was because Ayam had already reminded Lin Hua and the others yesterday that Ruehue might come to visit today. Lin Hua was not surprised by the sudden visit of the Heavenly Eye Group's archenemy. Or rather, she was too lazy to care about Ruehue now. Lin Hua's attention was mostly focused on Ryudo. It's her. Kaneshiro Ruehue. But how? Why is Madame Ruehue here? When he heard Lin Hua's words, Ryudo could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. According to Ryudo's understanding of this world, Colored Glaze's mother, Kaneshiro Ruehue, was a very strict woman. She should be Ayam's archenemy. If Ruehue did not die early because of a terminal illness, Ayam would not have been able to do so much in the later stages of the game. Therefore, Ruehue should be the only person who could compete with Ayam. However, the only woman in this world who could compete with Ayam was sitting in the reception room of the unrestrained Sky Tower at this time. Different from Yongji's study and bedroom, which were out of tune and out of place, the reception room still looked very proper because it was used to receive some proper people. However, when Ruehue sat elegantly on the soft sofa and held the top-grade osmanthus tea brewed by the maid, although her expression was very relaxed, the two guards behind her were not the same. Looking carefully, the two guardian ninjas, Bunkomaru and Ritsuki, were standing behind their master on the left and right, vigilantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. After all, this was the nest of the Heavenly Eye Group. It was understandable for the two to be vigilant, especially after that figure appeared. Oh, Ruehue, what a rare guest. When she walked toward Ruehue with swaying steps, Ayam could not help but show a happy smile. Because from the moment Ruehue appeared here, she already knew that she had one. However, Ruehue did not first look at Ayam, this old enemy, but looked at the young man who walked behind Ayam. This young man is Rulon Group's young master, Ryudo Kiryo. With Ruehue's connections, she naturally knew that this kid kidnapped her daughter yesterday and slept in her daughter's, Kamishiro courtyard, for a night. Although according to Bunkamura's report, he seemed to have done something to this kid, so he would not continue to have thoughts about Colored Glaze. But why did Ryudo appear next to Ruehue the next day? Seeing this extremely strange situation, Bunkomaru, who was behind Ruehue, almost had his eyes pop out. How is this possible? Ryudo Kiryo, he actually works for Heavenly Eye Ayam. To be honest, although Bunkomaru confronted Ryudo for a while yesterday, he did not see that this kid actually used the same blanket as Ayam. This was too ridiculous. Although this could not be blamed on Bunkumaru, because when Ryudo confronted Bunkumaru yesterday, he really did not use the same blanket as I am. This blanket was temporarily used last night. At this moment, Ryudo was somewhat embarrassed when he saw Bunkumaru again. After all, yesterday he vowed in front of Bunkumaru that he liked colored glaze, but in the end, he got together with I am. Of course, compared to Bunkumaru who almost castrated him yesterday, Ryudo's gaze was mostly focused on Madame Ruehue. After all, she was really beautiful. Although Ruehue was colored glaze's mother, no matter how one looked at her, he felt that she was a beautiful woman who was not even 30 years old. At this moment, she was wearing a black-sleeved kimono with the Kamiyoshi family's double-leaf sunflower pattern printed on it. She looked calm and elegant without being overly gorgeous. At the same time, the collar and cuffs were inlaid with golden threads, adding a faint sense of luxury. This dignified appearance, coupled with her thick black hair that was tied up high with a jade hairpin, could be said to be exuding a mature feminine charm. Moreover, because Ruehue had consumed the Hooligan 100 Immortal pill, she looked even younger. Her skin was so tender that when she stood next to colored glaze, they looked like a pair of sisters. This Ruehue was not inferior to I am who was sitting opposite her. They were both peerless beauties, the kind that could cause the downfall of a city. Oh, this feeling, am I in heaven? At this time, I am was sitting on the sofa beside Ryudo, Ruehue was sitting on the sofa opposite him, and Lin Hua was standing behind her. For a moment, he didn't know if he was dreaming, otherwise, how could such a dreamlike scene appear? Although the three female leads in the original work were also beautiful, colored glaze, Yunyen, and Dunya were relatively young after all. They didn't have the almost overflowing feminine charm of I am, Ruehue, and Lin Hua. Especially the unique body fragrance and charm of mature women, it made Ryudo feel quite satisfied. Of course, he wasn't an old pervert, he was simply attracted by the three beautiful big sisters. This was a very normal thing. Just when Ryudo was unmoved on the surface, but he secretly sighed in his heart that he came to the right place. Ruehue put down the teacup in her hand and said faintly, I didn't expect that the kidnapping of my colored glaze yesterday was arranged by the two of you. Your acting is really good, Ryudo-kun. Originally, after Ruehue learned about yesterday's incident, she thought that Ryudo and Rulon group were also victims of I am's plot. Who knew that they were actually in the same group, which really made her a little upset. Especially when she thought that Ryudo, this little brat actually dared to kidnap her baby daughter. Ruehue wanted to stab him twice in the head. After being ridiculed by Ruehue, Ryudo's face was a little red. After a while, he murmured, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Previously, the kidnapping of colored glaze wasn't actually done by Ryudo. Originally, he could have pushed the blame to I am, the shady business, but now the shady business was in cahoots with him. So now, Ryudo had become yellow mud that fell into his crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, no one would believe it. He had to apologize to Madame Ruehue first to avoid any more trouble. Just when Ryudo was facing Ruehue, I am smiled and said, don't hold on to him. The previous incident was my idea. At that time, we were still enemies, weren't we? I didn't say anything. It's not my habit to bring up old scores. Besides, for the sake of the pill, let's forget about the previous incident. Of course, Ruehue deliberately came to the unrestrained Sky Tower, this time to talk about these old matters. Moreover, her daughter colored glaze was scared but not in danger in the end, so there was no benefit in arguing about it. Therefore, she quickly looked at I am, her partner. Both Ruehue and I am were smart people. They both knew what it meant for the two of them to sit in the guest room of the unrestrained Sky Tower to discuss this matter peacefully. Therefore, neither of them would talk about why they were sitting there. Instead, they directly discussed the next division of labor. You want to cooperate with me? How do you want to cooperate? Do you want to occupy this country? That's too gentle of a word. How can we rebuild something that's already rotten without destroying it? That makes sense. With Ruehue's intelligence and knowledge as a god, she naturally knew how many corpses were needed to complete the destruction and reconstruction mentioned by Iam. Even so, Ruehue did not hesitate to reply, that makes sense. Because the current her, after reincarnating, had decided to live only for herself and her daughter. As for other things, Ruehue would not care at all. To put it in a more extreme way, for example, if the lives of 200 million people in Japan were to be exchanged for colored glazes future, Ruehue would not hesitate to do so. After all, compared to herself and her daughter, the lives of other unrelated people were worthless. This was the cold-bloodedness of a person of high status, and also the courage of a person who wanted to achieve great things. Seeing how resolute Ruehue's gaze became, Iam could not help but nod slightly. She smiled and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble you to take the position of Golden Heron first. Can you do that? Iam was naturally very familiar with the most ancient organization in Japan, the Yatsuki, which held most of the power in Japan. However, for a strange person like Iam who was ostracized by the traditional circle, it was difficult for her to get her forces deep into the inner circle of the Yatsuki. However, with Ruehue's cooperation, the situation was completely different. If Ruehue could replace the position of Iwasaki or Takehara Miyako, then these two strongest women in the world could completely erode the organization from the inside. At that time, most of the politicians would be assassinated and replaced, and the entire Japan would be in the hands of the two. Whether it was dismantling or destroying it, it would all be up to Iam. After hearing Yongji's words, Ruehui didn't even think about it and replied, no problem. Give me a week, I guarantee that I can pull those two guys down from their high horse. In a week, bring down the most powerful, Golden Heron, in Japan. When Ruehue said this, she was full of pride and did not consider the possibility of failure or delay at all. This confidence that seemed to not care about the world was also what Iam liked the most about her. As expected. You were bound by too many boring things before, and now you are the real you. Yongji immediately smiled and nodded. At the same time, she said to Ruehui, since that's the case, I'll send the head of the weapons department of the Heavenly Eye Group to assist you. He's an extremely powerful monster. Head of weapons. Nikolai. Nikolai has retired and returned to his hometown to get married. The current head of weapons is him. After saying this, Iam pointed at Ryuto next to her, and at the same time showed a sweet smile to the head of weapons. Ah. Head of weapons. Ryuto Kiryu. Let him help me. In an instant, Ruehue was stunned, and then turned to look at the young man that Iam called an extremely powerful monster. At the same time, Ryuto also looked at Ruehue, and for the first time, their eyes met. Chapter 388. As for Lady Ruehui, Ryuto didn't have any thoughts about her. After all, according to his previous understanding of the plot, he shouldn't have anything to do with this woman. On one hand, she was Colored Glaze's mother and was considered an elder. On the other hand, she didn't have long to live. But an hour later, Ryuto and Ruehui were sitting in a helicopter together. In front of the cockpit, there was Rabbit Ball who kept staring at him with a sour face. What's going on? This is too awkward. When Ryuto and Ruehui sat in the back seat of the helicopter, their legs were almost touching each other. Ryuto couldn't help but gulp. His expression also became a bit strange. Why did Ryuto leave with Ruehui in a helicopter? Because this was Iam Sama's order. From today onwards, Ryudo's job was to assist this kamikaze and help her become a golden heron in the shortest amount of time. In order to successfully accomplish this goal, Ryudo obtained a portion of the Spread the Martial Arts Mercenary Group's mobilization authority. This elite mercenary group that originally belonged to IM, coupled with the entire weapon department in his hands, Ryudo now had a lot of chess pieces in his hands. Not to mention, Ryudo also received a full 5 billion mission fee. Relying on the 5 billion mission fee, Ryudo immediately increased his attribute points to a very high level. So at this time, Ryudo's personal attribute page looked like this: name, Ryudo Kiryoage, 16 attributes, Wisdom LV4, Constitution LV5, Courage LV5, Insight LV4, Charm LV5. Title: Soft Rice Man. When there is a close female around, all attributes increase by 50%. Equipment: none. Total assets: 35 billion. Other than Wisdom and Insight that required 5 billion to level up, Constitution, Courage, and Charm were all maxed out by Ryudo. 2 days, he had only transmigrated to this world for 2 days, and his attributes had already skyrocketed. This was probably the charm of the money modifier. Of course, even though Long Do's personal attributes were already very high, the bastard title of freeloader still made him extremely unhappy. Title: Soft Rice Man, obtained after receiving more than 5 billion from a close female. When there is a close female around, all attributes will be greatly increased. How to say this? The Soft Rice Man title was indeed very powerful, the attribute increase was very obvious, but I really don't want to be a soft rice man. Long Do didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the thought of Yongji giving him so much maintenance fee and mission fee. On one hand, he hoped that he could become stronger through his own hard work, so that he wouldn't have to rely on a woman to survive. On the other hand, he felt that the current situation was indeed very good. Of course, he was being taken care of by the world's most beautiful woman as soon as he transmigrated. She gave him status, people, and money. With such a good rich woman, there probably wouldn't be any man in the world who would be able to resist her. However, Ryudo still had some backbone. Since he had taken so many things from IM, he had to make some achievements as the head of the weapons department. Even if he had to work together with Ruehue Kaneshiro. To be honest, Ryudo was now somewhat afraid of Ruehue. After all, she was one of the stricter characters in the original work. So, when he left with her on the helicopter and brought people to clean up the Kamiyoshi tribe, Ryudo obviously felt somewhat uncomfortable. Their destination this time was to go to the Kamiyoshi tribe and kill some of the people who had connections with the outside world. The Kamiyoshi tribe had many complicated factions. Many of its members were inextricably linked to Yatsuki Yukiyoshi. So, if they wanted to deal with Yatsuki Yukiyoshi, they would first have to deal with the spies in their family. Ruehue had already compiled a list of spies, including her younger brother Kamishiro Yoshiyuki and her nephew filial piety Kaneshiro. According to what Ruehue knew, this father and son pair had a deep connection with the current Yatsuki Yukiyoshi, the president of the great Japanese bank Iwasaki Yanasuke. If Ruehue wanted to deal with them, it would be best to deal with these spies as soon as possible so that they wouldn't alert the enemy. But after all, they were Ruehue's own blood relatives. It wasn't appropriate for her to do it herself, so she could only let Ryudo do it for her. Just as Ryudo was thinking about how to deal with them when they arrived at the Kaneshiro Imperial Garden, Ruehue opened her eyes slightly and asked in a light tone, "Ryudo-kun, can I ask you for a favor?" "Ah." "Mrs. Ruehue, please go ahead." After hearing Ruehue's words, Ryudo was somewhat nervous, but he immediately nodded. "I heard that you seem to have publicly declared that you like colored glaze, right?" That's what happened before. Ryudo Kiryo's character originally liked Kaneshiro colored glaze, and it was the same in the original work. Many people knew about this, so Ryuto had nothing to hide. At this time, Ruehue said, "Since you are part of IM's faction, please don't get close to colored glaze in the future. I hope that my daughter can live a simple and happy life in the future." Understood. After being warned by Mrs. Ruehue, Ryuto could only nod dejectedly. Although Ryuto liked colored glaze, his current liking for her was limited to liking the game character. It hadn't reached the point of marrying no one else or marrying no one else. Since he was now forced to choose the evil path, Ryuto naturally wouldn't have any ideas about colored glaze. After all, colored glaze and IM couldn't coexist. It was impossible to force himself to "I want them all" in this situation, so he could only accept it. Otherwise, he would most likely be chopped into 9 pieces by IM. Ruehue was obviously very satisfied with Ryuto's tactful attitude. She smiled and said, "Not bad, you are more mature than I thought. No wonder IM entrusted you with such a heavy responsibility." "It's okay, IM. Sama trusts me more, so I have to do well." IM. After hearing Ryuto's words, Ruehue inadvertently blinked. There's something strange. Ryuto Kiryu and Tenmo IM, there seems to be something strange between these two. According to Ruehue's understanding of the members of the Heavenly Eye group, most of the capable people joined Yongji because of their admiration, so when they mentioned the boss, they all had a very respectful expression. But Ryuto was different. When he mentioned IM, there was almost no respect. Instead, he seemed to be very close to her. This feeling was completely different from the attitude towards a boss, a superior, but more like the attitude towards his lover. That's right, lover. In fact, Ryuto had already subconsciously regarded IM as such. After all, IM was really his woman now, and the two had completely completed the most intimate contact last night. In addition, IM was really good to Ryuto, giving him whatever he wanted. The human heart was made of flesh, so Ryuto would naturally treat her well in return. That feeling was more or less treating her as his lover. This subtle emotional change obviously couldn't be hidden from Ruehue's eyes. It can't be. Could it be? He's IM's lover. Thinking of this, Ruehue carefully thought about IM's attitude towards Ryuto in the living room. Thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be more or less ambiguous. It didn't seem like a normal female superior and male subordinate. If that's the case, I have to build a good relationship with Ryuto-kun. Since he was able to receive IM's love, it meant that he must have his own outstanding qualities. And since he's IM's lover, I can try to use Ryuto to instill some ideas into IM. I'll do that. Although the current Ruehue had reached a comprehensive cooperation with IM, it didn't mean that Ruehue didn't have her own thoughts. Although she wouldn't backstab IM or drag IM down, she was obviously very willing to fight for her own interests and let herself have more say in this alliance. So when the two got off the helicopter and were walking towards Kamishiro Imperial Garden, Ruehue used a gentle tone to say to Ryuto, "Ryuto-kun, you don't have to be polite here. Just treat this place as your own home." Is that so? Just as Long Do was about to smile and chat with Ruehue, who had suddenly become gentle, he saw a man hurriedly walking out of a house not far away. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 50 years old, but his body was still tall and straight. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle looking for prey. This is Kamishiro Yoshiyuki. Because he had played the game before, Long Do naturally recognized this man and knew who he was. The most important thing was that this man was the person Ryuto was going to deal with this time. Kaneshiro Ruehue's brother, Kaneshiro Colored Glaze's uncle, and at the same time, he was also Kamiyoshi's scum. At this time, this Kamiyoshi scum quickly came to Ruehue's side and asked his sister while sweating, "Ruehue, where did you go so early in the morning? Why didn't you turn on your phone?" I couldn't find you anywhere. You scared me to death. I'll leave it to you. Ruehue didn't answer her brother's question. Instead, she sighed and walked into the house, not even looking at Yoshiyuki. What's going on? Who's this brat? Seeing that his sister didn't even look at him for some reason, Yoshiyuki wanted to chase after her and ask her some questions. But before he could take a step forward, a hand that was like an iron pincer grabbed his neck. Although we don't have any grudges, I have to kill you. I'm sorry. At that moment, Yoshiyuki heard a young voice coming from behind him. Then, there was a crisp cracking sound, and the world in his eyes tilted greatly. This is... I thawed. When Ryudo let go of his hand, Kamishiro Yoshiyuki's body, whose neck had been broken, fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. After killing Yoshiyuki, Ryudo ordered the mercenaries who suddenly appeared behind him without looking back, take him away and get rid of him. Yes. The mercenaries didn't hesitate. They immediately carried Yoshiyuki's body and walked away. Perhaps they were planning to sink into the familiar Tokyo Bay. Perhaps it was because of his LV5 courage, but Ryudo didn't feel any discomfort after killing this man. Instead, he felt a slight sense of relief. No problem, with my current ability, it's enough to deal with most situations. In this world, it's either you die or I die, I mustn't be soft-hearted. Just like this, after killing the first target, Kamishiro Yoshiyuki, Ryudo led the Conquering the World mercenaries and directly walked into the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. Under the instruction of Ruehue, almost all the guardian ninjas, who were originally protecting the Kanzaki family members disappeared without a trace, and the other guards were also gathered in a certain place, so that it would be convenient for Ryudo and the others to make a move. Who are you? Oh. Help. Help. Someone come. Please don't kill me. You can have as much money as you want. That afternoon, there was a bloody storm in the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. The group of clansmen and guards, and even the ninjas who were previously identified by Ruehue as having connections with outsiders were mercilessly slaughtered. Fresh blood dyed this land, which was originally considered very sacred, red. Occasionally, there would be waves of panicked screams coming from the courtyard. Such a situation could be said to be poles apart from the usual tranquil and peaceful Kamishiro Imperial Garden. However, the current Ruehue was very satisfied with this situation. She sat alone at the tea table in her room, looking through the window at the familiar osmanthus tree, with a faint smile on her face. On the tea table, the fragrance of the tea leaves covered the faint smell of blood in the house. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the room, and a somewhat tired voice came from outside. Madame Ruehue, I'm done here, I'll go back first. After recognizing the voice of Ryudo, Ruehue smiled and said, Don't be in a hurry to leave, come in and sit. Ah. She wants me to go in and sit. Suddenly, Ryudo was clearly confused. After all, this was Ruehue's boudoir, wasn't it a bit inappropriate for a man like him to go in? But since she had already invited him, Ryudo didn't want to go in. So Ryudo pushed the door and walked in. He came to the tea table and sat in front of Ruehue, with his hands on his knees, looking like an obedient child. This Ryudo Kiryu was completely different from the cold-blooded killer who went on a killing spree in the Kamishiro Imperial Garden today, so much so that Ruehue couldn't help but show a funny expression. Ryudo-kun, it's been hard on you today, you, beep. 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 However, just as Ruehue was about to chat with Ryudo and connect a little, a hurried voice came from Ruehue's phone. Emergency call. Ruehue didn't dare to neglect, but quickly picked up the phone, turned around, and whispered, What's the matter? Master Ruehue, Miss Colored Glaze suddenly ran back. She has already broken through the front door and is running toward your bedroom. What? The moment she heard that name, Ruehue couldn't help but slightly open her mouth. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a problem for a daughter to come to her mother's bedroom. But now there was a man in the bedroom. If Colored Glaze saw Ruehue and Ryudo in the boudoir, then how could she explain this? Chapter 389. This. Colored Glaze actually came back. This was too bad. The timing was too good. Because today she sent people to clean up the Kamiyoshi group of moles, now the family was in a bloodbath. So Ruehue really didn't want her daughter to come back at this time. After all, Colored Glaze was very smart. Even if she smelled a trace of blood at home, it would arouse her suspicion. Today's matter was too bloody and too realistic. Ruehue didn't want her daughter to be involved at all. Whether it was the internal conflict of the Kamiyoshi group, the cooperation with the Heavenly Eye group, or the various bloody things that were about to happen in the outside world. These things weren't something a student like Colored Glaze should care about. Ruehue just wanted her daughter to live happily as a normal person. But who knew that Colored Glaze seemed to have noticed something and actually hurried back home. This was troublesome. After hanging up the phone, Ruehue sighed slightly, then hurriedly said to Ryudo, "Ryudo-kun, hurry up and leave, my daughter is back." Daughter. Colored Glaze. When he heard this name, Ryudo was somewhat embarrassed. After all, not long ago he righteously said that he would save Colored Glaze from the sea of bitterness, but in the end, he suddenly became the Heavenly Eye Group's hired thug. But from a certain point of view, Ryudo helped IM destroy this country, which could be considered as saving Colored Glaze from the sea of bitterness. When the time comes, when Japan is destroyed, Shinto will naturally be finished, and the king position of the Kamiyoshi will also disappear. At that time, Colored Glaze wouldn't have to think about being locked in the shrine after the age of 18, and could live as a normal person in the outside world. But that was off topic. The most important thing for Ryudo now was, "This is my escape route." So after nodding to Madame Ruehue, he quickly opened the door and tried to rush out. But it was too late. Just as he opened the door halfway, he saw a familiar figure running towards him. It was Colored Glaze. It was Colored Glaze Kanzaki. She was running down the corridor at an extremely fast speed. She could run 100 meters in about 20 seconds. Although Ryudo wasn't running fast, because there was only one path outside the corridor, Colored Glaze's figure had already blocked his escape route. I can't leave through the main entrance. Seeing that the front door was blocked, Ryudo hurriedly closed the door and tried to escape from the back window. But just as he was about to open the window, Ruehue hurriedly said, "Wait. For safety reasons, the window is sealed." After all, Ruehue was the leader of the Kamiyoshi clan, and there were many people who wanted to take her life. Therefore, even the windows in his room were completely sealed with bulletproof glass. There was no way to open them at all. Good Lord, now it's asking for directions. Just as Ryudo was in a hurry to escape, Ruehue hurriedly said, "Under the bed. There's a secret passage under the bed. I prepared it for emergencies to escape." Very good. Ryudo hurriedly ran under Ruehue's bed. With a slight kick and a roll, he rolled in. Because Ruehue's room was usually cleaned by the servants, Ryudo didn't cause any dust or noise after rolling in. Creak. Ho ho ho. After a few seconds, accompanied by a slight sound and panting, Colored Glaze's figure appeared in his mother's room. Ho ho. Ho ho. Ho ho. Mother Sama. Now. What's going on? Why did filial piety cousin send this message, to me? When Colored Glaze came in, she raised her phone and asked Rue Hui while panting. Message? Filial piety cousin. Could it be? After seeing the contents of Colored Glaze's phone, she finally understood why her daughter would barge in at this time without saying anything. Because in the message that filial piety Kanzaki sent to Colored Glaze, there was only one simple but terrifying sentence. This sentence was, "Help. Something happened at home. Many people were killed." From the fact that the word "bay" was even typed wrongly, filial piety Kanzaki must have sent the message in a state of extreme panic. But this wasn't surprising, after all, it was true. That afternoon, Ryuto did indeed carry out an unprecedented purge of Kamiyoshi's traitors. The total number of people killed was more than 30, including Yoshiyuki and filial piety Kanzaki. In fact, not long after filial piety Kanzaki sent this message to Colored Glaze, this filial son was also dug out from the warehouse by Ryuto and had his neck broken. They should have all been thrown into Tokyo Bay by now. However, Rue Hui obviously couldn't tell Colored Glaze about this, so she could only smile and say, "Filial piety Kanzaki must be joking, you actually believe this kind of thing? Who would randomly kill people at home? I'm still here, aren't I? Is that so? But on the way back, I seem to have smelled some blood." That's because the family hunted a wild deer, and the chef was preparing the venison. Really? Colored Glaze looked at her mother, who was exactly the same as usual, and asked in a puzzled tone, "Then where is filial piety Kanzaki cousin?" "I'm not too sure, he usually doesn't live at home, you know, that guy loves to play very much." Saying this, Rue Hui couldn't help but sigh, as if she felt that there was nothing she could do about her nephew. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with Rue Hui's way of dealing with it. Her expression was also very natural. Moreover, this Kamiyoshi Kanzaki was right, who could casually kill people in Kamiyoshi Garden, except for herself. Really? Could it really be a misunderstanding? At this time, Colored Glaze Kanzaki looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. In fact, she was almost convinced, after all, someone killing Kamiyoshi Kanzaki in Kamiyoshi Garden, this kind of thing was a bit too ridiculous. After all, in Colored Glaze's eyes, her mother was an omnipotent existence. But just as Colored Glaze's gaze swept over the small tea table not far away, her eyes slightly narrowed. On the small tea table was a full set of jade tea set. The teapot was still emitting obvious steam, and the tea in the 2 cups had not been emptied. But the problem was that Rue Hui was clearly in the room right now, so why were there 2 cups on the tea table? Even the tea in the teapot was still warm, which meant that the other person drinking tea here didn't leave for too long. Or rather, didn't leave at all. Shit! The moment Colored Glaze's gaze swept over the tea table, Rue Hui also noticed this loophole. Just now, because she hurriedly guided Ryuto-kun to leave, Rue Hui forgot to clean up his tea set. After all, Rue Hui was the owner of Kamiyoshi, and she usually didn't need to clean up the tea set herself. Usually, after drinking, she would let the servants come in to clean up. She didn't expect that because of this habit, she would let the cat out of the bag. Just now, someone was drinking tea here. After looking for a few seconds, Colored Glaze couldn't help but turn her head to ask her mother. According to Colored Glaze's knowledge, there weren't many people who could enter her mother's boudoir. It could even be said that it was very rare. And the people who could sit here and drink tea, that was even rarer. Even her daughter had never heard of it. If there were guests, Rue Hui would usually invite them to the tea room to drink tea and chat, and would not sit in the bedroom. After all, the bedroom was a very private place, and it was not suitable for entertaining ordinary guests. Usually, the people who could enter the bedroom were the few old guardian ninjas and some old servants, such as Rue Hui and the like, and Rue Hui would not drink tea with them here. This. Yes, there is, it's my A friend. After being discovered by her daughter that there was someone in her bedroom, Rue Hui couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, so she could only try to cover it up. But now that Rue Hui looked like she was having a headache, Colored Glaze had other thoughts. Speaking of which, Mother seems to be completely different today. At this time, Colored Glaze carefully looked at Rue Hui's face, and seemed to have discovered something special. Although Rue Hui usually looked very dignified and elegant, virtuous and magnanimous, she was still young after all. Not only was her skin not as smooth and firm as Colored Glaze's, but she also didn't look very lively. But today, Rue Hui was different. Her skin suddenly became much better, and she was radiant and full of vitality, as if she suddenly became a few decades younger. This Rue Hui made Colored Glaze feel a little unfamiliar. She didn't feel like her mother, but more like an older sister that she hadn't seen in a long time. Why? Why did Mother suddenly become so much younger? She looked completely different now. At this moment, Colored Glaze's mind began to think carefully. Mother suddenly showed signs of becoming younger. The double teacup in the bedroom. And her flustered look right now. If she thought about it all together, she would come to a strange conclusion. This conclusion was, the master of Kamiyoshi, Colored Glaze's mother, seemed to, probably, have a man. Although this conclusion sounded ridiculous, it was the conclusion that Colored Glaze felt was the most believable. Why did she suddenly feel so much younger, and she looked so radiant? Because with the nourishment of love, she naturally looked different. Why was there a double teacup in the bedroom? Because someone was drinking tea with Rue Hui here just now. Why would this matter make Rue Hui panic in front of her daughter? Because she didn't want her daughter to see her lover. Good heavens. Everything was right. For a moment, Colored Glaze couldn't help but take a deep breath, but she still nodded to her mother and said, "Mother, actually I shouldn't interfere in your private life. No matter what, I wish you happiness." Ha! Rue Hui was stunned when she suddenly received her daughter's blessings. My private life. Wishing me a happy life. Wait. What did that mean? Because Colored Glaze's thoughts were too jumpy, Rue Hui couldn't react to what she was saying. But Rue Hui was also a rare intelligent person. She could see that her daughter knew that there was someone in her bedroom not long ago, and with the words, private life, and happiness, just now, it didn't take long for her to understand what Colored Glaze was thinking. It can't be. Does she think that I'm hiding a man at home? The moment she understood, Rue Hui felt like she was dumbfounded. She hurriedly explained, "Wait. Colored Glaze, actually All right, Mother, this isn't something that can't be exposed. I haven't seen Father since I was young, so I won't mind you." Cough, cough. Anyway, that's it. I'll leave first. Before she finished speaking, Colored Glaze ran out like a wisp of smoke, closing the door on her way out. After all, according to Colored Glaze's deduction, her mother's lover should still be in the room. Although she didn't know where he was hiding, her sudden intrusion should have brought them quite a bit of trouble. But then again, her mother was also welcoming her own spring. This feeling was really strange. That can't be my biological father, right? When she left, Colored Glaze couldn't help but complain in her heart, but at the same time, she felt a little excited. Ever since Colored Glaze was very young, she had always been curious about how Rue Hui gave birth to her, because that man's name wasn't left behind in the Kamiyoshi family. But if Colored Glaze's father disappeared for some reason, and suddenly returned after more than 10 years, then this situation made sense. Although it felt like a setting from a romance novel. Of course, Colored Glaze's thoughts were completely wishful thinking. She was a product of technology, what kind of father would she have? However, after sending Liuli off, Rue Hui, who heaved a sigh of relief, sat down on the bed and took a deep breath. Phew, looks like that child misunderstood something. Really, why would I have a tryst with a man here? Fortunately, Ryuto-kun didn't hear it, or else it would be so awkward. Rue-hui sat on the bed and couldn't help but complain. She just happened to be in the bedroom waiting for the bloody storm outside to pass, and she just happened to brew tea, so she casually invited Ryuto into the room to have a cup of tea and chat, and to ask for information. Who knew that in colored glazes eyes, it would become her having a tryst with her lover? This feeling of being caught in the act by her daughter was really embarrassing. It was the second most embarrassing thing in Rue-hui's life. And the first most embarrassing thing in her life. That would be a head suddenly popping out awkwardly from under Rue-hui's bed. Yes, a head, a young head that she just saw not long ago, popped out from under the bed, and met Rue-hui's eyes at a strange angle. The person who would hide under the bed at this time was naturally Ryuto, who just left through the tunnel not long ago. But why didn't he leave through the tunnel, and instead hid under the bed to eavesdrop? Seeing Rue-hui looking at him as if she saw a ghost, Ryuto scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. But your tunnel door has an electronic lock, I can't open it. The door of the underground tunnel, electronic lock. Until now, Rue-hui just realized that the tunnel door under her bed was designed to be activated by fingerprints because it was her personal escape route. And Ryuto wasn't her, so naturally he couldn't open the door, and could only awkwardly crawl under the bed to eavesdrop on the conversation between the mother and daughter, which included the part about private life and tryst with a man. Just kill me. The moment she understood everything, Rue-hui felt her face turn red, and she couldn't help but cover her face. Rue-hui Kamishiro, ever since I was born as the daughter of Kamiyoshi, for so many years, I have never been so embarrassed. If it wasn't for the fact that Rue-hui didn't have a system, she would have definitely shot herself in the head without hesitation. It was so embarrassing that she wanted to die. Chapter 390. What happened that day was very awkward for both Rue-hui and Ryuto. But Rue-hui was an adult after all, so she quickly recovered from the awkwardness and acted as if nothing had happened and sent Ryuto out the door. Ryuto-kun, nothing happened just now, you should know that. Before sending Ryuto off, Rue-hui showed a gentle smile and said to him in a gentle tone. What are you talking about, Mrs. Rue-hui? I don't understand. I came here to work today, nothing else happened. Ryuto, who was already quite intelligent, was also an expert at pretending to be confused, so he immediately acted like he didn't know anything and nodded to Rue-hui. Phew. Really, I didn't expect something like this to happen. If I knew about this, she would probably laugh at me. Seeing Ryuto leave in the Ministry of War's exclusive vehicle, Rue-hui couldn't help but cover her face. Of course, her thoughts were absolutely correct. That night, when I found out about Rue-hui and her daughter's argument, she immediately rolled left and right on the bed while laughing like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. Pfft. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Kanzaki Rue-hui, that Rue-hui actually, her daughter thought that you had an affair with her. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter was wild and violent, making people feel like there was a level 18 typhoon in the room. Her wild laughter made Ryuto feel a bit creepy, so much so that his sitting posture on the desk not far away looked awkward. But Ryuto still tried his best to explain, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, there's really nothing special. Is that so? It's really a misunderstanding. But after hearing Ryuto's words, I climbed up from the bed with a smile, came behind him, and wrapped her arms around his neck. The moment I hugged him from behind, Ryuto couldn't help but gulp, but he still turned around and asked, what else? Don't you think it's because your charm is too strong? I don't think Rue Hui would casually invite people into her bedroom for tea. As Ayam spoke, she reached out and pinched Ryudo's face as if she was pinching a toy. Of course, Ayam's words weren't without reason, because Ryudo's charm attribute had already reached LV5 charm, Extreme Superman. This level of charm was like magic in the eyes of ordinary people. It could easily make people like, trust, worship, and other emotions. Speaking of which, Ryudo had fully experienced the effects of the charm attribute in today's work. Although he was the director of the Heavenly Eye Group's weapon department, because of his terrifying charm, all the members of the weapon department immediately trusted him. After all, this level of charm could be used indiscriminately on men and women. Even men would unconsciously have a good impression of Ryudo. Not to mention women, most people would easily fall in love with him. Therefore, Rue Hui's admiration of Ryudo was more or less influenced by his magical charm. Although it wasn't as serious as others, it wasn't to the point of falling in love with him directly. You don't seem to be jealous at all. Long Do casually pulled Yong-ji into his embrace when he sensed the relaxed tone in her voice. He looked at her devastatingly beautiful face and asked, "What about you?" Logically speaking, if her man was dragged into the bedroom for tea by another woman, as a woman, she should feel jealous or angry. But I am. It was really difficult to describe her as an ordinary woman. In the next moment, she even said something that shocked the heavens and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Why should I be jealous? I like you, and I also like her. If you can drag her to the bed, I'll be more than happy. Seeing Ayam's smiling face, Ryudo almost said, "Are you crazy?" But thinking about the plot of Ayam and Linhua in Red Album 2, No Survivors, this woman seemed to have always been a double-edged sword, so it didn't seem strange. However, Ryudo didn't think that Ayam, this double-edged sword, had always been interested in Rue Hui. When he thought of the scene of Ayam and Rue Hui, these two beauties, chatting together, Ryudo couldn't help but take a deep breath. That kind of special scene must be the most beautiful scenery in the world. It was probably only possible to see it with a bug in the game. After sensing Long Do's intention, Yong-ji, who was in his arms, smiled and said, "What? Are you interested? That's Colored Glaze's mother, why would I have that kind of idea?" Really? But as far as I know, Rue Hui doesn't have a husband, and she should still be a virgin. WH. What? Really? Regarding the matter of Rue Hui and Colored Glaze, this was information that was not provided in the original game plot, so Ryudo couldn't help but shout out in surprise after hearing it. Of course it's true, so she should lack the nourishment of a man. You can give her more love, that kind of woman will soon be hooked. Don't joke, I won't do that. Ryudo shook his head and said righteously. You really won't? Absolutely not. Then why don't we make a bet? What bet? Within a month. You will eat Rue Hui, or you will be eaten by her. Are you that sure? Because I will do something behind your back. Don't look at me like that, I'm crazy, don't you know? Hee hee. Kiss. Suddenly, Ayam kissed Ryudo's face, and then collapsed in his arms as if she had no bones. She smiled and said, "But that's in the future, now it's my time, shouldn't you serve me well?" Hiss. Phew. Seeing the seductive smile on the face of the witch in his arms, Ryudo first took a deep breath, then picked up the vitality potion on the table next to him and drank it all in one go. Then, he hugged Ayam and threw her on the bed. That night. It was another night of troubles. Although it was a happy trouble, troubles were still troubles. So when Ryudo reported to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden the next day, what appeared in Rue Hui's eyes was a slightly haggard face. Logically speaking, a 16 or 17-year-old boy like Ryudo should be full of energy, like the rising sun. But in Ruehui's eyes, Ryuto looked like he was about to burn out, like he was about to become the evening sun. Are you okay? Do you want to take a rest? Originally, Ryuto came over to discuss with Ruehui about how to deal with Golden Heron Iwasaki Yanasuke, but seeing him like he was about to die, Ruehui couldn't bear it anymore. I'm fine, don't worry, I can do it. Ryuto smiled at Ruehui with two big dark circles under his eyes. No, if this goes on, will he suddenly die? When Ryuto received his mission and brought a group of guardian ninjas and Fujiwara to investigate Iwasaki's residence and his movements, it would be easier to assassinate him. Ruehui couldn't help but feel slightly worried about the future of the young boy. Without a doubt, Ryuto should be Iam's man, and only that which could turn a 16 or 17-year-old boy into this. But what should I do? I don't think I can help him, right? Do I have to ask Iam to control herself? That would be too stupid. Thinking of this, Ruehui sighed slightly. However, Ruehui immediately thought of a person who might be able to help at this time. Ryue, is Ryue here? Yes, what can I do for you? Before the voice fell, a graceful figure landed in front of Ruehui. As a guardian ninja and a female ninja, Ryue should be very knowledgeable about this kind of thing. After all, female ninja have a special course related to men. So Ruehui asked Ryue, actually, I want to ask. Originally, Ruehui wanted to ask, do you know how to enhance a man's energy so that he won't suddenly die? But when the words came to her mouth, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait. Why do I have to ask so many questions about whether the Dragon Do Lord will suddenly die? What does this have to do with me? After thinking for a few seconds, Ruehui asked Ryue to leave first, and she didn't want to ask about this matter. Speaking of which, Ruehui and Ryuto were neither relatives nor friends, and the two were just colleagues. It was quite awkward to talk about this kind of thing. And on the same night, Ryuto brought people to understand Iwasaki's situation thoroughly, and planned to take action the next day to completely eradicate this Yatsuki Yukijin heron. After discussing the countermeasures and sending Ryuto away, Ruehui also specifically told him to rest early tonight and not to go to bed late. Although Ryuto also agreed, he knew in his heart that it was not in his control at all. Whether he could go to bed early or not, to put it bluntly, it still depended on Iam's mood. He didn't know if that woman was addicted to the taste of meat, but recently, after eating meat, she pulled Ryuto to accompany her as if she didn't care about her life. That night was no exception. The result of this was that when Ryuto came again the next day, Ruehui saw an even more haggard face. Looking at that face, Ruehui suddenly felt her anger rising. Iam, you bastard, you're too much, aren't you? He's a 16 or 17-year-old young man, why did you make him look like this? She didn't know if it was because Ryuto's charm was too high, or because he was the same age as her daughter. When Ruehui saw this child's miserable state, she couldn't help but feel heartache for him. Madam Ruehui, I'm going to go now. No, today's plan is cancelled, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Just as Ryuto was about to carry out the mission to assassinate Iwasaki with a frown, Ruehui forcefully pulled his hand and pulled him to a guest room not far away. This tug caused Long Do to be a little confused. But not long after, Ryuto was brought to a bedroom with a bed on the floor and incense burning beside the bed. Ruehui pulled him to the side of the bed and pulled open the quilt, and righteously ordered, lie down, have a good rest, after you've rested enough, you can go out to carry out the mission. This doesn't seem to be a good idea. You were sent by Iam to assist me, so you should listen to my orders, quickly lie down. Without waiting for Ryuto to refute, Ruehui forcefully pushed the boy in, and personally knelt beside the bed to guard. What kind of situation is this? For a moment, Ryudo felt that the scene seemed to have become strange. He was lying on the soft bed, next to Madame Ruehui's graceful and luxurious figure, and his nose could still smell the elegant fragrance. Speaking of which, the scene was somewhat ambiguous. But in fact, Ryudo didn't have any special thoughts about Madame Ruehui before, he just treated her as an elder, and treated her with respect. But when he thought of what I said before, Ruehui doesn't have a husband, she lacks the nourishment of a man, you will have sex in a month, and so on, he couldn't help but start to think. Could it be that Madame Ruehui, she really, after turning his head slightly and looking at the mature body wrapped in the black and red kimono, Ryudo felt his face turn red, and hurriedly closed his eyes and didn't dare to look again. It had to be said that Yongji was indeed a witch. In terms of bewitching people, she really had the skills of a witch. Originally, Ryudo's calm attitude toward Madame Ruehui was destroyed by Iam's words last night. It even planted a strange seed in Ryudo's heart. This seed has been deeply buried in his heart, and the next step was to wait for time to irrigate it, and it could wait for the day of germination. This was also arranged by Iam in advance. Calculation, everything was a calculation. Since last night, Iam had been calculating Ryudo and Ruehui at the same time. Iam knew that Ruehui had a daughter, so that woman had a bit of maternal instinct. In addition, Ryudo and Colored Glaze were similar in age. As long as Ryudo looked pitiful, it was easy to evoke Ruehui's maternal instinct. Judging from Ruehui's concern for him, Iam's calculation was obviously very successful. But at this time, Ryudo's face was red, but Ruehui thought it meant something else. His face seemed to be very red. Could it be a fever? Thinking of this, Ruehui reached out to touch the boy's forehead, wanting to check his temperature. But she found that her palm was a little hot because she had been pulling Ryudo, which may cause the temperature to be inaccurate. Ruehui subconsciously lowered her head, and used her smooth forehead to touch Ryudo's forehead. How to describe it? This was actually a relatively familiar action for Ruehui. When she was young, every time Colored Glaze had a fever, Ruehui would check the temperature like this. However, Ruehui had forgotten that the one lying on the ground wasn't her daughter, Lioli, but another man. A man who had been instigated by Yongji's words to the point where his head was slightly feverish. At that moment, Ryudo only felt a cold and soft object touch his head. He unconsciously opened his eyes, and saw that Madame Ruehui's face was actually very close to his. Although Ruehui stretched her head from the side, the two heads were very close, and the intimate action made Ryudo's face burn even more. Chapter 391. Although Ryudo's body temperature was rising because of Ruehui's proximity, she didn't seem to be aware of it. Your forehead temperature is so high. You seem to have a fever, wait a moment. After lifting her head, Ruehui shook her head with a bitter smile, then quickly left the room and asked the servants to prepare cold water and a towel. Although Ruehui didn't usually take care of people, she was quite good at taking care of people. Especially when she took care of Ryudo, who didn't dare to move because of the fever, her careful actions made Ryudo want to cry. In the next hour, Ruehui's achievements included but were not limited to the following. She wanted to use a cold towel to put on Ryudo's forehead, but accidentally knocked over the basin of cold water on his head. She was about to feed Longdo the medicine when she took the wrong medicine. She mixed the medicine for menstrual irregularities with warm water and gave it to him. She wanted to adjust the blanket for him, but the corner of the blanket fell on the incense, causing the entire blanket to burn. I'm sorry, I haven't done this in a long time, I'm not used to it. Looking at Ryudo, who was speechless, Ruehui's face unconsciously turned red. But it was the truth, Ruehui didn't take care of people for so many years. After all, she was the master of Kamiyoshi, so she didn't have to do most of the things herself. In addition, colored glaze's health was also very good in recent years, and she rarely had any pain or illness, so Rui Hui naturally didn't have the opportunity to take care of others. But then again, even when colored glaze was young, Rui Hui's ability to take care of others was quite poor. The reason why Lioli was still afraid of water even after she grew up was because when her mother was bathing her when she was young, she slipped and fell into the pool. She would never forget that feeling for the rest of her life. Psychological trauma +1. So right now, Ryudo should feel lucky that he was still alive after being taken care of by Rui Hui. This was not an easy thing to do. But even so, Ryudo didn't complain about the care of the lady next to him, but silently endured a lot of messy care, torture. It's okay, Mrs. Rui Hui, thanks to your care, I'm much better now. Looking at Rui Hui's blushing face, Ryudo said with a smile. Although Rui Hui's actions just now had been very clumsy, she was indeed sincere, and there was nothing to criticize. Is that so? That's great. After seeing Ryudo's face seem to be a lot better, Rui Hui couldn't help but show a relieved expression. Long Do felt that his energy had recovered a little after messing around, so he asked, "Can I get up now?" Not yet. There's still one last step. Ryue, come here. Yes. Following Rui Hui's order, the female ninja with a mask on her face appeared beside the two of them. When she appeared this time, Rui Suki was holding a large cloth bag in her hand. After the cloth bag was opened, there were many golden needles of different lengths inside. What is this? This is the secret acupuncture technique passed down in the family of the guardian ninja. It was learned from another ancient country. It can make your body produce an energy called ki, strengthen the body, and reduce the burden. The chi that Rui Hui was talking about was the thing that warriors cultivated through cultivation. However, if they relied on acupuncture, they could activate it faster. Ryudo was often oppressed by IM, causing him to be worse day by day. Since Rui Hui couldn't work on IM, she could only work on Ryudo. According to Rui Hui finally asked Rui Hui shamelessly, as long as the ki in the young man's body was activated, then he could have a stronger body, which was the so-called activation of ki. Although Ryudo didn't believe in this, since Mrs. Rui Hui said so, he could only let Rui Suki pierce his body with golden needles. This feeling was really strange. After being densely pierced with a lot of needles by Rui Suki, Ryudo couldn't help but take a deep breath. He only felt as if there was an electric current flowing around in his body. It had to be said that Rui Hui asked her guardian ninja to perform acupuncture on Ryudo. It was just a coincidence, but this time it happened. After resting for half a day, Long Do returned to the unfettered Sky Tower. Only then did he realize that there was an additional chi opening rate in his system. Furthermore, there were a bunch of techniques available for purchase in the shop. My goodness, now Ryudo lacked everything, but he didn't lack money. Therefore, the young man went on a shopping spree and bought 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 in. Now, Long Do could finally raise his head and be a human. That night, the young man was valiant and high-spirited, and he directly defeated IM. When Ryuto returned to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden the next morning, what appeared in front of Rue-hui was a spirited and high-spirited face. "Ryuto-kun, you look much better than yesterday, that's great. Thank you very much for Mrs. Rue-hui's care, thank you very much." Speaking of this, the two looked at each other and smiled, only to feel that the distance between them was pulled closer. Of course, Ryuto and Rue-hui's relationship wasn't purely personal, they still had to cooperate to carry out various tasks. Especially when Rue-hui wanted to quickly ascend the Golden Heron, Ryuto also hurriedly helped her clear all the obstacles, and began to lead the Guardian Ninja and the Fujoshi teams to set off a bloody storm in Tokyo. On the evening of the third day, the Great Nippon Bank CEO Iwasaki's body was found dead of a heart attack in his house. As for how the CEO of the Great Nippon Bank died, people had different opinions, but some people in high positions had already smelled something different. There was no doubt that Iwasaki didn't die of a heart attack, but of murder. It wasn't difficult to prove this inference, because on that night, many members of the Yatsuki Dark Crow were threatened by a group of black-clothed people. In tomorrow's meeting, if you don't agree to Kaneshiro Rue-hui's proposal to become the Golden Heron, then wait to collect your family, and your own corpse. After kidnapping the family of the CEO of Mitsui & Company, Ryuto mercilessly said this to the CEO over the phone, and then hung up without waiting for a reply. That night, among the 12 Dark Crows, except for Kyoji of the Tsukujiri group, most of the others were threatened, and even had their families wiped out. One of the Dark Crow's bosses was very dissatisfied after his family was kidnapped, and directly went to the investigation department to request to capture the culprit, and the result was self-evident. After all, the investigation department and even the entire Metropolitan Police Department were all people from the Tenma group, and asking them to deal with Ryuto and the others was difficult to describe other than seeking death. In the end, Tsukujiri Kyoji, who was Rue-hui's old friend, also agreed to this request in a half-threatened state. "Rue-hui, do you really plan to continue doing this?" Looking at the woman sitting in front of him, Kyoji couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. The Kaneshiro Rue-hui of the past wasn't like this. Although she was strict in her ways, she was still a good person at heart, so how could she possibly come up with such a plan that focused on threats and murder? According to what Kyoji knew, not only did Rue-hui kill Iwasaki in order to seize power, she also directly and indirectly caused the deaths of more than 100 people. It could be said that her hands were stained with blood, and she had a huge debt of blood. But facing her old friend's question, Rue-hui only laughed coldly and said, "Kyoji, this country is already rotten, and the rotten meat naturally needs to be cut off, so that there can be a chance for new life, right? Seeing as we've been friends for so long, I'll give you a suggestion. Tomorrow, hurry up and send all your family members overseas, because this country is about to welcome a new storm, and if you don't want to get involved, leave as soon as possible." Although Kyoji felt that Rue-hui's recent actions were already quite exaggerated, Rue-hui knew that this was just the appetizer. When Rue-hui really climbed up to the Golden Heron position, and worked with the Tenma Corporation to completely take over the Yatsuki, Tenma IM's actions would truly be a bloodbath. At that time, many of the country's upper echelons would be wiped out, including the Prime Minister, Cabinet, Parliament, and so on. No one would be able to escape alive. Especially after the Tenma Corporation completely took control of this country, the biggest cleansing would come from the bomb that was still under construction, the Sixth Demon's Wrath. If that bomb exploded, it would be enough to completely destroy this country, and over 80% of Japan would sink into the sea. That was why Rue-hui told Kyoji to quickly send his family members overseas, so that they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Damn it, crazy, these people are really crazy. Seeing that Rue-hui wasn't joking with him, Kyoji could only curse in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. That's right, it wasn't just Kyoji who was helpless, many people were helpless as well. Rue Hui was originally extremely intelligent, but because of the restrictions of the Kamiyoshi and the Yatsuki, she couldn't use all of her abilities. Now, with the help of Iam and Ryuto, she completely let herself go, and Rue Hui instantly became another witch, a witch whose style of doing things wasn't inferior to Iam's. Therefore, at noon the next day, Rue Hui brought Ryuto and a group of followers to the Iwasaki mansion, and crowned herself with the crown in the upper-level meeting room where Iwasaki Yanosuke's body was placed. After the unfortunate death of the Iwasaki clan, the empty golden heron position will be taken by me, Rue Hui Kamishiro. Who will take it? Who objects? In the meeting room, Rue Hui looked at all the night crows around her with an elegant smile, as well as the golden heron, Takehara Miya, who came to participate in the meeting on the other side of the TV screen. Although most of the night crows were furious, they had no choice but to agree to Rue Hui's suggestion of taking over the position of golden heron for the time being. Damn it, Rue Hui Kamishiro, just you wait, after we bring back our families, we will definitely get our revenge. When Rue Hui took the golden chain that symbolized the golden heron, most of the night crows couldn't help but turn their heads away, not wanting to see this woman flaunting her power. On the other side of the screen, Takehara Miya, the other golden heron, who had been watching the entire meeting, smiled and said, "Not bad, Kanzaki Reich, you've finally gotten what you wanted. Congratulations." From Takehara Miya's expression, although he was smiling, his eyes were cold. Obviously, this golden heron was also very unhappy with Rue Hui's actions. After all, she was the one who killed Iwasaki, and this woman even took everything from Iwasaki's body. This was simply outrageous. She didn't take the rules of the Yatsuki seriously at all. Facing this Shinto priest's sarcasm, Rue Hui smiled and said, "Takehara Miya-sama, actually you aren't young anymore, haven't you thought of retiring early? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you killed Iwasaki. The night crows here only chose to obey because of your threat. You should think about how to secure the position of golden heron first." From Takehara Miya's point of view, Rue Hui's radical actions were completely suicidal. In order to take over the position of golden heron, she killed the previous golden heron Iwasaki Yatsuke, and then threatened the other 11 night crows. It could be said that she had already lost the support of the Yatsuki. Now, as long as Takehara Miya and the other night crows retaliated against Rue Hui, with her weak Kamiyoshi clan, it would be impossible for her to survive in the face of so many forces. This golden heron position would just be a funeral gift. Other than Takehara Miya, most of the other night crows present had the same thought. Kanzaki Rue Hui, you have already offended all the higher-ups of the Yatsuki. Now all you have to do is wait for Takehara Miya-sama to call out, and countless forces will come after your life. You won't be able to do much. Are you all thinking that I won't be able to do much for long? Just as Takehara Miya and the other night crows were thinking this, Rue Hui smiled and helped them speak their minds. Then, this new golden heron looked at Takehara Miya on the screen and smiled. "Takehara Miya-sama. Are you really not planning to retire? If you retire now, you might be able to enjoy your old age." What a joke. Takehara Miya glared and said angrily, "Kanzaki Rue Hui, are you threatening this old man?" "I don't dare to say it's a threat, it's just the truth." Not only will this old man not retire, but I will also sit in this ISE Grand Shrine for 30 to 50 years. What can you do to this old man? Before Takehara Miya could finish, a strong light flashed on the screen he was on. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound and a flash of light, the scene on the other side of the screen immediately turned pitch black. At the same time, Ryuto, who was standing next to Rue Hui, casually pressed a button, and the image on the screen not far away changed to the exterior of ISE Grand Shrine. This is... When they saw the exterior of ISE Grand Shrine, the night crows in the meeting room couldn't help but feel numb. Because there was no shrine on the screen. It was just a large piece of debris left behind after being bombed by missiles. Chapter 392. This, Yatsuki's Golden Heron, ISE Grand Shrine's priest, Shinto's leader, Takehara Miyagi, disappeared just like that. Looking at the disastrous scene on the screen, the other 10 night crows in the meeting room were so shocked that their scalps went numb. They couldn't say a word. Originally, everyone thought that Rue Hui's actions of ignoring Yatsuki's rules would be severely punished, especially since the other 2 golden herons would definitely not sit by and do nothing. However, on the day Rue Hui was crowned as the Golden Heron, another Golden Heron, who was about to punish her, disappeared, along with the symbol of the Shinto, the ISE Grand Shrine. 7 to 8 missiles flew from afar with smoke and landed around ISE Grand Shrine, razing the entire area to the ground. Takehara Miyagi didn't expect Kaneshiro Rue Hui to be so ruthless and have such ability. Launching 7 to 8 missiles at once wasn't something an ordinary faction could do. Even a faction like the Kamiyoshi clan wouldn't be able to launch so many missiles at once. It wasn't just a matter of money. Of course, Rue Hui didn't just rely on the Kamiyoshi clan's power. She also had the head of the Tenma Group's weapons department standing beside her. Those 7 to 8 missiles were launched under Ryudo's orders. After all, as the head of the weapons department, he had the authority to mobilize a huge arsenal. So as long as Ryudo was willing, he could even arrange a Limei barbecue for Tokyo. Of course, there was no need to do so for now. Just as the night crows in the meeting room were shocked by what they saw, Rue Hui slowly opened her mouth and said, "Everyone, Takehara Miyagi was attacked by unknown villains and died. It is the misfortune of Yatsuki." Unknown villains. I clearly saw the young man beside you press the launch button. Although Rue Hui's words sounded serious, they sounded quite sincere. But the people in the meeting room naturally didn't believe a single word. After all, Ryudo pressed the launch button in front of them. But whether they believed it or not, it didn't matter. More importantly, the Golden Heron Takehara Miya was already dead, and he died under the bombardment of a heavy missile. This was a completely different story altogether. Previously, the assassination of Golden Heron Iwasaki Yanasuke could be attributed to Rue Hui's underhanded methods. But this time, in front of all the night crows, he directly fired a missile and blew up the Takehara Temple together with the ISE Grand Shrine. This was no longer a matter of despicable means, but a matter of how terrifying Rue Hui's forces were. To be able to fire missiles without restraint in this land, this in itself represented a huge amount of authority. This kind of authority was above the Japanese government. They could even stand on the heads of the bowing party and shit on them. After that, they could even ask them for toilet paper. Therefore, when Rue Hui expressed that she would temporarily be in charge of the Takehara Temple, and at the same time be in charge of the 2 golden herons, the others could only remain silent, not daring to say a word. Unknowingly, the way they looked at Rue Hui became a lot more submissive, and the angle of their heads was lowered as much as possible, as if they were meeting with their superior. But this kind of thing was natural. After all, the Yamato people were such a race. When you were stronger than them, they would not accept it and prepare to bite you. But if you were stronger than them, they would kneel at your feet and beg for your protection. The current Rue Hui was in such a state, her strength was much higher than the other night crows. She didn't even have to worry about the golden herons, and she could kill them as she pleased. Such a woman, no one dared to say anything to her, and they all expressed their sincere congratulations, congratulating Rue Hui for being promoted to the position of golden heron. With Rue Hui Sama, the development of the Yatsuki will naturally become better and better, the heavens are really blessing Japan. Indeed, Rue Hui Sama is a heroine. I admire you. If Lady Rue Hui has any orders, we will definitely follow her lead and obey. At the end of the meeting, the surrounding night crows scrambled to curry favor with Rue Hui. From their enthusiasm, those who didn't know would think that this group of people had a good relationship with Rue Hui. In fact, just 10 minutes ago, they were still thinking about how to kill the leader of the Kamiyoshi tribe. Only 10 minutes had passed, and everything had changed. This was the benefit of having a bigger fist. After all, the current Yotsuki was actually an imperfect organization. In the previous triangle of army, government, and religion, without the army, the merchants who were added in were simply a bunch of mud that could not be supported by the wall. They could not form a three-legged complementary posture at all. The habit of merchants was to seek profit and avoid risk, so when faced with the threat of extreme violence, they would only change sides faster than anyone else, just like now. These fellows actually changed their faces so quickly. I really can't help but admire their shamelessness. After the group of night crows left with happy smiles, Ryuto, who was standing next to Rue Hui, couldn't help but ridicule. So they can only be merchants forever, never able to do anything big. Speaking of this, Rue Hui couldn't help but stand up and stretch. Obviously, sitting there for a long time made her body a bit stiff. With this stretch, Rue Hui's proud figure was fully displayed. Compared to Iam's slender figure, Rue Hui was not as tall, and at the same time, she was more voluptuous with the mature charm of an elegant lady. Especially because she had given birth to the colored glaze, some parts related to birth were more obvious than Iam's. This almost made Ryuto's eyes stop. No, how can I have such thoughts about Mrs. Rue Hui? I shouldn't have. During this period of time, Rue Hui was very good to Ryuto and was very close to him. Whether it was Ryuto's amazing charm, the same age as the colored glaze, or if she wanted to inquire about Iam through Ryuto. In short, the relationship between Rue Hui and Ryuto was getting closer and closer, more and more like a sister and a brother. Although the actual age difference between the two was not that of a sister and a brother, in terms of appearance and mentality, they were similar. Well, okay, let's go back first. It's not comfortable to stay here. After dealing with the remaining work, Rue Hui was ready to take Ryuto back to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. Under Rue Hui's manipulation, Iwasaki Yanosuke's property was now annexed by the Kamiyoshi, and this mansion was also their property. But even so, this was still Iwasaki Yanosuke's house, and Rue Hui felt a little strange staying here. Not long after, the two of them walked down the stairs from the conference room upstairs and came to the morning hall on the first floor. Because Iwasaki Yanosuke had just passed away, his body was still placed in the morning hall, and a large photo hung behind him. It looked very festive. In the morning hall sat the relatives of the Iwasaki family, and Iwasaki's daughter, Riko, was kneeling in front of the coffin. Iwasaki Riko was how should she put it, a woman with a very bold figure. She was wearing a black mourning dress, as if it was a big black bun. Coupled with the strange expression on her face, it was really hard to imagine that this was the dignified Lady Iwasaki. After seeing Rue Hui and Ryuto coming down, Iwasaki Riko narrowed her eyes, which were so small that they were almost invisible, and stood up after taking a deep breath. She came in front of Rue Hui and said in an angry tone, "Kamishiro Rue Hui, my father is dead, are you satisfied now? You have my condolences." Facing this orphan of the Iwasaki family, Rue Hui just nodded lightly and planned to go around her. Rue Hui was very clear that the things she had done would inevitably cause people to resent her. However, if he had to constantly consider the feelings of those who were being schemed against, then he wouldn't need to do anything. However, Riko obviously didn't intend to let Rue Hui leave just like that. She hurriedly blocked the door and shouted, "Wait! Don't think about leaving just like that. I want you to pay for what you did. Facing this lady's threat, Rui Hui just raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then how do you plan to make me pay? Before she finished speaking, Ryuto's figure blocked in front of Rui Hui and stared at Riko with a vigilant gaze. The current Ryuto's strength was already very terrifying. Under the premise of having LV5 physique, he also bought a lot of skill books, and his skill bar was already full. It was no exaggeration to say that even if there were 70 or 80 people who wanted to kill Rui Hui, as long as Ryuto was present, they wouldn't be able to hurt Rui Hui. I'm going to drag you to hell with me. But in the next moment, Iwasaki Riko suddenly took out a red detonation switch and wanted to press it without hesitation. However, this woman's speed was a bit slow. The moment he reacted, Ryuto immediately kicked Riko's wrist and kicked the detonation switch away. If you want to detonate the bomb, you have to detonate it quietly from afar. Why are you shouting in front of others? After picking up the detonation switch, Ryuto didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But before he finished laughing, in a building not far away, a woman who looked graceful and elegant also showed a happy smile. You're right, Ryuto Kiryu, Kaneshiro Ruehue. This is how you detonate the bomb, farewell. After seeing Rui Hui and Ryuto appear through the binoculars, the woman standing on the balcony, Kota and Tana, pressed the detonation switch in their hands at the same time. Boom! In the next moment, there was a violent roar around the Iwasaki mansion. In an instant, the pillars of the mansion were directly blown apart. The entire ceiling immediately fell down. There was no doubt that this was a carefully planned explosion. The person who placed the bomb was very professional, ensuring that everyone in the mansion would be buried as quickly as possible after the bomb was detonated. What? Because everything happened too quickly, the people in the hall on the first floor almost didn't have time to react before they were drowned by the falling rubble. Except for the body of Iwasaki Yanasuke, his daughter Riko and the relatives in the hall were all cooked in the explosion. They were almost all crushed into meat paste. Beautiful, as expected of the professional explosives team sent from the American base. Blowing up a building like this is like playing a game. Watching the Iwasaki mansion quickly collapse after the earth-shattering explosion, Kota and Tana nodded slightly on the balcony not far away. It was hard to imagine that the woman who arranged the explosion just now was actually the daughter-in-law of the Nippon imperial family, the wife of the current Emperor Toku, Kota and Tana. But as far as Kawada and her superiors were concerned, Rui Kanzaki had indeed gone overboard recently. That woman even seemed to want to take over the entire country. How could the Empress possibly tolerate this? You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. How dare you come to Iwasaki Yanasuke's mansion to hold a meeting? Now, you can go accompany that man in hell. After taking one last glance at the rapidly collapsing mansion that had turned into ruins, Kota and Tana left the balcony with a sneer. She got into a car and walked toward her Kokyo. No one expected that such an explosion would suddenly occur in the Iwasaki mansion. Moreover, this kind of very professional bomb placement could quickly blow up all the pillars of the entire building, causing it to collapse at the fastest speed. So logically speaking, the moment the bomb detonated, the people who were still inside would definitely not be able to survive. The construction materials weighing hundreds of tons would directly crush all the people inside into meat paste, unless someone could quickly find a blind spot and hide in it. However, for Rui Kanzaki, who was almost directly knocked out by the explosion just now, when she woke up, she couldn't even determine whether she was alive or dead for a while. Darkness, thick darkness shrouded the surroundings. The surrounding space was pitch black. Rui Kanzaki only felt that her head and body were leaning on a soft cushion, and there was a burst of dust in her nose. Am I dead? After opening her eyes, Rui Kanzaki subconsciously reached out as if she wanted to grab the darkness in front of her. But the moment she said that, a warm hand stretched out and held Rui Kanzaki's hand. "Don't worry, Mrs. Rui Kanzaki, although it's a bit difficult, we seem to be alive." In this dark underground world, Ryuto, who was sitting next to Rui Kanzaki, held her hand and said in a somewhat bitter tone. Chapter 393. For the current situation, Ryuto also felt a little helpless. He clearly kicked the detonator of Iwasaki Reiko, but the Iwasaki mansion still exploded. And that explosion, it was obviously the work of a professional. Almost at the moment when the bomb exploded, the entire mansion immediately collapsed. At that time, there was a large chandelier above Rui Hui's head, and it was about to crush her into a meat paste. At this time, Rui Hui scattered the two guardian ninjas, Ramuru and Ritsuki, to monitor the outside of the mansion, and to monitor the night crows, who had just left, so only Ryuto was around. Of course, now Ryuto's strength is not weaker than Ramuru, and he can protect Rui Hui in most cases. So at that moment, he quickly rushed over and hugged Mrs. Rui Hui in his arms, dodged the chandelier, and rushed out. But it was too late, the time was too short, in the blink of an eye, the door was blocked by the debris of the building. TCH. At that time, Ryuto, who realized that it was too late to take Rui Hui out of the door, immediately made the appropriate response. He immediately rushed toward the corner of the stairs, which was a triangular gap between the stairs and the wall. In such a gap, even if the ceiling and other buildings above them all fell down, it won't directly fall on their heads, at least it will be a little safer. After that, Ryuto felt the floor under his feet tremble, and he fell into this dark space with Rui Hui. This narrow space is at most less than 2 meters in length and width, which is almost a very narrow distance. In such a narrow space, the two living people, Longdo and Rui Hui, more or less seemed a little crowded. Outside this underground space, there were all kinds of broken building wreckage, blocking the world above. But fortunately, there is still air circulation, otherwise we would have to suffocate here. After explaining the current situation to Mrs. Rui Hui, Ryuto smiled and said to her. In this pitch-black darkness, the young man's laughter made Rui Hui feel very comfortable, and the heavy burden in her heart was slightly relieved. Well, how to say it, although Rui Hui is a heroine, she is still afraid after all. Especially when they are pressed in a large piece of debris, they don't know if the above will suddenly collapse in the next moment and directly crush them to death. However, although she knew that the hope was not great, Rui Hui still asked, Ryuto-kun, is there no way we can dig out? This, I actually tried just now, but it is very dangerous, it's better not to do it. Suddenly, Ryuto raised his right hand with a wry smile. He was wearing a very strange glove on his hand. This rogue digging glove, which could easily dig holes in any place, was bought from his Krypton shopping mall. It was priced at 5 million yuan. Although the price wasn't cheap, it was really fast to dig a hole while wearing it. Coupled with the level 5 constitution of the dragon fighters, it was like digging a hole. But the problem is that now it's not that Ryuto can't dig, but that he doesn't dare to dig. According to his rough judgment, the location of the two now is about 20 meters underground of the Iwasaki mansion, which is the location of a refuge basement originally built by Iwasaki. After the mansion completely collapsed, Ryuto held Rui Hui from the corner of the hall and fell into the basement with the broken floor, and they were blocked in the basement. At present, the basement is in a mess, and he doesn't know how many building debris are there. Long Do had been casually digging with his rogue digging gloves, and he felt that the building above him was about to collapse. Long Do was so scared that he didn't dare to act recklessly anymore. His move is undoubtedly correct. After all, in this case, it is better to wait for rescue from above. Now that Ryuto and Rue-hui disappeared in this collapsed Iwasaki mansion, the people of the Kamiyoshi clan and the Tenma group will rescue them immediately. As long as they waited for the rescue team to move away all the wreckage of the buildings above, the two of them would be able to see the light of day again without having to risk their lives digging everywhere. Of course. In fact, Ryuto also has a way to solve this problem, which is to commit suicide and reopen it. But that's a move used when there is no other way. After all, no one wants to shoot themselves in the head. It's quite painful. In short, now we can only wait. After listening to Ryuto's explanation, Rue-hui couldn't help but sigh. But in this case, it's useless to be anxious. They can only wait for rescue from above. For a moment, Ryuto didn't speak, Rue-hui didn't know what to say, and the darkness suddenly became quiet. After a few minutes, Rue-hui seemed to be a little uncomfortable and forced to find a topic. By the way, Ryuto-kun, actually I have a question that I want to know. What's the question? Say it. What do you think of I am? For this question, Rue-hui has been wanting to ask for a long time. After all, Tenmo I am that woman. Well, how should she describe it? It's difficult to describe her as a normal person. Even if I am, who has been with Ryuto recently, seems to have become a little more normal, it's just from super psycho to psycho, her nature will never change. When hearing this question, Ryuto smiled slightly and said, this question is actually very simple, just one word, obey. Obey. Does it mean to follow her lead blindly? It's more like tolerating a person with an abnormal brain. She is already like this, why don't we obey her? Puff. Ha 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 ha. When Ryuto clearly described I am as a person with an abnormal brain, Rue-hui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Generally speaking, the group of ministers and subordinates in the Tenma group who followed I am basically worshipped I am. In their hearts, I am was like a noble goddess that couldn't be disobeyed. However, although Ryuto was I am's man, he naturally didn't have any thoughts of worshipping that psycho. He just purely regarded I am as a naughty child with an abnormal brain. Of course, using a naughty child with an abnormal brain to describe I am was too evasive. After all, what she did wasn't at the level of a naughty child, but at the level of a psychopathic murderer. But no matter what, that psychopathic murderer was his woman, so he could only try to describe her as cute and harmless as possible. However, after hearing Ryuto's description, Rue-hui laughed for a long time until her stomach hurt a little before she calmed down. She held her stomach and said, no. I didn't expect Ryuto-kun to see I am like this. I thought you loved her so much that you couldn't extricate yourself. It's not like that, I haven't known I am for very long. I was even dragged back by her. Oh, so that's how it is. She suddenly took a fancy to you, and then you were packed back to the unrestrained Sky Tower. What a lucky and unfortunate man. Although she didn't see this scene with her own eyes, Rue-hui could guess the situation at that time. How to put it, the fact that he was taken back by I am was somewhat embarrassing, so much so that Ryuto couldn't help but blush a little. But at the next moment, Rue-hui sighed and said, sometimes. I really envy I am. She can freely express her love and bring people home whenever she wants. Envy such a thing. Ryuto originally thought that Rue-hui would laugh at I am for being too thirsty, but he didn't expect her to say such a thing. In Ryuto's eyes, Madame Rue-hui was a woman who had no interest in relationships, and she also had a daughter, the colored glaze. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be envious of such a thing. As if she saw through Ryuto's thoughts, Rue-hui smiled faintly and said, why, do you think I'm not that kind of woman? Do you think that I'm a dignified, elegant, and magnanimous god who doesn't have any human emotions? No, that's not the case. Sister Rue-hui, you're very humane. It's just that you don't usually show it. At this point, Ryudo raised his head slightly and recalled that when he had a fever not long ago, Rue Hui had been taking care of him by his bedside. At first, Ryudo thought that Rue Hui was an impersonal woman, but as the two of them spent more time together, he realized that Rue Hui was essentially no different from the colored glaze. From a certain perspective, the colored glaze was a younger version of Rue Hui who hadn't experienced so many hardships. On the other hand, Rue Hui was actually a mature version of the colored glaze who had experienced many hardships. Especially in this extremely dim underground world, Rue Hui's exceptionally young face was more similar to the colored glaze, making it easy for people to forget that she was actually a woman in her 50s. However, the 50-year-old Rue Hui Kamashiro's love experience in her life was 0. That's right, 0. A perfect 0. Although she already had a daughter, the colored glaze, to put it bluntly, her daughter wasn't born from a man. That was why Rue Hui didn't know what love felt like, nor did she know what love between a man and a woman was. When I was in school, because I was the eldest daughter of the Kamiyoshi family, not a single male student dared to approach me. After that, I was imprisoned in the Tensai Shrine for 20 years. After I was released, it was a series of jobs. Before I knew it, I was already in my 50s. That's probably how I'll be for the rest of my life. In the pitch-black underground world, Rue Hui spoke in a sentimental tone as she couldn't help but hug her knees. A person's life was less than 100 years. Now, she had unknowingly wasted more than half of her life. What she wasted was the most important, the most dazzling, and the most beautiful years of her life. Thinking about it carefully, such a life was truly a failure. Previously, Rue Hui knew that she wouldn't live past 60, so she didn't have the time to think about such trivial things. Now that she had used IM's Hooligan's 100 Immortal Pill to get rid of the dead knot of 60 years old, Rue Hui couldn't help but think about the meaning of life. Especially when she found out that her nemesis, IM, had started to fall in love and could spend every night happily. Rue Hui, who had been alone in an empty room every night, suddenly felt that the nights were especially unbearable. Perhaps it was the darkness underground that made Rue Hui feel as though she had returned to those unbearable nights. Her mood instantly became gloomy. But just as Rue Hui leaned against the cold and rough wall and was about to move her head to make herself more comfortable, a solid and reliable body moved over. Following a light rubbing sound, Ryudo moved Rue Hui's head to his shoulder, while he reached out his hand and hugged the shoulders of this kamikaze leader from behind. When Ryudo hugged her, Rue Hui couldn't help but let out a soft moan, but she still couldn't escape from the warm embrace. There's no such thing. The next moment, Ryudo took a deep breath and said solemnly, Sister Rue Hui, as long as you're alive, every day is a new beginning. You still have a long way to go in the future. You'll definitely meet the people you love and the people who love you. It had to be said that Ryudo really didn't know how to preach. It was a very ordinary sentence of encouragement, but when it came out of his mouth, it sounded a little stiff. It made people want to laugh when they heard it. But for some reason, these stiff words sounded especially pleasant in this pitch-black underground world, and even seeped into Rue Hui's heart very naturally. Since she was born, this was the first time Rue Hui was hugged in someone's arms. After all, she was the one hugging most of the time, although she had only hugged IM and colored glaze. So this was the feeling of being hugged by someone. It was quite reassuring. Unknowingly, Rue Hui also reached out and hugged Ryudo's neck, and laughed softly in his ear. You're just a kid in your teens, but you know how to make people happy with your glib tongue. It's not glib tongue, in my eyes. Sister Rue Hui is indeed a very charming woman. Oh. Is that so? How is it compared to your IM? Actually, when she asked this question, Rue Hui was a little shocked. She had never thought in her life that she would actually ask a man whether she was superior or inferior to Yongji in terms of being a woman. Ryudo heard this and replied without hesitation, "Spring flower and autumn moon, each has their own characteristics. I can't compare the two of you, and there's no way to compare. There's no way to compare. This sentence is not correct from a certain perspective, there's still a way to compare." In the darkness, Rue Hui reached out and turned Ryudo's face in her direction. A pair of pupils with a strange expression stared at the young man's eyes, as if those eyes could also speak. This. Sister Rue Hui, could it be? In the next moment, before Ryudo could react, a soft and fragrant touch came from his mouth. After that, Ryudo could not think of anything else, and could only enter the primitive state of instinct. In the pitch-black underground world, in a small space that could barely fit two people, accompanied by the rustling sound of clothes falling, beautiful flowers bloomed on the pitch-black canvas, dyeing the darkness with an alluring blush. Chapter 394. Just as new emotions were blooming in the dark underground world. In the ruins of the Iwasaki mansion above, a well-equipped rescue team was desperately trying to save people. Because they didn't dare to use machines to dig, fearing that it would cause the ground to collapse and crush the people who might still be alive, all the rescue workers could only use the simplest tools to carefully clean up the scene. Lift that piece. Be careful, don't step on the ground. The steel cable is in place. Prepare to lift the largest piece of rock. Now, almost an hour had passed since the sudden explosion. The police officers of the Search Division 1 had already set up a cordon around the Iwasaki mansion, and there were police officers walking around everywhere. Logically speaking, this kind of incident shouldn't be under the jurisdiction of the Search Department, but because Tajima Orihana was a mole in the Heavenly Eye group, she immediately intervened. Of course, her intervention wasn't unrelated, because, reporting to the chief, traces of explosion were found around the load-bearing pillars of the building. The culprit should have used the latest thermal expansion point explosion technology to instantly destroy all the load-bearing pillars. At this time, Tajima Orihana was sitting in a temporary command center not far away, and the explosives expert in front of her was explaining the principle of the explosion. After listening, Orihana frowned and said, "This kind of explosion technology is very complicated, right? It's very complicated, and it's not something an ordinary soldier can grasp. It requires the support of a powerful technical system, and even our official explosives team doesn't have it. Then you're an expert in this field. Which forces in the country can grasp this technology?" This. After hearing this question, the explosives expert frowned slightly. But he still said carefully, "As far as I know, the weapons department of the Heavenly Eye Group, a major arms dealer, can fully grasp this technology." "What else?" "And a certain unspeakable force can also do it." Speaking of this, the explosives expert looked in the direction of the Tokyo port, not far away. As everyone knew, there were several American military garrisons near the port, such as the Tanayama Army Center, Yokosuka Base, and so on. In other words, the unspeakable force that the explosives expert was referring to was naturally the American troops stationed in Japan. They were also one of the suspects. Although on the surface, the US and Japan were allies, father and son, officials like them naturally knew that the US Army had been secretly stirring up trouble in Japan. Sure enough. Was it that woman, Kohei Tanya, who made her move? Her movements were fast and ruthless, aiming to kill Rue Hui and Ryudo in a single blow. After the demolition expert left, Lin Hua could not help but sigh slightly. Lin Hua was naturally very clear about the Air-American chess piece, Kohishanya, who was hiding in the royal family. Ever since she went to study in the Air-American Empire, she had been secretly carrying out espionage activities. After she came back and became the Empress, she became the biggest hidden chess piece. In fact, Lin Hua had already thought that recently, when Rui Hui crazily nibbled away the power of Yotsuki and tried to become the most powerful woman in the country, she would inevitably be obstructed by the Empress. But no one expected that person to act so quickly and decisively. Rui Hui had just killed 2 golden herons and ascended to the peak of power, and almost immediately after she ascended to the throne, she was assassinated by explosives. This was too scary. And according to Lin Hua's investigation, Kohei Tanya should have bribed the Iwasaki family early on, which was why she could react so quickly, including the planting of the explosives. He had to teach that person a lesson, but Rui Hui and Ryuto Kiryu should be done for. Looking at the ruins of the collapsed building, Lin Hua could not help but shake his head. Although when she learned about this, Sama did not even think about it and said that Ryuto was still alive, and she looked very confident, but Lin Hua did not know where her confidence came from. But in any case, there was nothing else to do now, so Lin Hua could only continue to supervise the rescue work, hoping to find the 2 of them as soon as possible, even if it was 2 corpses. At the same time, while Lin Hua was rescuing people and catching the culprit, dozens of meters underground, Ryuto and Rui Hui were also reminiscing about the aftertaste of what had just happened. Perhaps, darkness could stimulate people's primitive desires, which was why they were unable to extricate themselves, and broke through to a new level of relationship. I never thought that this kind of thing could be so wonderful. When Rui Hui lay on Ryuto's shoulder, she felt warm all over, and even her heart was incomparably warm. Even in this thick darkness, she felt as safe as if she was at home. This sense of safety was given to her by this young man called Ryuto Kiryu. To be able to get such a feeling from a young man who was 40 years younger than her, this was something that Rui Hui had never dreamed of before. Me too, it's like a fairy tale. After hearing Rui Hui's words, Ryuto turned his head and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Then, he hugged her body that was slightly stained with sweat and dust tightly. Up until now, Ryuto had already done it with 2 women, who were also the 2 most beautiful women in the world, and the feelings he obtained were completely different. When he was with Yongji, it was like the 2 of them were engaged in a life-and-death duel. It was filled with wild excitement, and it was almost a situation where one would lose their life if they were not careful. When he was with Rui Hui, it was like the 2 of them were drinking tea in a tea room lit with sandalwood incense. However, it was not tea that he was tasting, but the strong feelings and sweetness of both of them, and it felt very comfortable. The most important thing was that Ryuto could empathize with Rui Hui, as if their souls were constantly communicating. Could not give Ryuto the feeling of body and soul blending. After all, no one could empathize with a crazy person. At least Ryuto was not that crazy. After the 2 of them hugged each other for a while, Rui Hui said slowly, "Get up, put on your clothes first. Otherwise, when the rescue team comes later, it will be quite awkward." In fact, when the 2 of them were blending in the darkness, they had already vaguely heard some movement from above. If there were no accidents, it should be the rescue team that was quickly cleaning up the wreckage above, and the movement was also approaching as time went by. In other words, Ryuto and Rui Hui should be able to be rescued soon, and they should be able to return to their daily lives. However, returning to their daily lives, was it really a good thing? Yes and no, at least for Rui Hui, it was. Hearing the sound of cleaning up the wreckage getting closer and closer, Rui Hui only felt that her heart was getting more and more muddy. When some light gradually seeped out from above, she whispered, "Ryuto-kun, after you go out, can you forget everything that just happened?" "What do you mean? Do you think I'm that kind of irresponsible man?" After hearing Rui Hui's words, Ryuto frowned slightly. Speaking of which, Ryuto was still a very traditional, very male chauvinist type. In his eyes, as long as he had sex with her, she was his woman. Unless the other party was really unwilling to be with him, he would definitely not let go. It's not a problem of being irresponsible or not. After all, you are Iam's man, and I'm just an old woman. I don't want to see you in a dilemma. In fact, when lying on Ryudo's body, Rue Hui was already thinking about the ending of this matter. Although Rue Hui and Iam were allies now, secretly sleeping with someone else's man was a bit too much. What's more, the age gap between herself and Ryudo was too big. Even Rue Hui's daughter was the same age as Ryudo. This was completely like an old cow eating young grass. It would make people gossip. So you're talking about this? No problem, don't think too much. Seeing that Rue Hui didn't seem to be able to think for a while, Ryudo hugged her slender waist from behind and smiled. Do you think Iam is a woman who cares about this kind of thing? She won't care about sharing a man with you. Iam was originally a crazy beauty, not to mention that she had already said to Ryudo, if you can pull her to bed, I'll be more than happy. So from a certain point of view, the matter between Ryudo and Rue Hui was originally fueled by Iam, so there was no need to worry about Iam. But the secular world. Who is the secular world? Now we are the secular world, the people who don't like, go die. When he said the last few words, Ryudo's tone had a hint of murderous intent, and at the same time, it also had the unique indifference of a superior. Don't know if it was because he had been with women like Iam and Rue Hui for a long time, or because he had experienced too many big events. The current Ryudo had matured at an extremely fast speed. What's more, he originally knew that he was taking the evil path and was destined to be a demon king. So if anyone in the secular world pointed at his relationship with Rue Hui, Ryudo would not hesitate to send him to hell. Ryudo-kun. You're right, I'm too weak. After feeling the domineering aura of the teenager behind her, Rue Hui couldn't help but reach out and touch Ryudo's face, and kissed him again in the gradually emerging sunlight. Of course, Ryudo was right. After all, when their Kamiyoshi clan and Tenma group merged, they already represented the word secular world. Whoever dared to point at their relationship, just send him to hell. There was no need to consider this at all. And the only thing Rue Hui had to consider was her daughter Colored Glaze's feelings. After all, Ryudo was Colored Glaze's classmate, and her mother was with her classmate. For Colored Glaze, this was really awkward. But how to convince Colored Glaze? That was Rue Hui's problem. Rue Hui also believed that she could successfully convince her daughter to allow her to be with Ryudo, and pursue her long-lost happiness. Boom! Rumble rumble rumble. Just as Ryudo and Rue Hui were kissing passionately in the collapsed underground world, the ruins above were finally moved away, and a woman's head poked out from outside. It was Yohana Tokushima. This Search Section 1 chief rushed over as soon as she found out that the tunnel was going to be dug out, wanting to see if the two people below were still alive. But although Rue Hui was shy and quickly separated from Ryudo, Yohana immediately sniffed when she poked her head in, and then showed a somewhat strange expression. After all, this was a sealed underground space, and Ryudo and Rue Hui had just made love inside, so naturally, there would be some more special smell. Yohana was also an old hand in this, so naturally, it was impossible for her not to recognize this smell. So she glanced at Rue Hui, whose clothes were a little messy and whose face was a little flushed, and then looked at Ryudo, who was pursing his lips, and smiled. Are you two having fun down there? How about I pretend that I didn't dig out and let you stay a little longer? Ryudo heard this and replied with anger and amusement, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and pull her up. Yes. The world's #1 boy toy, whatever you say is right. Hey! Who are you calling the world's #1 boy toy? In the midst of the noise, Rue Hui and Ryudo were rescued from below by the rescue team, and they were quickly sent back to the unrestrained Sky Tower by helicopter. When the two landed on the tarmac of the unrestrained Sky Tower, Ryuto, who got off the helicopter, deliberately reached out and held Rui Hui's hand, and even used a very intimate gesture of 10 fingers interlocking. "Wait, don't, it's okay, there's nothing shameful about our relationship, just be generous." On the way to IM's study, Ryuto smiled at Rui Hui and said without hesitation. How to put it, it was inevitable for an ugly daughter-in-law to meet her mother-in-law. Although Rui Hui's age was more like a mother-in-law than IM's, she was obviously more nervous than ordinary daughters-in-law. However, after seeing the two walk in hand, IM, who was sitting on the office chair, was first stunned, then she laughed. Pfft. Ha. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Don't tell me you haven't seen people holding hands before. Originally, Rui Hui was still a little nervous, but after being laughed by Yongji, she immediately returned to her usual attitude of having a battle of wits and courage. She asked in a calm tone. No, I'm just happy. At this time, Yongji smiled as she came to Rui Hui's side. She leaned over and whispered something into her round and smooth ear. Next time, if there's a chance, let's play together with Ryuto-kun, Sister Rui Hui. Hee, I'm looking forward to it. The moment she heard this sentence, Rui Hui's calm face that had just barely recovered collapsed, and she immediately blushed. Just like this, there was another burst of laughter in the office, and Ryuto looked at the two women with a puzzled expression, as if he had not realized what kind of path of no return he was about to embark on. Chapter 395. The following week could be said to be the happiest time of Ryuto's life. During the day, he accompanied Rui Hui to work at Kansai Imperial Garden. They flirted while working and were immersed in the joy of being in love. It was the first time Rui Hui was in a serious relationship with someone. Ryuto could be considered as such. After all, his relationship with IM was more like an empress and a boy toy. It was not really a relationship. Hence, they often ate together, strolled by the lake, admired the flowers under the tree, and watched the stars at night. They often did something indescribable. As the saying went, a woman at 30 was like a wolf, at 40 was like a tiger, and at 50, she could sit on the ground and suck the soil. Rui Hui was now in a more vigorous stage. However, no matter how vigorous she was, compared to IM, who was a psychopath, Rui Hui was still much more reserved. Although she liked to be with Ryuto, she was also very flexible. She was very gentle, which made Ryuto feel very warm. During this week, Rui Hui had also cooperated with IM to cooperate from the inside and outside. She had almost all of the Yatsuki's forces in her pocket. Among the original Yatsuki's members, except for Tsukujiri Kyoji, who chose to run away with his family when he saw that the situation was not good, most of the members were either bribed, roped in, assassinated, or replaced. After a short week, the entire upper echelon of Tokyo's forces had been purged. Rui Hui now had absolute control over the situation. When things on her side were stabilized, Rui Hui began to plan her revenge. That's right, revenge. Although the Iwasaki Mansion explosion incident a week ago helped Rui Hui in some way, she naturally would not forget to find out the culprit behind it. According to the joint investigation of the Kamiyoshi clan and the Tenmu group, the culprit was the current Japanese Imperial Empress, Empress Kawada. That woman had been secretly operating with the support of American, trying to control the power in her own hands. At this time, Kawada probably saw that Rui Hui had been crazily nibbling away the Yatsuki's forces recently. She was afraid that she would become the most powerful woman in the country, so she took the lead. He had to admit that Kawada she is quite farsighted. Even if she didn't do anything to me at that time, I would have taken her life sooner or later. On this sunny afternoon, Rui Hui was lazily lying on the grass, leaning her head on Ryudo's leg. At the same time, she raised her head to look at her little lover. From this angle, the warm sunlight shone on Rue Hui's delicate and flawless face, as if adding a layer of radiance to her face, making this God Generation's leader look even more beautiful. Ryudo also smiled and lowered his head, kissing Rue Hui's cherry lips. Then he smiled and said, "But the Empress didn't kill us, she actually helped us become a matchmaker." Hee, that seems to be the case. On account of this, I'll let her die an easy death. I'll just break her neck or something. Ryudo said pretentiously as he reached out and wrapped his hand around Rue Hui's slender and fair neck. Then you are really gentlemanly. I have something more gentlemanly, do you want to try it? Stop fooling around, it's broad daylight. After pushing Ryudo symbolically, Rue Hui giggled and was hugged into his arms. The two of them fooled around for a while before they were separated by a phone call. Ha! Hello, is this Teshima-san? When Tokushima Rihana called Rue Hui hurriedly tidied up her messy clothes, took a deep breath and picked up the phone. This made Ryudo feel a little regretful, after all, he was about to succeed. Oh, so that's how it is, it's like this. Then let's prepare and give that woman a surprise the day after tomorrow. I'll arrange for my men to make a big scene, I'll leave it to you. After talking with Rihana for about 5 minutes, Rue Hui hung up the phone and showed a happy smile. She smiled and touched Ryudo's face, and said with a smile, "Sorry, it seems that I can't continue to accompany you today, we have to prepare for some serious business." Is it about the imperial family? Yes, there will be a press conference at the Kokyo the day after tomorrow, apparently they are going to entertain America's diplomatic group, we can make our move then. When she mentioned the Kokyo, Rue Hui's eyes flashed with killing intent. The current imperial family was rotten to the core, Emperor Wu Diok was a useless person, and Empress Yo was a super spy, they were a bunch of vermin. But it didn't matter, after all. The moment Kabato Tenya made a move on Rue Hui, the fate of her family was already decided. Everyone related to Kabato Tenya had to die, whether it was her husband, daughter, parents, or other relatives and friends. With Rue Hui's current ruthless way of doing things, she would rather kill hundreds of innocent people than let anyone go, they could only blame those people for being related to Kabato Tenya. Just like that, Ryudo and Rue Hui made plans to attack the Kokyo together. That's right, it wasn't a sneak attack or a threat, it was a real attack. They wanted to completely eliminate Kabato Tenya and the imperial family. On the same day, they wanted to put an end to this mascot group that had been vermin in Japan for hundreds of years. Of course, the other forces could more or less feel the preparations of the Kamiyoshi side, especially the imperial family that was the target. 2 days later, at noon on this important day, the diplomatic group from American had also slowly driven to the Kokyo under the eyes of thousands of people, preparing for the ceremonial diplomatic meeting. In the ancient palace surrounded by water on all sides of the Kokyo, it had received generations of diplomatic groups, one after another, from one country after another. And American's diplomatic group was definitely the one that appeared the most in recent years. After all, they were related to each other by blood. For the current relationship between Japan and American, the vast majority of Japanese people were well aware, but no one dared to raise an objection. Even for the visit of the most powerful country in the world, most of the media were very proud of it, quite a bit of the pride of father's favorite child. Therefore, just before the clock pointed to 11 in the morning, a large number of reporters from various TV stations and online programs had gathered near the Kikyo, outside the Kokyo. Under the barrage of the reporters, the American emissary group that was heading to the Kokyo, in 3 black sedans slowly arrived at the entrance of the Kikyo gate. This group of Americans also followed the tradition and got off in front of the Kikyo, and walked to the inside of the Kokyo. When the group of well-dressed gentlemen passed by, the lights on both sides of the road kept flashing, and they also cooperated and waved, showing a very friendly gesture. Of course, in the mind of this diplomatic group, it was, "Take a picture, you're blinding my eyes, bastard." But at least on the surface, this group of Americans still maintained a harmonious appearance and followed the rules to walk to the Kokyo. However, such a happy atmosphere was covered with a layer of shadow with the appearance of the 3 huge helicopters. Rumble. Rumble. Before the group of American diplomatic group walked into the Kokyo, a gust of wind swept up in the sky above the Kokyo. This gust of wind is helicopters. When everyone looked up with an expression of disbelief, they saw 3 white helicopters flying out of the clouds not far away. And it was a huge armed helicopter. It was a genuine armed helicopter. Those who were slightly knowledgeable would know that it was the Augusta Westland AW101 model, and it was loaded with various weapons that could be seen with the naked eye. The most terrifying thing was that the 3 armed helicopters had a huge eye pattern on the side, and behind the eye pattern was a map of the Earth. This feeling seemed to indicate that this heavenly eye was monitoring every movement of the world. At the same time, it was also the symbol of the Heavenly Eye Group. Speaking of which, among the group of reporters here, although not many people knew about the Heavenly Eye Group, it was not to the extent that no one knew. But they never dreamed that the armed helicopters of the Heavenly Eye Group would openly fly into the Kokyo from the main entrance, over the heads of the American diplomatic group and reporters. It should be known that the Kokyo had an important position in this country. Not to mention rushing in with an armed helicopter, even driving in with a car was not allowed. Even foreign VIPs could only enter on foot. However, this tradition, which had been going on for so many years, had become a joke under the invasion of the armed helicopters, a huge joke. What was even more exaggerated was that the armed helicopter actually flew directly to the top of the Kokyo main hall, in front of everyone's eyes, and floated there proudly. For the entire royal family, this situation had no other meaning other than a demonstration. When the group of people led by Emperor Wuda and the Empress came out of the main hall, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. What? What is this thing? Who dares to be so presumptuous here? After seeing the 3 armed helicopters, the short middle-aged man couldn't help but stomp his feet in anger. And he quickly ordered the guards of the Kokyo on the side, "Quick! Go shoot them down." However, when the guards heard the emperor's words, they wiped their sweat and said helplessly, "Emperor, we don't have any weapons to shoot down the armed helicopters." In the end, Nippon was not allowed to have an army, and the firepower of the Kokyo guards was very limited. It was simply a dream to rely on a few people and a few guns to shoot down the highly armed helicopters. Damn it! Damn it, ah! Seeing that the emperor seemed to be so angry that his blood vessels were about to burst, the empress standing behind him also frowned slightly. "Sister, what the hell is going on?" At this time, a blonde fake foreigner next to her, Xiao Hetianing, the younger brother of Xiao Hetianya, also came to her side. As the president of the Great Beauty Association, Father John naturally wouldn't miss this kind of reception. He must come to say hello and get to know people. Xiao Hetianya frowned and said, "It's the Heavenly Eye Group, it's their armed helicopters. What does Heavenly Eye want to do? What does this have to do with them?" Although Xiao Hetianya knew that recently the Kamiyoshi clan was preparing to take revenge for her assassination of Rue Hui, she didn't expect the Heavenly Eye Group to be involved in this matter. However, what Xiao Hetianya didn't expect was that as the 3 armed helicopters slowly landed in front of the main hall, 2 beautiful and familiar figures walked down from them. A super beauty in a red silk dress walked out of the first helicopter. She had the terrifying charm of a witch. As soon as she got off the helicopter, the Kokyo guards who surrounded her with guns raised were so shocked that they were speechless. From the second helicopter, a super beauty wearing a dark black kimono walked out. Her beauty was not inferior to the former at all. She had a faint smile on her face, and that graceful, elegant, and cultured bearing also made people secretly shocked. From the third helicopter, a young handsome man who looked at most 16 or 17 years old walked out. Xiao Hetianya was too lazy to look at him. But the real key now was that the Kamiyoshi clan main god Dai Rui Hui and the Heavenly Eye clan patriarch Heavenly Eye Iam, these two actually came together. This actually showed their attitude. These two. So they have this kind of secret relationship. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hetianya felt her breathing quicken. It should be known that the Kamiyoshi clan and the Heavenly Eye clan had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. Basically everyone in the circle was fully aware of this. Who would have thought that in this generation of Kanzaki and Heavenly Eye, these two clan leaders would suddenly abandon their former enmity and join hands in front of everyone? Moreover, they seemed to be coming directly at the imperial family led by Xiao Hetianya. At the same time, the group of American ambassadors not far away also hurriedly arrived at the battlefield. It was as if they were the last piece of the puzzle that formed this pot of drama. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Iam and Dai Rui Hui looked at each other and smiled. Then, they walked toward the Mikado couple in front of them. Wait! Stop! Seeing these two peerless beauties walking toward them without saying a word, the Kokyo guard captain hurriedly stood in front of them. However, a shadow flashed by, and Ryuto's body flew more than 10 meters like lightning. He kicked the guard captain and sent him flying. Chapter 396. At this moment, Long Do already had a superhuman physique. Coupled with sufficient financial support, this young man could buy hundreds of active and passive skills. He was so strong that he was like a cheat. When facing normal enemies, he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Whoever he touched would die. The crowd only saw a figure flash, and the guard captain was sent flying by a kick. He flew for more than 10 meters before crashing into a big tree. Crack! The moment he hit the tree, the people close to him clearly heard a crisp sound from his skull. Then he fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. Without a doubt, the Kokyo guard captain was dead, and he was killed in front of everyone. However, compared to the fact that this person was already dead, what shocked many people was the indifferent expressions on Rui Hui and Yongji's faces at this moment. Although they didn't know who Ryuto Kiryu was, they definitely knew that he was with Iam and Rui Hui. A person who came with the Kamiyoshi and Heavenly Eye group actually killed someone in front of so many royals, in the Kokyo, and even in front of the American diplomatic group. These guys aren't crazy, are they? Even little Hetianya, who was standing beside little Hetianya, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this frightening scene. The group of American ambassadors not far away had expressions of disbelief on their faces, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Indeed, from a diplomatic point of view, this situation was too ridiculous. I'm from the American diplomatic group. I'm on a diplomatic mission with the Neon royal family. But as soon as I arrived at the emperor's house, I found a few outsiders fighting here. Did I go to the wrong place? Immediately, the American diplomatic group looked at the emperor in surprise. They wanted to see how the emperor, who was nominally the leader of Neon, would react. After all, these people were doing whatever they wanted here, slapping the face of the royal family, and even killing a member of the royal family. Who could tolerate this? Of course, he couldn't tolerate it. No one could tolerate it. Therefore, the moment he reacted to what had happened, the current Heavenly Emperor Wu Da's face flushed red. He shouted loudly, "How dare you! How dare he commit murder in the imperial residence!" People came from both sides. Take him down. With this order, the Kokyo guards raised their weapons and charged toward Ryudo. However, Ryudo did not even bother to look at them. Instead, he casually raised his hand and gestured at the Kokyo guards in front of him to fire. When everyone saw this gesture, they were dumbfounded. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Don't tell me he thinks his fingers can, whoosh. Bang! In the next second after Long Do made the gesture, a violent sound of wind breaking rapidly came from afar and landed in the direction of his finger. A large caliber sniper bullet hit him on the spot. The head of the Kokyo guard running at the front exploded like a watermelon. For a moment, yellow and white pieces fell to the ground, as if there was a bloody storm. Plop! Accompanied by the sound of the headless body falling to the ground, the surroundings of the Kokyo main hall were terrifyingly quiet. That was a heavy sniper rifle. After hearing the whistle and seeing the scene of a headless body being shot, a few drops of cold sweat fell from Kawada's forehead. Shooting from such a long distance away and still being able to blow up a person's head instead of penetrating it was not something an ordinary sniper rifle could do. I advise you not to move. Right now, there are 50th Barrett 82 heavy sniper rifles aiming in this direction. They can send 50 people on their way in 1 second, and they won't even have a complete corpse. Ryudo, who gave the order to kill, did not even look at the headless body. Instead, he showed a devilish smile to the Heavenly Emperor couple and the American envoys not far away. Indeed, what Ryudo said was the truth. There was no falsehood. Now, in the periphery of the Kokyo, a large number of snipers had already been placed by his Heavenly Eye Group Weapons Department. They were equipped with Barrett anti-material sniper rifles that could shoot 12 7mm bullets. How terrifying was the power of this heavy sniper rifle? They had seen it just now. When it hit the head was completely shattered. When it hit the middle of the body was cut in half. Such powerful force was not a weapon used against people. It was used to remotely destroy some enemy equipment, such as parked planes, radar devices, trucks, and various other important assets. After all, the effect of this thing was too exaggerated. It was enough to make people pee on the spot. Just like now. Og. 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 After seeing the blood, flesh, and bone fragments splattering from the shattered head, Woodeok's face turned pale, then he could not help but cover his mouth and retch. The scene was really ugly. But before he finished retching, Ryudo's figure slowly walked toward the Heavenly Emperor couple. Stop. Don't come over. All the Kokyo guards around swore that they definitely wanted to warn the young invader. However, even though they had such thoughts in their minds, this group of guards did not even dare to let out a fart. They could only watch helplessly as Long Do approached them. Of course, this was also a matter of course. After all, there were dozens of anti-material sniper rifles pointing at this side. No one wanted to be the next unlucky person to have their head blown open. So when Ryudo came to the front of the formation formed by the Kokyo guards, he just glanced at the guards indifferently, then sneered, "I will count to 3, get out of the way. Otherwise, let your family pick up your skulls on the grass." At this time, behind the Kokyo guards was where the Emperor and the Empress were. They were the last line of defense to protect the symbol of Japan. However, the moment Ryudo said this group of guards, who were supposed to be loyal, gulped and didn't seem to intend to give up resistance. After all, the one behind them was the Emperor, the symbol of Japan. Suddenly, the Kokyo guard standing at the front and closest to Ryudo couldn't help but say angrily, "Bastard. You are also a Japanese. How dare you do this to the Emperor? Kacha." Before he finished speaking, Ryudo grabbed his head and twisted it with both hands. Under Ryudo's monstrous strength, the head of the Kokyo guard was directly torn off, literally twisted off. I don't like the word Japanese, so I plan to destroy this country. So that Japan is gone, and I am not a Japanese anymore, right? After lifting the head that was still bleeding with fear in his eyes, Ryuto smiled slightly and threw it to the back of the crowd in front of him. With this throw, the blood-stained head landed squarely on Heavenly Emperor Wuda's body. The short middle-aged man who had been scared out of his wits subconsciously held the head in his hand and looked at the pair of protruding dead fish eyes. Hey! Ah! Just when Emperor Wu Deku was so scared by the head that he almost threw it away, Ryuto said indifferently, "Don't throw it, hold it tightly, or I will let you swallow him alive." Ryuto's voice sounded very indifferent, but everyone present did not hesitate to think that he would do as he said. Demon, this young man is a demon. Unknowingly, the Kokyo guards who were blocking in front of Ryuto also retreated to the side, making way for the young demon to kill. And Ryuto walked forward without hesitation, approaching the emperor and his wife who were standing at the entrance of the main hall step by step. This guy. What does this guy want to do? Are the Kamiyoshi clan and the Tenma group crazy? How could he act so recklessly in public? The current situation was completely beyond Kawada's expectations. Although she thought that Ruehue and the Kamiyoshi clan would retaliate against her, she didn't expect that they would actually kill their way into the Kokyo and in front of the American diplomatic group. Killing people in front of the diplomatic group was a very rare diplomatic incident in the entire history of human beings. The degree of horror was comparable to when the American president suddenly pooped in his pants when he received foreign guests. It was simply ridiculous. What about the Kokyo guards nearby? What about the self-defense forces? Why hasn't anyone come yet? Seeing Ryuto was about to come in front of her, Kawada's hand holding her sleeve tightened. Originally, there were groups of guards around the Kokyo. After all, this was the last bit of face the Nipponese had after being beaten to a pulp. They still had to protect it. But Ryuto's side was about to tear down the Kokyo, but there was still no support here. Could it be? No need to wait, now the area around the main hall has been completely blocked by our people, you won't receive any reinforcements. Ruehue seemed to have noticed Kawada's nervousness and uneasiness, and she smiled at her in an elegant tone. What? Are you crazy? How dare you do this to the royal family? Slap. Before Kawada finished speaking, Ryuto directly slapped her in the face. Shut up. Looking at the queen sitting on the ground with an expression of disbelief, Ryuto sneered, you have no right to speak now. After slapping the empress in front of everyone, Longdo casually took out a document and placed it in front of the current emperor, Wuda. In 3 minutes, there will be a live broadcast for the entire country, and I want you to read the contents of this document in front of everyone. Read the contents of the document. Perhaps because he was holding a head in his hand, Emperor Wuda was almost scared out of his mind. He looked at the document in Ryuto's hand with trepidation. The beginning of the document was the declaration of the last royal family. The document said that from today onward, the Neon royal family no longer existed, and the Yamato dynasty that had been passed down for 126 generations came to an end. At the same time, the local religion led by Shinto was abolished, and all shrines in the country were closed and destroyed. If this document was read, the result would be, the foundation of the entire country would be completely uprooted. After reading the document, Emperor Wuda was dumbfounded. He asked in a trembling voice, what are you? Is there something wrong with you? Do you think this declaration can be recognized by the country? Suddenly, Kawada also stood up and yelled at Ryuto, you can threaten us. But don't think that threatening the emperor to make such a declaration can change anything. This country can't be controlled by you. The parliament, the cabinet, the court, and several major parties, including the governors of the various prefectures, and districts, are all our people. Just as Kawada was about to say that they can't be controlled by you, Ruehui walked over and said with a smile. What? With Kawada's identity, she naturally knew how important the positions that Ruehui mentioned were. They controlled almost all the important officials in Neon. At this time, Ruehui leaned over and said with a smile, "These officials have all submitted to us, plus the forces in the Yatsuki. Now this country is a toy in my hands. I can play with it however I want, even you are one of my toys." Hiss. The moment she heard this, Kawada couldn't help but take a deep breath. But she still tried to insist, "Are you stupid enough to think that Neon is an independent country? As long as America is still supporting me, you can't do anything to me." Yeah, this is why we chose to make a move when the diplomatic group came. With that said, Ruehui turned to look at I am not far away. Yongji, on the other hand, got the hint and clapped her hands. A dozen black-winged ninjas in black immediately appeared behind the American envoys and stabbed a few long needles into their brains. Then there's no problem. After this diplomatic group is brainwashed, they will become our puppets. They will do whatever we tell them to do. After seeing Kawada's stunned expression, Ruehui explained with a smile. Crazy. Crazy. These people's brains are not normal. Seeing that the situation was heading in the direction of a bottomless abyss, the queen finally couldn't help but warn, You are making an enemy of the most powerful country in the world. Do you know the consequences? You're wrong. Suddenly, Ryudo came in front of the queen, raised her chin, and said with a smile, "It's you who are making an enemy of the most powerful force in the world. The consequences are that you and your master will all die, no one will be left alive." My master and I. No way. This, crack. Just when Kawada just realized what Ryudo was saying, her vision suddenly tilted, and her neck was twisted to a strange angle with a crisp sound. Chapter 397. In front of so many people, Ryudo snapped the neck of the Empress and Tianya. This scene was also quite shocking. Seeing his wife die in front of him, Emperor Wuda was stunned at first, then rushed over with red eyes. I'll kill you. Save it, don't waste time. Ryudo casually kicked him to the ground, stepped on Emperor Wuda's head and smiled. There are still 2 minutes, are you going to read it later? No. I won't read it even if I die. After being stepped on and pressed on the ground, Emperor Wuda felt like he had nothing left to lose. Anyway, his wife was already dead. After reading that declaration, there was a high chance that he would be killed, then what was the point of reading it? Is that so? Suddenly, Ryudo made a gesture. Not far away, a burst of gunfire exploded, directly turning the group of guards around Emperor Wuda and Owada Aichi, who was rushing over, into pieces of meat. Kill. Kill as you please. Kill us all if you have the ability. Oh. I don't know if the wheat you mentioned includes these people. Seeing that Emperor Wuda was still stubborn, Ryudo smiled and took out a tablet and placed it in front of him. This is. When he saw the image on the tablet, Wu Dedian Emperor was stunned. Because on the other side of the screen, his parents, the previous Emperor Ming Tai, were chained to a pillar. Next to them was Emperor Wuda and the Empress's daughter, Princess Fukudaheim. Beside the 2 pillars, there were several vicious dogs that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were glaring at the Emperor's family like tigers eyeing their prey. You're not human. Seeing that the other party actually caught his parents and daughter, Emperor Wuda began to struggle. You're not human, I'll ask you again, are you going to read it? If you're not going to read it, prepare to release the dogs. Suddenly, Ryudo looked at the scene on the tablet and explained with a smile, those dogs are Iam's vicious dogs, they like to eat human flesh, especially from the feet. Vicious, vicious dogs. Eating human flesh. The moment he heard this, Heavenly Emperor Wuda felt a chill run down his spine. He almost stopped breathing. Ryudo's current meaning was very simple. If you don't read the Declaration of the Last Royal Family, then wait for the scene of your parents and daughter being slowly bitten to death by vicious dogs. By the way, if you start from the feet, it will take more than 10 minutes before you die. These 10 minutes are probably as long as 10 years to the three of them. Are you sure you want to watch? In front of Emperor Wudiok, Ryudo took out a button with the word unlock written on it and placed his thumb on it. The countdown begins now. 3, 2, I'll read. I'll read it. Before the dragon head could finish counting to 2, Heavenly Emperor Wuda had already broken down and said these words. Just now, his wife had died in front of him. At best, it happened in an instant. If it happened, then it happened. But if Heavenly Emperor Wuda had to watch his parents and young daughter being bitten to death by dogs, the situation would be completely different. Strange. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? After casually patting the face of the Heavenly Emperor, Ryudo stood up with a smile. At the same time, there were already many staff members running over with some filming equipment. They ignored the flesh and blood on the ground and the scattered corpses. Instead, they began to carry out the pre-broadcast work. Someone even pulled Heavenly Emperor Wuda up from the ground, wiped his face, and touched up his makeup to ensure that this guy didn't look like someone who was coerced on TV. All of this made Heavenly Emperor Wuda feel even more terrified because he felt like the world was about to end. Actually, isn't it good to use the brainwashing technique of the Black Wing Ninja to control him? Why does he have to agree to read it himself? When Ryudo came to Rue Hui, she had a confused expression. Just like how the Black Wing Ninja used a secret technique to control the minds of the American envoys. If the same method was used to control the Heavenly Emperor and make him read the Declaration of the Last Royal Family, it would be much easier than now. I want him to read it while he's awake. It'll be more interesting this way. Long Do looked at the man who was pressed on the podium and seemed to have a mental breakdown. His smile was uglier than his crying face. Long Do said in a cheerful tone. Ha ha ha. Well done, you're already good at torturing people. After hearing Ryudo's words, Iam couldn't help but touch his face with a smile. Is that so? But this is not enough. There are still many people waiting for me to torture, such as that group over there. At this point, Long Do looked at the American envoys who were standing in the same spot with muddle-headed gazes. Iam and Rue Hui naturally understood what he meant. Since I'm going to play, I'll play bigger. What's there to be proud of about controlling and destroying a country? Becoming the master of this world is more fun. Interesting, 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 ha 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 ha. After sensing Ryudo's strong murderous intent, Iam's smile widened. She, the current patriarch of the Tenmu clan, was born with the greatest malice, but her vision seemed to be a bit narrow. She was only satisfied with the small matter of destroying Nippon. But from Ryudo's perspective, he was looking directly at the world, at a world-class power on the other side of the sea, American. What could be more interesting than destroying the most powerful country in the world and killing everyone inside? At that time, when Long Do, Yongji, and the others ruled the world, their children would be able to walk on the dilapidated streets filled with the stench of decay, carefully observe the world of the previous generation that was destroyed by their parents, and feel proud of it. Of course, this was very evil and inhumane. But now, what Ryudo wanted was evil. After all, he walked the path of evil. Of course, if he could not be human, he would not be human. There was nothing wrong with being a demon king that destroyed everything. Just as Ryudo, Ayam, and Rue Hui were discussing how to attack American, the emperor's impromptu speech, not far away, also ended. In the speech that was destined to be remembered in the future, Emperor Itoku honestly read the last imperial declaration and announced the end of the country. After the speech, the middle-aged man who was about to lose his balance was dragged away by the guards. He was directly dragged into the main hall and burned to ashes. Today, the kokyo that had been passed down for hundreds of years completely disappeared. The fire burned from the morning until the next day, burning for a full day and night. 5 minutes after the speech, the last, Yamikino Jinru, the Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Tanigawa, committed suicide with 18 gunshots in his own residence. This also caused the entire official power to fall into the hands of his subordinates. Ever since the kokyo started burning, the country had been plunged into chaos. Everyone was confused about the future of Japan, and no one knew what had happened. However, almost everyone knew one thing for certain, and that was that this country was finished. However, just as Japan was falling apart under the destructive actions of Ayam and the others, Ayam in the unrestrained Sky Tower unexpectedly obtained something. It was a bright morning. Just as Ayam got up from Ryuto's body, she suddenly saw a small shiny ball at her bedside. This is... Ayam curiously picked it up, and the name of the small ball immediately appeared. Special item, Shattered Nation Jade, an item that can be obtained after destroying a country. It represents the end of a country. Oh. So that's how it is. Shattered Nation Jade, so this is what it is. Until then, Ayam remembered that there seemed to be such a place in her personal attributes that had not been filled. Now, Ayam's attributes were already at LV5, but because of the 6th demon title, all of her attributes actually had the potential to be upgraded to LV6. But in order to upgrade her attributes to LV6, what was needed was not money, but a special item called a Shattered Nation Jade, which was the one in Ayam's hand. Originally, I thought that I would have to completely wipe Japan off the map to get this. It turns out that it's just destroying the consciousness. Looking at the small ball in her hand, Ayam could not help but smile. From the current situation, almost all of Japan's citizens had the thought of this country is done for, and most of them were even secretly preparing to emigrate to other countries. In this case, Japan actually existed in name only, so the system determined that Ayam had succeeded in destroying the country, and gave her the most special item, Shattered Nation Jade. With this item, Ayam could upgrade one of her attributes to the exceptional LV6, Heavenly Demon Monarch, but now the question was, which one should she upgrade first? Intelligence, Physique, Courage, Insight, Charm. Most of the attributes had their own uses, and each attribute's use was also different. If it was like Ryuto who was a fighter, he should choose to upgrade his constitution first, but Ayam was obviously not. After thinking for a few seconds, Ayam looked at the special value, Charm. In her past life, Charm could be said to be the attribute that helped Ayam the most. With the LV6, Extreme Superman Charm, she almost had a strong affinity that made people want to sacrifice their lives for her. Most of the members of the Heavenly Eye group came from this. Then, LV6 Charm was already so strong, what about LV6 Charm? What kind of exaggerated situation would it be? In order to know how strong LV6 Heavenly Demon Monarch was, Ayam clicked on the plus next to LV6 Charm. From LV6 Charm to LV6 Charm requires Shattered Nation Jade, confirm payment. Confirm payment. Accompanied by Ayam's slender finger clicking yes on the screen, the small ball in her hand also instantly cracked, turned into countless stars and flew into Ayam's body. At the same time, Ayam's charm also became LV6 Charm, Heavenly Demon Monarch. What's so special about this LV6 charm? I don't seem to feel it myself. Different from other attributes, the charm attribute has no effect on me, it depends on other people's reaction to be counted. So Ayam quickly shook Ryuto, who was lying on the side. The latter drunkenly sat up and asked, Ayam? It's so early, you. Halfway through, Ryuto's eyes suddenly straightened, because he found that Ayam, who was looking at him with a smile, seemed to be completely different. Early in the morning, Ayam's familiar face bathed in the sun, giving a feeling of a goddess descending to the earth. Even Ryuto wanted to lie down and lick her nightgown. This was not a matter of whether she was beautiful or not, but it was like, as if. Anyway, Ryuto didn't know how to describe it. It was like she only needed to say one word, and everyone was willing to die for her. Seeing Ryuto looking at her face, Ayam was obviously very satisfied with his attitude, so she smiled and said, Okay, lie back and sleep. Yes. I'll go, sleep. Dong. Before he finished speaking, Longdo fell back onto the bed with a plop and fell into a deep sleep. His body very naturally obeyed Yongji's orders, and he didn't even resist or think. This situation was a bit like the black feather ninja, using a long needle to pierce the brain acupoints to turn someone into a living puppet, and then giving orders to the living puppet. So that's the case. This is the ability of level 6 charm, Heavenly Demon Monarch. I'll try it again. Thinking of this, Ayam stood up, put on her clothes and socks, tidied herself up, and then quickly took a helicopter to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. There was something that Ayam always wanted to do, but that girl Rue Hui seemed to mind, so she didn't want to do it with her. So now that she had level 6 charm, she had to try it out quickly. If even Rue Hui couldn't resist this level 6 charm, then Ayam would know what kind of terrifying power she had. It was enough to destroy the world. So, not long after, Ayam appeared in front of Rue Hui's door, and knocked on the door of the Master Kamashiro's bedroom. Rue Hui, who opened the door, was still wearing her nightgown, looking sleepy, and her eyes were only slightly closed. Ayam. You came here so early in the morning. Before Rue Hui could react, Ayam reached out and touched her soft and delicate face, looking at this woman with a pair of eyes that seemed to have magic. Dear Rue Hui. How about we go in and have a chat? As she spoke, Ayam stuck out her red tongue and licked her lips. Not only did this girl like men, but she also liked women. For Rue Hui, she was still a bit dangerous. So, logically speaking, Rue Hui shouldn't have let her in. But this time, for some reason, she actually agreed.